Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. In the Marine, the lightsaber I invented slashed Kaido. Chapter 71. Kaido then stood up and saw that the situation was now planning to leave Wano Kuni. Ember and the others persuaded each other hard, which allowed Kaido to calm down temporarily. Now Kaido's injury has recovered. However, it is still necessary to recuperate, and cannot use full strength. The situation is complicated now. Even that legendary pirate Golden Lion has appeared, we have to remake our plans. Ember waited until Kaido calmed down before continuing. Golden Lion, ha ha ha, the guy who relies on the fruit talent weapon, don't be afraid. Kaido waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Enemies in the air, it's not in Kaido's eyes at all. After all, Kaido himself can fly in the air, and he is confident that he can defeat everyone. Hearing Kaido say this, the crowd was very angry. Worthy of being a captain, he does not put the legendary sea in his eyes at all. The legend of the Golden Lion is too far away from those present. It was Kaido's legacy that shocked them even more. It's just that I didn't expect Whitebeard to do it first. Kaido then said in a deep voice, his tone much more cautious. Kaido is well aware of Whitebeard's strength. Once you get the fairy beans and regain your health, it will be very terrifying. Beasts Pirates has identified Fire Fist Ace as appearing on Eni's lobby. The goal is to capture the Sendo. There was still a little close, and the Fire Fist Ace succeeded. Who would have thought that Marine would go out of its way to use Buster Call and use Admiral to stop Ace? This is what Kaido et al. Analyzed through newspapers. It's 108,000 miles away from what really happened on Eni's lobby. But this can't be blamed on Kaido and others, after all, no one would have thought of it. The trigger for all this is actually Nico Robin, and the relationship with Ancient Weapon. What's more, in the Eni's lobby incident, both Fire Fist Ace and Golden Lion appeared. It's hard to believe that it's not them. Even if someone now tells Kaido and others the truth, Golden Lion and Ace arrived at Eni's lobby by coincidence. They will definitely not believe it either. It seems that Whitebeard and the Golden Lion's intelligence network are better than ours and can know that Roy is in the Eni's lobby. Ember sighed, slightly regretful. If they had gotten information ahead of time that Roy was on Eni's lobby, then the entire Beasts Pirates attack and will definitely be able to capture the fairy beans. Capture Roy alive. At that time, they will be able to use Wano Kuni as a stronghold and build a country that surpasses the power of the world government. It's a pity that this opportunity has now been lost. Doflamingo, this guy's intelligence is already unreliable. Kaido shook his head in disappointment. The Eni's lobby incident has involved so many art calendars. Doflamingo, no intelligence detected. Now we can't count on Doflamingo, we should wait for Whitebeard's action, that person will not sit still and watch his son be arrested. Ember said as he dragged his chin. That's right. Whitebeard is very focused on partners and family members, so let's take the lead in letting Whitebeard and Marine fight hard. Kaido agreed with Ember, a smile on his face. If Whitebeard were to go to war with Marine, the world would be completely changed. And those who can seize the opportunity in this chaos will become the masters of the new era. As someone who wants to change the world, Kaido is excited. I am not far from this day. That Roy, if we can't get it, we can't let it be obtained. Kaido said with a final wave of his hand. Being able to get Roy is naturally a good thing. If you don't get it, you can't keep Roy alive. It doesn't matter if Roy continues to be in Marine or is taken away by someone else. In Kaido's view, this is the biggest obstacle to his quest for hegemony. Of course, Ember nodded. And on Ghost Island, somewhere in a room, Yamato lay in bed, excited around the newspaper. The smile on his face that he couldn't stop, and he didn't even care about the drool coming out. Yamato's gaze was fixed on Roy's photo in the newspaper. Able to scare away Golden Lion. Roy is too strong in every sense. Yamato whispered obsessively. In the newspaper, it describes Roy after destroying the fallen island. Golden Lion was directly scared away by this earth-destroying force. Most people who read the newspapers believed this conclusion. I really want to meet Roy. Yamato looked outside. That's the direction of Red Line. New World, Division. The redhead looked at the news with a relieved expression. Luffy, it's really big news every time I get news from you. The redhead sighed with a little emotion. The red hair pirates cadres next to them also smiled. Although they were in the Windmill Village, they did not stay long. But they have become friends with Luffy. It's great to see Luffy grow up now. The little ghosts who used to be in East Blue have now become big shots. Haha, who would have thought? Luffy should have just been out to sea. I beat Shichibukai last time, I challenged Enies lobby this time, and what will happen next time? It's really exciting. The crew was talking and laughing, and there was no sense of nervousness. That's right, Captain. Was the Roger Pirates really cornered by Golden Lion? Someone curiously asked about the redhead. Yes, it was luck that we escaped, when the storm helped us. The redhead nodded, not feeling embarrassed. On this sea, the lucky guy will be enviable. This means being sheltered by the sea. On the contrary, those guys who are unlucky will receive spit. The companions are sighing. Legendary characters such as One Piece and Golden Lion must bow down on this sea. But Beckman frowned and didn't speak. The redhead noticed this, looked at Beckman and said, "Are you worried about Fire Fist Ace's capture?" "That's right, I thought that Ace would fall into Blackbeard's hands, but I didn't expect to be directly caught by Marine." Beckman sighed. After all, things have come to this point. Originally, Redhead went to Whitebeard to persuade Whitebeard to stop Ace from pursuing Blackbeard. It was because the redhead realized early on that Blackbeard's strength was not as simple as it seemed. In Blackbeard's body, there are many secrets. Ace is certainly no match for Blackbeard. Unexpectedly, Ace has not yet hunted down Blackbeard, but is arrested by Marine at Enies lobby. The redhead had been watching Ace closely. "So I know that Ace and Luffy met in Alabasta." After all, when the redhead and Luffy met, Luffy didn't decide to be a pirate. Still a little ghost who didn't eat devil fruit. It was influenced by the redhead that he yearned to become a pirate. The point is the follow-up, what will Whitebeard do? There will definitely be action. Beckman's expression was solemn. Everyone else also looked at the redhead. Last time, the boss personally went to Whitebeard's to persuade Whitebeard to stop Ace. From the results, the daypoint effect is not effective. Whitebeard, who has always been arrogant, will not accept the redhead's advice. Now that Ace has been arrested, Whitebeard will not take the redhead's opinion into account no matter what action he makes. So they can only act on their own. Under everyone's gaze, the redhead did not answer. Just looked at the newspaper and was silent, but his eyes gradually became sharper. All nations, Cake Island. Ha 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 ha, I'm in a good mood today. Andy patted her stomach, looking like she was enjoying it. Just now, a subordinate pirate group sent a 5-meter Chong giant cake was eaten by the ant. What makes Andy happy is not this. Rather, it was a newspaper delivered in the morning. Fire Fist Ace is caught. This is the core cadre of the Whitebeard pirates. With Auntie's knowledge of Whitebeard, she knew that this person would not be indifferent. "Mom, once Whitebeard and Marine clash, it's our chance," Peros said, rubbing his hands next to him. Now Auntie is happy, and every family member at the table next to her also has a smile on their faces. "That's right, Whitebeard has a lot of territory, and I'm interested in it." Auntie laughed. "Mom will definitely be the final winner and become One Piece." Peros touted it even more. Ha ha ha, Auntie originally smiled even brighter, but it stopped abruptly. Everyone's hearts jumped, and they immediately became nervous. The ant who didn't know the changeable temperament remembered something unhappy again. That Roy has developed a mysterious weapon that can destroy the island with one hit. Auntie's gaze was solemn. When Whitebeard was depleted, he still did not forget that Marine's strength had also increased. Especially Roy is a big problem for Auntie. Sooner or later, Joding will face the warship made by Roy. "There is news from Katakuri that he has reached paradise," Peros said quickly. "It's best to leave everything to Ka-2. Let him stop moving, wait quietly, and see what Whitebeard's reaction says." Ant said with a deep sigh. "Understood, I'll tell Katakuri, but I think he must have planned to do the same." Peros understood Kaji's judgment well. "They don't need to be reminded. It is because I believe in his strength that I let him go, and Katakuri will not let me down." Auntie nodded. All forces in New World are waiting for Whitebeard's response. Although world government has not officially announced the arrest of Fire Fist Ace. But through the World Economic Journal, almost everyone already knows the breaking news. Whitebeard, who was at the center of the storm, was now locked on his eyes. In front of Whitebeard was also a newspaper. Daddy, it's my fault. I asked Ace to find the whereabouts of Sendo. Marco's face turned ashen and he looked frustrated. When he made this decision, Marco did not expect this to be the result. Ace actually found the planting base of fairy beans, and was arrested by Marine. According to Marco and Ace's agreement, Ace should have informed him. When Marco arrives, let's do it together. With Marco's ability to fly, the success rate will increase significantly. He doesn't know what went wrong in the middle, so Ace chooses to act alone. But Marco did not defend himself, and took the initiative to put the blame on himself in front of Whitebeard. Idiot, I obviously said that you don't need fairy beans. Whitebeard was equally angry. This old bone is not worth the sun's lives. Dad, you can punish me as much as you want later, what should we do next? Marco asked anxiously. Punishment, how can I blame the stupid son? Whitebeard sighed. Whitebeard, of course, understood that Marco and Ace were both for themselves. It's just that in Whitebeard's own opinion, he is not worth the risk of Ace being rich. Sooner or later, this old bone will go into the grave. Young people should not be hindered from moving forward. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, are you already so old? At this moment, there was a burst of laughter in the sky. Everyone looked at the sky with shocked expressions. A person is found floating in the air, staring at them. Exactly when it came, they didn't find out. It's Golden Lion. Marco's face changed, and he immediately recognized the identity of this person. In an instant, Marco activated the fruit ability, and a pair of blue flame wings appeared behind him. He wanted to step forward and fight Golden Lion. Don't be nervous, it's just a loser of the old times. Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be nervous. Hearing Whitebeard's taunt, Golden Lion was furious. Bang! Golden Lion landed directly on the deck, and the two swords at his feet dug deep into the solid deck, arousing the discontent of those around as an act of provocation. Whitebeard, if you haven't seen each other for so long, you're still just paying lip service, and you've been a loser for so many years. Golden Lion was even on the Moby Dick and was crowded. Surrounded, still without changing his face, without the slightest fear. Loser, ha ha ha, you're caught by Marine and deserve that title. Whitebeard scoffed. Catch me, I haven't escaped from Impel Down, no one has done it in hundreds of years. Golden Lion snorted coldly. It's just with the fruit ability, plus the price of 2 legs, is it also worth boasting about? Whitebeard looked contemptuously at Golden Lion's legs. It has long been replaced by 2 famous knives. Hearing Whitebeard poke his own pain point, Golden Lion inevitably looked ugly. But Golden Lion thought that he was here this time for something important, so he did not continue to fight with Whitebeard. Whitebeard, do you know why Ace was caught? Golden Lion spoke. Oh, what do you know? Whitebeard's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Golden Lion was also a participant in the Ennie's Lobby event. Although from the reports, Golden Lion and Ace did not have much intersection. But now that Golden Lion has spoken, he must know some information. It's okay to tell you, Ace is to rescue Straw Hat Luffy, and in the end, in order to let the Straw Hat pirates escape, he did not hesitate to stay to block Kizaru, otherwise he could escape with his strength. Golden Lion said. Hearing these words, the expressions of Whitebeard, Marco and the others did not change in the slightest. We have known this kind of thing for a long time. Whitebeard said lightly. Ace often recalls that he has a younger brother named Luffy. When Luffy had just become famous at East Blue, he was offered a reward of 30 million Baileys. Ace took the wanted warrant and excitedly told everyone he met about Luffy. So when Whitebeard saw the report, they immediately guessed why. With Ace's character, even if he sacrifices himself, none of it would let Luffy have the slightest thing. Hearing Golden Lion's words now, it's just a certainty. Our common enemy is Marine, how about joining forces together? Not only can you rescue Fire Fist, Ace can strengthen Sendo or other things by the way. Golden Lion stated his current purpose. That's joining forces with Whitebeard. Golden Lion proposes alliance. For a moment, Marco and the others shook. Although Golden Lion was imprisoned by Impel Down, the legend of Golden Lion has rarely been passed down on the sea. But back then, Golden Lion was a pirate with a greater reputation than Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard was still under the Cross Pirates. And Golden Lion's flying pirate group has already galloped across the sea. Even narrowly defeated One Piece Roger. I refuse. Whitebeard, on the other hand, shook his head without hesitation. Refuse. With my help, if you want to rescue Ace, it's a lot easier. Golden Lion frowned. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard did not even think about it at all, and directly rejected his proposal. However, Golden Lion will not leave because of a word from the other party. Otherwise, this trip he came for nothing. This is our family's affairs and do not need outsiders to intervene, but you are older, but your skills have not grown at all, and you always want to seek external forces to help you, just like you found an alliance with Roger. Whitebeard said unceremoniously. Golden Lion and Roger clashed. The reason is that Roger rejected Golden Lion's offer to dominate the world together. Golden Lion gritted his teeth. The scars of the past were lifted, and Golden Lion felt the rudder on his head, faintly painful. If it weren't for that storm, the one who wins now is himself. A storm defeated him and ruined his own fame. Let you see my current strength, is it not growing? Golden Lion frowned and snorted. He jumped into the air and slashed 2 sword winds under his feet. Instantly tear the air and rushed towards Whitebeard. Daddy, Joes exclaimed, and was about to step forward to block the sword. Don't worry, this is how old acquaintances greet each other. Marco grabbed Joes and held Joes down. Sure enough, everyone saw Whitebeard sit up abruptly. Swinging the weapon in his hand, Tien Kongyan greeted him, and also slashed down. Bang! The swords of the 2 people touched together. In an instant, thunder roared, and the sky and earth changed color. The overhead darkness fell, and even thunder and lightning fell into the sky. Chopped between 2 people. This is not just a contest of sword moves, but also a contest of hockey. The top hockey can cause changes in the world. That's Golden Lion's strength. Marco was shocked. Compared to redheads, they are not left behind. Joes was equally surprised. The legendary pirate, really worthy of the name. The last time the redhead came here, he also fought Whitebeard. This in itself is a temptation. Not seen for many years, this method can most directly understand the strength of the other party. Today, the power displayed by Golden Lion is still at the level of the top masters. Golden Lion, on the other hand, looked solemn and did not continue to attack. After this blow, both people retreated. Your strength is indeed much stronger than back then. Golden Lion said slowly. In the past, Whitebeard was just a crew member of the Chloe Pirates. Under Cross's powerful aura, it didn't look so bright. Now he is known as the strongest man in the world. Although Golden Lion was not convinced, he also recognized Whitebeard's strength. Even if the body is aging now, the strength should not be underestimated. I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard issued hockey's manifesto. Marco and the others cheered. This is the daddy they know. Instead of hanging bottles all day, the aging strong man. It's really arrogant, just like I was back then. Sooner or later he will die at the hands of Marine. Golden Lion shook his head slowly. When it comes to arrogance, Golden Lion dares to speak second. Then no one said second. Attacking Marine headquarters alone, no second pirate dares to do so. Don't worry, I will definitely die behind you. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he cast a sword ray towards Golden Lion. Guy who refuses to suffer. Golden Lion cursed and dodged. Just now he took the lead, and this time Whitebeard returned the blow. HMPH, are you scared? Whitebeard stared at Golden Lion with disdain. It's just that there is no need to do it with you. I don't need you to be able to get fairy beans too, but if you don't have help, can you rescue Ace? Golden Lion said coldly. I've already said it, it has nothing to do with you. Whitebeard's face sank. Stubborn guy. Golden Lion dropped the sentence and disappeared into the air. After watching Golden Lion leave, Whitebeard slowly sat back. Daddy, Golden Lion suddenly came. As soon as Marco spoke, he heard a violent coughing sound. Ahem. Whitebeard looked pained. Treatment, hurry up and give Daddy treatment. Marco immediately greeted the people next to him. Although Marco is a ship doctor, he has nothing he can do about Whitebeard's body. Only some nutrient solution can be delivered. The nurse waiting next to him immediately got busy. No need, it's just that I haven't exercised for too long. Whitebeard waved his hand, already back to normal. However, the eyes of Marco and others are still very worried. The kind of violent cough just now is rare in Daddy's body. My old bone has not fallen apart yet, but my time will always pass, and the future belongs to you. Whitebeard's gaze revealed warmth. Marco and the others were even more worried. When did Daddy show this expression in front of everyone? They prefer Whitebeard, which will always be full of southern energy. In this case, no one dared to bring up the topic of Ace anymore. I believe that Daddy already has his own ideas. The capital of water. Melly. Usopp knelt on the ground and howled. Thank you. Took us so far, really thank you. Luffy wiped his tears with one hand and placed the torch on the already tattered Merly with the other. Tar has long been dumped on the ship, and in an instant a fire ignited. Among the surrounding members of the Straw Hat Pirates, each one had tears in their eyes. For them, today is a day of losing their companions. Although the Melly could not speak, it always accompanied them. At the last minute, they were rescued from Enies lobby. If it weren't for the melee, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to come back now. It's really a bunch of good guys, both this ship and you. Frankie also stood by at the funeral of the melee. Frankie, who was already sentimental, now cries the most. Waiting until the flames were extinguished, Luffy spoke. We're going to find a ship and set sail again. Luffy's gaze was firm. The Mary fell here, but they can't fall here. Everyone nodded, including Usopp. Unlike in the plot, the body of the Usopp Sniper King was exposed when he returned to the water capital. And apologized to Luffy for misunderstanding Luffy. Until then, Usopp stubbornly believed that the Mary would be able to continue sailing if it was patched. But after all this, Usopp finally accepted the fact that the melee was no longer working. Not to mention continuing to sail, maybe the next time you go to sea there will be silence. So now Luffy has recognized Usopp, giving Usopp the opportunity to get on board again. Zoro and others have no opinion. In addition, contrary to the original history, Garp did not come to the capital of water. There's something more important to do that is worth a trip to Garp. Instead of coming to the capital of water and meeting your grandson. Actually, I have a ship, so I'll give it to you. Frankie scratched his head, a little embarrassed. They also had a few days since they returned to the water capital. During this time, Frankie has been working with Iceberg and Barry and other boatmen to build a ship. On this ship, Frankie incorporated a lot of his own ideas. In particular, it also uses the content from the previous Pluton blueprints. Finally officially completed today, Frankie had wanted Iceberg to inform Straw Hat and the others. Give the ship directly to them. Thousand Sunny's most critical keel part is made from treasure tree atom. This is the money that Frankie snatched from Usopp. Now return it to Luffy and others, even if it is too clear. Frankie also wants Straw Hat crew to continue his adventure on this ship. As a result, Iceberg and others refused, and directly let Frankie come by himself. Because Frankie was offered a reward to become a pirate, it has been known by Iceberg and others. This means that Frankie can no longer stay in the water capital. Following Straw Hat crew is Frankie's best path. Iceberg also told Frankie that he would take in members of the Frankie family to ensure they could continue working in the water capital. Frankie had no choice but to bite the bullet. What, you have a ship? Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. That's right, this is a ship that can sail to the end of the world. If you want to become One Piece, call it this ship. Frankie smiled. Great, worthy of being a boatman on our ship. Luffy patted Frankie on the shoulder and smiled exaggeratedly. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Frankie clenched his fists. Agree, you have not been our companion for a long time. Robin smiled slightly. Yes, such a big man, don't grind it. Zoro nodded as well. On that ship you built, did you have a freezer and a huge oven? That's the kitchen item I've always dreamed of. Sanji didn't see Frankie as an outsider at all. Great, there are artificial humans in our companions, and you seem to breathe fire. Chopper's eyes lit up. The new ship should be free. After all, you are your own person, and you just said that it was sent. I heard it right. Nami smiled even more. Nami was relieved to have free boats. Because the current Straw Hat Pirates have no funds. The gold brought back from Sky Island was stolen by Frankie. Plus Luffy is so good at eating that they don't have a penny. Frankie, I won't have to work as a shipwright after you come. In fact, I'm not good at this. Usopp was even more relieved. Don't look at Usopp before, he has always been a shipwright. But Usopp didn't know much about ships. Even the keel break, I didn't see it. Professional things still have to be done by professional people. You guys, do you already see me as your own? When the thing? Frankie asked with tears in his eyes again, wiping his tears. When is it? Probably when we fight together. Luffy thought for a moment and said. Since then, Luffy and others have treated Frankie as their own. Wait until I say hello to those guys, let's go. Frankie nodded heavily. Frankie was talking about his family. When he arrived, Frankie wasn't sure he would be recognized by Luffy and others. After all, Frankie had a big fight with them before, and it was very unpleasant. So I didn't say goodbye to the Frankie family. No thanks, Ingo, we are already here, quote. But he didn't expect a group of people to come out in the distance, it was members of the Frankie family. They've been secretly following Frankie. Once Straw Hat Crew refuses Frankie, they come forward and ask. They knew that only Straw Hat Crew could help Frankie. And when Frankie built Thousand Sunny, he had a look of happiness they had never seen before. Letting Frankie and Thousand Sunny separate is cruel. The best thing to do was to keep Frankie with the ship. Witness the great adventure that this ship is about to undergo. When did you guys come? Frankie was crying silently. The Frankie family came over and hugged each other and cried. It took a long time before they separated. Big brother, let's give you the last ride. The Cube sisters said. Good. Frankie nodded heavily. A group of people came to the shipyard and saw a very conspicuous ship docked on the shore from a distance. The bow of the boat is a majestic lion, with a double sail structure. The volume is much larger than the previous melee. But to Frankie's surprise, there were several people standing under the ship, talking loudly and without hesitation. This ship is good, just right. Yes, it can't be called a raft every time, it's too hard to withstand the waves. If it weren't for luck, we would have been wiped out several times by the great waves. It's really an accident, I just don't know who the owner of this ship is, I can only blame him for being unlucky. Listening to these people, they actually want to take Thousand Sunny for themselves. Frankie was anxious when he heard this. Who are these guys and out of nowhere? Dare to hit Thousand Sunny's attention. Hey, what are you guys? And the iceberg them? Frankie rushed forward and questioned angrily. Obviously, before Frankie left, Iceberg and the others were too tired and lay on the ground to sleep. Iceberg, are you talking about those guys? Don't worry, they haven't died you yet, woo-ha-ha-ha-ha. One person turned around and pointed to several people on the ground next to him and said. Frankie looked over and was immediately furious. That's Iceberg and Barry and the others, and even the frog Ongong is there. At this time, all of them fainted, and they saw that they had been beaten. It's you, guys in Shelltown. This is our boat. Luffy heard the familiar laughter and saw the man's face. Immediately recalled this person. While in Shelltown, Luffy and Blackbeard got into a dispute over Sakura peach pie and wine. When two people see each other for the first time, they don't like each other. Later, Blackbeard also admired Luffy, saying that Luffy has big dreams. However, Luffy still felt danger from Blackbeard. It's an instinct. Straw Hat Luffy. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard was stunned, then burst out laughing. Blackbeard's companions laughed along. They looked into Luffy's eyes as if they were looking at prey. I've been looking for you, Blackbeard smiled even brighter. Seeing this, Zoro and the others were all vigilant, one by one, like a big enemy. Judging by the smiles on the faces of this group, they have bad intentions. Especially Blackbeard. Although this person kept laughing, his eyes were very sharp. What are you looking for me for? I don't have time to pay attention to you right now. Luffy frowned. After resting, Luffy and the others planned to rescue Ace immediately. Is it because of the Enies Lobby incident, in a hurry to escape from the water capital? Blackbeard scoffed. Blackbeard didn't know about Luffy and Ace's relationship. Before Luffy became famous, Blackbeard had already killed his companions and fled. So Ace didn't have a chance to show off his brother in front of Blackbeard. I'm going to save Ace. He was arrested to save us, whatever you want. I warn you to hurry up and get out of our ship. Luffy clenched his fists. After saying this, Blackbeard laughed even harder. Even bending down, tears seeped from the corners of his eyes. What are you laughing at? Luffy felt very upset. The Wheel of Fate is really interesting, do you know I've been looking for you? And Ace is chasing me. Now Ace has been caught by Marine for saving you, but I have met you again, this is not fate. Blackbeard's smile narrowed slightly, but it looked more fierce. What? You are the person Ace is looking for, you are the one in the Whitebeard pirates, who killed his companions and escaped. Luffy was flabbergasted. I didn't expect that the person Ace had worked so hard to find was right in front of him. Doesn't that mean that the person in front of him is also from the Whitebeard pirates? He's Blackbeard. Robin recognized Blackbeard at this time. As an obscure crew member of the Whitebeard pirates, Robin was able to recognize it because she had been collecting intelligence for years. Wait, what are you looking for Luffy for? Nami was keenly aware of the meaning of Blackbeard's words. Been looking for Luffy, why? Luffy is no contradiction to Blackbeard. And apparently Blackbeard didn't know Luffy before this. Without knowing that Luffy is Ace's brother, it is impossible to catch Luffy to threaten Ace. BGED, of course it's a straw hat Luffy's head in exchange for what I want, ahaha. Blackbeard laughed maniacally. Fate led Blackbeard to meet Luffy in the capital of water. This time, Blackbeard won't let Luffy go. You've been arresting me. Luffy recalls when they boarded the updraft. Blackbeard and the others chased after them. It was just because the waves were so loud that he couldn't hear what Blackbeard was saying. HMPH, do you want to be reunited with Ace? Blackbeard asked maliciously. Of course, Luffy said subconsciously. After a few seconds, Luffy reacted. This is Blackbeard playing on himself. Immediately furious. Heaven is on my side, you will become a stepping stone to my ambition, ha ha ha. Blackbeard growled. In an instant, darkness filled the surroundings, sweeping towards Luffy. Enies Lobby Ideographic Period. A peculiar fleet arrived. It was former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr and his students who formed a pirate guerrilla. In order to specifically hunt down pirates, the ships of the fleet were changed. Ensure that in terms of speed, surpass the average warship. After Ace was arrested, Whitebeard took action as a precaution. Sengoku brought in a lot of warships, so he brought Zephyr to Enies Lobby. Having the former Marine Admiral here, Roy and the lab can be kept safe. When the fairy beans are ripe, Zephyr can enjoy the treatment of fairy beans for the first time. This is also Sengoku's previous guarantee to Zephyr. Welcome, Zephyr Admiral. Roy had known the news in advance, so he waited on the platform with Momoshiki and greeted Zephyr as soon as he saw him. Drive Roy, I'm not Admiral anymore, that's not the right title. Zephyr smiled slightly, waving his intact hand and saying. Then I'll call you Mr. Zephyr. Roy didn't insist either. The students who followed Zephyr, Ain and the others, were very surprised. I didn't expect Roy to look younger than the newspapers. It should be a lot younger than their age. And talking and laughing with Zephyr without the slightest nervousness. Psychological ability and experience have surpassed them. Long time no see Zephyr. Momoshiki also greeted him naturally like an old acquaintance. Momoshiki, you're still so young. Zephyr sighed. They had been comrades for many years, but the years had left no trace on Momoshiki's face. HMPH, I'm not you old bones. When Momoshiki said this, he couldn't help but look at Roy. I'm afraid Roy thinks he's old. But Roy didn't react at all, he already knew Momoshiki's situation well. Since we are here to be in charge of the laboratory, what other party do we need to pay attention to? After a few brief pleasantries, Zephyr began to inquire about work. Just pay attention to this, Momoshiki said, pointing to the air. This is the Enies Lobby, and the enemy cannot attack from behind the Gate of Justice. No one can open the door of justice by virtue of their strength. And the enemy attacking from the front of Enies Lobby, the doctor passed by Mishima. At that time, the soldiers of the former island will give a briefing. Guarding the warships around the platform, the only thing that needs to be done before this. That is, pay attention to the enemy in the sky, only the enemy in the sky is taken by surprise. Golden Lion. Zephyr's gaze became solemn. That's right, that Golden Lion guy is difficult to prevent theft. Jumping Rabbit nodded. Got it, we'll pay attention. Zephyr looked at the sky. Fortunately, the sky above Enies Lobby is always bright daylight. Otherwise, Golden Lion will be more difficult to guard against at night. Bulu Brew. The phone worm on Momoshiki's waist rang, and she couldn't help frowning. This phone bug was used by Sengoku specifically to communicate with Momoshiki. Hey, I'm Momoshiki. Momoshiki didn't shy away from Zephyr and Roy and went straight to the phone bug. Momoshiki, I need you to return to Marine headquarters, there is something you need to do. Sengoku said over there. Back to Marine headquarters. What's more important than guarding Roy? Momoshiki was puzzled. Roy's safety, however, is related to many inventions. Of course, nothing is more important than Roy's safety, but now that the 4 emperors are under surveillance and Golden Lion has been found in New World, Eni's lobby should not be in any danger for the time being, and with Zephyr there, you can take the time to come. Sengoku explains. Understand, I'll return. Momoshiki nodded. Seeing that the phone worm was about to hang up, Roy interjected. What the hell is it that requires Momoshiki to leave? Roy had a vague feeling that this should be a big deal. Now the world line is changing because of its own appearance. There were many things that Roy couldn't have anticipated. So knowing one more thing is not a bad thing. In addition, Momoshiki has always been his own guard before, and it is normal for him to ask why. It's a matter for Shichibukai. The Holy Land has decided to appoint Blackbeard as the new Shichibukai. When Sengoku heard that it was Roy who asked, he said it directly, without shying away from it. Blackbeard. Roy was a little surprised. Blackbeard becomes Shichibukai. Hearing this, Roy felt strange. Both expected and unexpected. According to the original plot, Blackbeard is, of course, the one who inherits Shichibukai's position. But now that Ace has been captured by Marine, how did Blackbeard become Shichibukai? Blackbeard caught Straw Hat Luffy in the water capital and proved that he has what it takes to be a Shichibukai. Sengoku added. Roy was shocked. I never expected that Luffy the Straw Hat would be captured by Blackbeard. He quickly went through the plot in his mind. The Straw Hat pirates escape Eni's lobby and recuperate for a few days after entering the water capital. It should be a direct departure and departure. There should be nothing wrong with that. Then the problem lies with Blackbeard. Blackbeard didn't fight Ace and must have followed the Grand Line to the water capital. Coincidence, a coincidence of fate. Together, Roy sighed. What coincidence? Momoshiki was curious. Nothing. Roy shook his head, not saying anything. After Momoshiki said goodbye to Roy, he also immediately used bamboo dragonflies to return to Marine headquarters. After Momoshiki left, Zephyr sighed. Now Garp's 2 grandsons have been caught. As a former admiral at Marine, Zephyr also knows some confidential information. Especially intelligence about pirates. Then it's not my concern. Since you guys are here, are you interested in visiting the cultivation of fairy beans? Roy pretends not to be interested in Luffy's business. Okay, sure enough, Zephyr didn't notice this. All the interest was directed to Sendo. But after all, the lab is related to marine secrets, and Zephyr just let Ain enter with him. When you come to the laboratory, you can see the picture inside the big screen. In the test field, the seeds of the fairy beans have grown to a 3-foot-tall vine. The inside of the test field cannot be entered, otherwise it will affect the temperature and humidity, causing the slow growth of fairy beans. Roy explained. Zephyr and Ain were both excited, nodding frequently. Faced with such unimaginable high technology, they simply do not dare to express their opinion. Otherwise, it will only be a joke. With their knowledge, they could only see that this vine was growing well. In a few days, the first fruits will ripen, and Mr. Zephyr, your arm will be healthy. Roy smiled slightly. Thank you, Dr. Roy. Zephyr said sincerely. Nothing, this is compensation for marine heroes. Roy said. Marine heroes, that's Garp, and I'm far from it. Zephyr shook his head, looking a little lost. Hearing Zephyr say this, Ain had a look of disbelief on his face. Ain and Garp don't have much contact, more about Garp, and admire Garp. But Ain also believes that Zephyr also deserves to be called a hero. He dedicated his whole life to Marine, and even his own loved ones and students lost their lives as a result. However, on this occasion, Ain did not have any chance to speak. Nope, in my opinion, anyone who has truly dedicated himself to Marine can be called a hero, and this title does not need to be given away, and Mr. Garp does not care about the name of the hero. Roy is clear with Garp's character. What marine heroes, Garp doesn't care. Not to mention the title of marine hero, which is actually a compensation for Garp. Otherwise, with Garp's credit, let alone become marine admiral. Even if he becomes a Marine Marshal, there is no problem even as the Commander-in-Chief of the 3 armed forces. Of course, this compensation has nothing to do with Garp. Mainly to appease Marines' emotions. And explain to them why Garp is always just Vice Admiral. Having the title of Marine Hero can reduce many skeptical voices. Well, I'm looking forward to the day when I grow my arms again. Saint Law smiled, stroking his mechanical prosthesis. Zephyr once thought that this prosthetic could replace his arm forever. But I didn't expect that there would be a strange person like Roy to develop drugs that can regenerate limbs. www. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku has been busy all this time. Tricky things, one after another, one after another. Just the capture of Fire Fist Ace has already caused Sengoku a headache. When I went to the Holy Land to discuss with 5 elders, even 5 elders said that they would think about it before making a decision. Unexpectedly, the matter of Fire Fist Ace has not yet been dealt with, and here Blackbeard caught Straw Hat Luffy and sent it over. Momoshiki, here you are. I finally have an extra helper. So when Momoshiki pushed the door in, Sengoku was slightly relieved. Today, Sengoku's manpower can be said to be seriously inadequate. A powerful combat force like Momoshiki comes in handy. Sengoku wanted Zephyr's help. Zephyr is experienced and it couldn't be better to have him. But thinking of Zephyr's current state of instability, Sengoku had no choice but to give up the idea. Have Zephyr go to Eni's lobby and replace Momoshiki. When was it decided to make Blackbeard Shichibukai? As soon as Momoshiki spoke, he asked about Blackbeard. After all, in the phone before, many things were not explained clearly. It was the decision of the Holy Land, and I was not involved. Sengoku said with a spread of his hands. Blackbeard's Lafitte travels alone to the Holy Land to make a deal with the 5 elders. Straw Hat Kid in exchange for Shichibukai's position. The Straw Hat Kid's reputation was shocked after attacking Eni's lobby. The value of chips is much higher than before. And Straw Hat Luffy had just made a big fuss about Eni's lobby and was arrested by Marine in the blink of an eye. It can largely offset the consequences of the attack on Eni's lobby. Reassert the dignity of world government. Sengoku was also told after 5 elders' decision. I heard that was a bad guy. Momoshiki frowned. Although most of the pirates are complete villains in Momoshiki's opinion. But Blackbeard is definitely the best of them. Those who can ruthlessly kill companions who have been with each other for many years will be spurned even among pirates. Pirates are not all the same, even Garp's grandson can do something to attack Eni's lobby. The crane next to him sighed. You can see that Suru is also sad for Garp. After Suru said this, Momoshiki noticed that Garp was not in the office. In the past, Garp used to wander around Sengoku's office. What about little Garp? Momoshiki asked directly. Went to Impel Down, should be back soon. Sengoku calculated the time and replied. Impel Down. Momoshiki couldn't help but feel surprised. Let's get down to business. Calling you over is to accept Straw Hat Luffy, you are the most suitable person. Sengoku's expression became serious. When it comes to dealing with Blackbeard, the average vice admiral is a no-go. Blackbeard, after all, is a dangerous person, in case this is Blackbeard's trap. Ordinary vice admiral is likely to encounter accidents. That's a blow to Marine. There is no extra high-end combat power in naval headquarters. Most have ongoing missions and strongholds. Now that the 4 emperors are on the move, Marine can't be taken lightly. Momoshiki's strength far exceeds that of the average vice admiral, and there is no problem in performing this task. After Sengoku explained the reason clearly, the jumping rabbit's eyes became solemn. I understand, I will definitely treat it carefully. Momoshiki nodded. But don't be too nervous, I've already discussed with Kizaru, and I will send a scientific unit to help you. By the way, test the latest weapon of the Scientific Research Department, Pacifist. Sengoku smiled slightly. Marine Science Corps. Momoshiki has heard of this for a long time, and this is the most mysterious force in Marine. It is under the direct command of Admiral Kizaru, which is usually difficult to see. After hearing the name Pacifist, Momoshiki remembered that the most talented scientist in the Marine, besides Roy, was a Vegapunk. Vegapunk is still one of Marine's most influential scientists. Pacifists are said to be specially created to fight pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million. I didn't expect that it has entered the testing stage now. Then let me see, the power of pacifists. Dao Bu is quite looking forward to it. Before Momoshiki would not be right, this kind of scientific experiments are too much interest. But now after following Roy for a while, Momoshiki's perception has changed. I want to compare Vegapunk's technology with Roy's technology in my mind, which is better. And Momoshiki decided it had to be Roy. Well, there you go, the warship is already waiting for you at the pier. Sengoku nodded. Momoshiki was just about to leave the office when he saw an angry Garp push the door in. Where's Blackbeard? The old man solved him with his own hands. Garp shouted as soon as he entered the door. Sengoku had a headache. I don't know where Garp heard the news, but it has been learned that Blackbeard is going to exchange Luffy for Shichibukai's position. How is it possible to tell you the location? Do not influence the decision of the Holy Land. Sengoku roared as he clenched his fists. There is not the slightest bit of Marine Marshal's temperament. The decision of the Holy Land. The old man killed a few unpleasant pirates, what is the matter with the Holy Land? Garp said dismissively. When Garp was Vice Admiral, he didn't follow orders. Not to mention that now that he is retired, he is even more unscrupulous. Who doesn't know that your idea is not to save your grandson? Sengoku knew Garp's mind all too well. Well, these are two different things. Garp's arrogance suddenly decreased a lot. As Marine rescuing pirates, this can't be justified in any way. You dare say it's not? If Luffy the Straw Hat showed up in front of you, would you arrest him? Sengoku questioned. The old man is already retired and rarely catches pirates. Garp replied. Earlier at East Blue, Garp met Luffy, who was out to sea. At that time, although Luffy did not offer a bounty, he had already said that he was going to be a pirate. Pirate flags made by themselves are also hoisted. Garp didn't arrest him, just taught Luffy a lesson and let him go. In the plot, Garp directly let Luffy go in the water capital. Hearing Sengoku's question now, of course, it won't be answered positively. No, you must use Marine's dignity to guarantee that you will not rescue your two grandchildren. Sengoku won't let Garp go easily. Without assurances from Garp, Sengoku had a hard time sleeping. Sengoku doesn't want a backyard fire and has a time bomb by his side. Although with Sengoku's knowledge of Garp, the other party would not do this kind of thing. But even if there is a 1 in 10,000 possibility, this possibility must be eliminated. What a joke. I'm Marine, how could I do something like that? Garp pushed Sengoku away and sat down on the couch angrily. He still looked very angry, but did not act excessively. Momoshiki was relieved to see this, and it seemed that the situation would not get worse. She left directly for the dock. I also look back from time to time, worried that the card will come by itself. Until Blackbeard was officially appointed by the world government, he was just a pirate. It is impossible to enjoy the treatment of Shichibukai. Garp's attack on Blackbeard before that was absolutely justified. Above the pier, Orochimaru had been waiting for a long time. After a slight hello from Momoshiki, the warship left the port. What they don't know is that just after driving some distance, a warship with a dog's head at the bow quietly followed. Grand Line, an uninhabited island. Really a cunning pirate, choose to trade in such a place. Orochimaru frowned, quite unhappy. A lot of effort was spent to find the permanent pointer to the island. Dealing with pirates is to be careful. Momoshiki also looked at the island in front of him with a wary expression. Although the island is small, it is full of dense forests. It is not surprising what kind of enemies are hidden in the dense forest. Cut. Marine shouldn't deal with pirates, just wipe them all out. Zan shook his head slightly. Momoshiki looked at Orochimaru with some surprise. Today's battle Peach Maru is not a marine soldier, but the captain of the scientific unit. But there is such a firm idea in my heart. You'll definitely be a good marine in the future. Momoshiki praised with some relief. As long as I can eliminate the pirates, what can I do? Zan Bing's face was expressionless. Even though he received Momoshiki's praise, he was still unmoved. Don't you dare to get off the ship. Just then, there was a burst of laughter ahead, and Blackbeard appeared on the shore with the crew. Presumptuous. Pirates dare to talk to me like that. Momoshiki scolded. Momoshiki saw a portrait of Blackbeard at Sengoku. So recognize each other at a glance. Marine is also getting worse and worse, Actually sent a woman to accept the Straw Hat Kid, do you underestimate me so much? Blackbeard was unmoved by Momosegi's scolding. Captain, maybe this is Marine's treat to you. Lafitte giggled next to him. Maybe it's a perk to be Shichibukai, let a female Marine be your helper. What can a woman do as, I'm afraid that's the only way. Not only Blackbeard, but even Blackbeard's crew laughed. Looking at this Momosegi one by one, they are all malicious. Don't be like that, look at her rank as also a vice admiral. Although the strength is certainly weak, it is pitiful. Blackbeard seemed to be lecturing his men. In fact, he taunted Momosegi. It seems that you want to die here. Momosegi couldn't take it anymore. He jumped from the warship to the shore, holding a long sword and glaring angrily at Blackbeard and the others. Sharp eyes, as if able to kill. Hee hee, I'm still angry, I'm really scared. Blackbeard began to cover his stomach and laugh maniacally. Look, this woman still has a knife. What can this knife do? It is probably to cut fruit. Lafitte and others followed Blackbeard and began to mock. In the next second, Momosegi swung his sword. A sharp sword light cut through the air, like a thunder version slashing. Not good, she's really moving. Blackbeard was taken aback and quickly urged Haki to resist. Although Blackbeard can barely block the sword. But the others did not have such good luck, and they were all injured by the sword mang. Lafitte even vomited blood directly, and the injury was not light. We were wrong. Please forgive us. Blackbeard simply knelt on the ground and prayed. Momosegi frowned, even more disgusted with Blackbeard. If the other party does his best to fight her to the death. Momosegi didn't hate Blackbeard that much. Now Blackbeard is on his knees begging for mercy, with no regard for his dignity. It proves that dignity has no value at all in Blackbeard's case. Is it really good to absorb such a pirate into Shichibukai? Momosegi had decided in his heart that Blackbeard would rebel against Marine. The so-called Shichibukai title is only useful to Blackbeard. Once there is a greater good in front of him, Blackbeard will not hesitate to give it up. Unfortunately, in Momosegi's current capacity, he can't change these. What about Luffy? Momosegi spoke in an icy tone. Here, Blackbeard hee got up and went to the dense forest next to him. Dragged Luffy, who was still in a coma, out. Momosegi saw Luffy again and was slightly stunned. Luffy's body had fewer wounds than when he fought Luffy before. This proves that Blackbeard's strength is far stronger than Luffy. Luffy and Blackbeard didn't fight to the point of running out of bullets. But what exactly happened, Momosegi wasn't interested. In the end, it's just a fight between pirates. Having met the target, Orochimaru orders the marine soldiers to take Luffy aboard the warship. Now the deal is successful, I'm Shichibukai, HMM ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Wait for the announcement from the world government, you are still a pirate until there is no announcement, even if you become Shichibukai, you are a pirate. Without looking back, Momosegi returned to the front of the warship. Being so close to the foul-smelling pirates, Momosegi felt the evil deeds. That's right, Shichibukai is also a pirate, Blackbeard's eyes shone brightly. No one knows what conspiracy is brewing in Blackbeard's mind. Orochimaru, start the pacifists. Momosegi suddenly said to Orochimaru. Pacifists are always on standby. Orochimaru replied. From the time Momosegi and Blackbeard and the others clashed just now, Orochimaru had already prepared pacifists. Just waiting for Momosegi's order, he went to attack Blackbeard and the others. Blackbeard, get a taste of the power of Marine's latest weapon. Momosegi said lightly. When Orochimaru heard this, he immediately gave an order to attack the pacifists. The pacifist that Orochimaru now carries is the test type used to deal with supernovae on the island of Sabayati in the plot. The pacifist's eyes lit up and he activated the attack mode. Jumped straight from the warship to the Blackbeard crowd. 7 warlords of the sea, bears. When Blackbeard saw the pacifists, he couldn't help but take a step back. A look of horror appeared on his face. Bear, why are you here? Lafayette also covered his wounds with a look of shock. At the last Shichibukai meeting at the world government, Lafayette saw bears firsthand. Instead of answering Lafayette's question, the pacifists attacked directly. Opening his mouth, the Hito laser light was pulling his hair away. Fortunately, Badgers next to him stepped forward and pushed Lafayette away, so that Lafayette was not hit. Bang! The laser light hit the ground and caused an explosion, and the sound was deafening. Bear, we've never had a holiday. Do you want to work so hard for the sake of the world government? Blackbeard was annoyed and questioned. In Blackbeard's view, this must be a world government conspiracy. After they accepted Luffy the Straw Hat, they turned their faces and didn't recognize anyone. For this reason, he also deliberately let the bear hide inside the warship, and only started at this time. Even Blackbeard scolded shamelessly. In particular, I did not expect that a character like Shang would perform actions without dignity. In the face of Blackbeard's questioning, pacifists were of course silent. On the contrary, the attack was more rapid, without the slightest intention of leaving 580 feelings under his subordinates. Neither Badgers nor others could withstand the pacifist attacks and could only evade self-preservation. Bear, don't even dare to answer me a word. Still look down on me, Blackbeard. Blackbeard was utterly furious. For the first time, I felt the feeling of being ignored. Hee, no matter how much you roar, it won't answer your question. Seeing Blackbeard's annoyed look, Orochimaru scoffed. What's going on? Is this guy a bear? It's a strange look. Blackbeard frowned. He asked while dodging the pacifists' attacks. Lousy is the first man in the world and will never reveal any secrets. Orochimaru snorted coldly. But in the next second, Orochimaru actually began to introduce pacifism. You're not facing a bear from one of Shichibukai. Instead, it's a sample made from a bear marine secret weapon, Cyborg, Pacifist PX-0. Momoshiki frowned and looked at Orochimaru. Isn't it the first man in the world? How Blackbeard told the other party the whole news as soon as he asked. It's a must-answer question. This made Momoshiki remember when he was on the warship. Out of curiosity, I also asked what a pacifist is and why he looks like a bear. Orochimaru also said to keep it secret first, and then told himself all the details. At that time, Momoshiki thought that it was because he was in charge of command this time, so Orochimaru told him. Now it seems that it's just Orochimaru, this guy, who can't keep secrets at all. Although he claims to be the first man in the world, in fact, this is the biggest weakness. Often hang this sentence on the lips, just hinting at yourself. Marine's secret weapon. Pacifist. Blackbeard glared at the bear again. Only then did I find that since just now, the bear had no expression at all. Even Blackbeard's counterattack hit the pacifists. The other person's mouth Kakuzu did not twitch in the slightest. Why are we using this weapon against us? Is the world government really going to erase us? Lafayette couldn't help but ask even if he was seriously injured. This is just a test of your strength. If you don't even have the strength to defeat the pacifists, then you are not eligible to become a Shichibukai. Momoshiki said lightly. So unreasonable. We've already killed Straw Hat Luffy. Blackbeard was even more unconvinced. Straw Hat Luffy is already a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Coupled with the recent Enies lobby, it is a thorn in the side of the world government. The capture of Straw Hat Luffy is already a very big credit. Otherwise, the 5 elders in the Holy Land would not have agreed to Lafayette's request in the first place. Marine's opinion wasn't even considered. Reason. What really determines status in this world is strength. If you are killed by pacifists, it will only prove that you are just pirates of this level, and you are not worthy of the world government. Momoshiki shook his head. You are taking revenge. Blackbeard was indignant. He had seen Momoshiki's own decision. Despite some gratitude, world government did not deceive itself. But Momoshiki's approach made Blackbeard angry. Return to Marine headquarters and let Blackbeard and pacifists play. Momoshiki ignored Blackbeard and ordered. Yes, return home. Orochimaru ordered. On the desert island, only pacifists and the Blackbeard pirates are engaged in a big war. As soon as he left the shore and entered the channel, Momoshiki frowned as he looked ahead. In the waters ahead, it was a dog-headed warship. Avoid that ship, Momoshiki immediately shouted. The helmsman immediately adjusted direction, and then their ship deviated from the course. Fortunately, the dog-headed warship did not compete with them, and the two sides passed by. On that ship, it's Garp, the hero of Marine. Really, it's Vice Admiral Garp. Strange, how Vice Admiral Garp looks angry. I don't know, what the hell is going on? The officers on board were apprehensive, and it was the first time they had seen Garp angry. Is it really okay? Orochimaru came to Momoshiki and asked in a low voice. No problem, Garp is measured. Momoshiki said calmly. She still knows Garp very well. Yes, Orochimaru looked at Garp's murderous back and looked very suspicious. Captain, what about pacifists? A subordinate came to inquire. The high level of pacifist falsification is not something that can be easily discarded. Hearing this, Orochimaru looked at Momoshiki. Originally, Orochimaru wanted to wait until Momoshiki's anger subsided before persuading Momoshiki to return to recycling pacifists. I believe Blackbeard didn't have the guts to hit Marine's secret weapon. Leave it to Garp, he'll clean it up. Momoshiki answered this question in place of Battle Peach Maru. On a desert island, this pacifist, a pirate with a strength of at least 300 million bounties. Blackbeard was embarrassed and discouraged. There were more injuries on his body, and he had a shocked expression. Looking at the fallen pacifists, Blackbeard still has palpitations. Not just Blackbeard, but the rest of the crew. The pacifists were powerful and heavily armored. Ordinary punches and feet hit it, and they can only bounce back to hurt themselves. It can also release laser light. The only downside is that you won't be able to use hockey. It is because of this that Blackbeard and others were able to defeat pacifists. If we had a few more, I'm afraid we wouldn't be as simple as getting hurt. Lafayette couldn't help but say. Just now, Zon Taomaru said that this is a test model, not a finished product. Maybe it's their luck, that Momoshiki dared to do something to us, one day she will make her look good. Blackbeard gritted his teeth. Of course, he understood that Momoshiki was just trying to teach himself a lesson. But he's Blackbeard. Of course, I will remember this humiliation. Boss, what are we going to do with this thing? Lafayette asked, looking at the pacifist on the ground. Leave it alone. Marine should have recycled it itself, and it was useless for us to hold it. Quote. Blackbeard, still indignant, stepped forward and stomped on the pacifist's head. Boom, bang. Suddenly, a shell hit Blackbeard a few meters away, and the resulting gas wave blew Blackbeard directly away. Momoshiki again. It's too much. Blackbeard got up, blood running from his mouth. Just after falling down, he knocked out his front teeth. It doesn't seem to be. Look over there is not the warship just now. Boogers said, pointing in the direction of the sea. Blackbeard looked over and couldn't help but be stunned. It was a dog-headed warship. And standing at the front of the warship is actually Marine hero Garp. Garp also had a cannonball in his hand. Obviously, the one just now was thrown by Garp. Abominable Marine. Blackbeard growled, and in response to Blackbeard, Garp fired a barrage of shells. Try this, Fistbone Meteor Group. Garp said with a smile. With just one hand, he can drop a cannonball like a baseball at Blackbeard and others. The power and speed of the shells were even faster than the main guns of warships. A dozen Marines, pushing 2 rows of shell racks, waited by Garp's side. This is not only Blackbeard, but even Batches and others have been bombed on their backs. After getting up and hiding in the dense forest, he still couldn't escape the disaster. Although Garp was far away from them, his eyes seemed to be aimed at them. Every shell landed precisely beside them. Fortunately, there were trees to block it, and I survived. After waiting for the hundreds of shells in the warship to run out, Garp jumped off the warship. With his hands crossed at the waist, he came to the shore. Garp, what do you mean? I just handed over the Straw Hat Luffy, is Marine about to be killed? It's outrageous. Blackbeard came from inside the dense forest, looking angry. In any case, Blackbeard helped the world government solve the problem of Straw Hat Luffy. Even if the world government backtracks, it does not recognize its Shichibukai position. That shouldn't have killed them either. Well, I'm here on my own behalf, and I have nothing to do with Marine or the world government. Garp gazed at Blackbeard and sneered. Blackbeard couldn't help but tremble, and the horror memories of the past flooded his mind. As a pirate on board Whitebeard for 20 years. Of course, he was hunted down by Marine before. Garp's impression on Blackbeard was particularly impressive. Just throwing shells with one hand can embarrass them. At that time, Garp was still in its heyday. It is the man who can chase One Piece Roger and make Whitebeard retreat. Although now Garp is older. But just now a series of hundreds of shells were thrown, and now standing in front of them. Even breathing is not disordered. I'm afraid even hockey is very full. But to Blackbeard's surprise, He and Garp shouldn't have any hatred. During the time of the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard has been very low-key. Even if there is a battle, it is to pick those weaker opponents. Of course Blackbeard wouldn't have thought of it. A former scratched nobody, who would later become a redhead of one of the 4 emperors. And because of the wound on his face, he always remembered himself firmly. Later, when the redhead formed the pirate group, there was a scar element on the pirate flag. Proof of this scar that makes the redhead hard to forget. I've disassociated myself from Whitebeard, there should be no hatred between us. Blackbeard wondered why Garp was looking for himself. Blackbeard has never offended, and does not dare to offend, Garp. It's actually very simple. The chip straw hat Luffy you gave to Marine is the grandson of the old man. Garp buttoned his nose as if stating something normal. How is this kind of thing possible? The grandson of the Marine hero turned out to be a pirate. Not only Blackbeard, but also Lafayette and Busters were shocked. The severity of the Straw Hat Luffy is rare among the new generation of pirates. Not only defeated his predecessor, Shichibukai, Crocodile. Now it has broken into the Enies lobby, causing this iconic organ of the world government to be razed to the ground. The pirate who did all kinds of evil deeds, Grandpa is actually Marine hero Garp. I'm afraid no one will believe it. No way, a descendant who doesn't open up. Garp sighed, seeming rather helpless. But Blackbeard and others tensed. I can't imagine that Luffy has such a background behind him, and his grandfather is Marine hero Garp. At this point, the feeling of regret came to my mind. Knowing that they had already changed their goals, they did not choose the Straw Hat Luffy. Now provoking such a big man in the Marine, I am afraid that this level will not be easy today. You guys escape first, I'll figure it out here, Blackbeard said to his companions. If the opponent is only Garp alone, we will not necessarily lose if we go together. Lafayette covered his wounds and even planned to go to war. That's right, this guy is old. Badgers was waving his fists even more, emboldening himself. Hearing these words, Garp laughed. A group of inconspicuous little pirates, even if the old man is 20 years older, it is not a problem to deal with you. Garp laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. From Garp's body, Blackbeard feels a suffocating breath of power. The same strong breath as Whitebeard. In front of Garp, they are really just humble little pirates. Idiot, Garp is no ordinary Marine, this is the man who chased One Piece Roger. Blackbeard was anxious, scolding his companions. None of you want to go. Garp struck, hockey wrapped around his fist like a giant iron ball. Carrying the momentum of thunder, he smashed into Blackbeard. Blackbeard immediately remembered how many pirates were rumored to have been smashed by this trick. There was once a pirate with a bounty of more than 500 million, the 10th second generation of the 8 Treasures Water Army, nicknamed Green Pepper. It has an indestructible iron head skill, and is said to be able to knock open the perennial frozen ice continent. During the battle 30 years ago, Green Pepper's head was dented by Garp's punch. Since then, there have been no rumors of Green Peppers in New World. Such a dignified sea thief retreated and disappeared. Blackbeard, who was frightened, did not care about his dignity and rolled and dodged. Syllable. Garp's iron fist smashed into the ground, and suddenly a huge crater appeared. Lafayette and the others were shocked when they saw this. This big hole is bigger and deeper than the previous shells. Boss, be careful yourself. After Badgers left this sentence, he took the lead. Lafayette and the others did not hesitate and left together. Since it was Blackbeard who let them escape, they would not hesitate to follow orders. Want to run? There are not many pirates who escaped from the old man. Garp himself was furious. No plans to let any of the Blackbeard pirates slip away. Garp just wanted to pursue, but noticed something strange around him. A flood of darkness swept in, blocking Garp's path. This is dark fruit. Garp was amazed and watched as Blackbeard forgot to pursue for a moment. How could Garp forget dark fruit? The former owner of dark fruit, but the famous rocks. More than 40 years ago, the overlords of the sea had great ambitions to become the king of the world. Before Roger became famous, the most powerful pirate at sea. Rock's subordinates are now famous pirates on this sea. Because of his strength, Yamato committed a great crime, plus openly became an enemy of the world government. Erased from history by all means done by the world government. 38 years ago, he blocked the attack of the Lux pirates alone in the Valley of the Gods. protects the celestial dragons and the population, and joins forces with Roger to destroy the entire pirates. Since then, Garp has been known as the hero Garp. Thief, ha ha ha, you really know this fruit. Then it should be clear about its capabilities. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Blackbeard, who showed his whole card, is already determined to win this battle. The previous fears were nothing more than a disguise. That's what Blackbeard does, although the world government erased Clo's existence. However, Blackbeard is in the Whitebeard pirates, how can he not know the existence of Cross? It is even more clear that Cross is the owner of the Dark Fruit ability. When Blackbeard read about Dark Fruit's ability from the Devil Fruit Guide, he immediately realized why Cross was able to become the Sea Overlord in the first place. Calling it the most vicious ability in Devil Fruit's history, Dark Fruit's abilities are too strong. It has the infinite gravitational pull of a black hole, which can suck everything in and then compress and smash it. Once the person with the ability is touched, no matter what kind of demon fruit power the other party is, it can temporarily incapacitate the other party. It's just that Dark Fruit also has the disadvantage that it can't be elementalized. It is a Logia fruit, but it cannot dodge. But that doesn't affect the strength of Dark Fruit. Well, it's familiar. Garp nodded. Then you have to be careful, I can tear everything apart. Dark Cave Dao. Blackbeard immediately activated the fruit ability. The surrounding ground was immediately covered in darkness, and the surrounding trees and stones were sucked into the sinking. This is a miniature black hole. It can instantly turn a city into nothingness. This is also why Blackbeard let his companion escape, so that he can use his abilities unscrupulously. However, what Blackbeard did not expect was that Garp, who was at the center of the vortex, was safe and sound, just standing in place. The darkness could not swallow Garp, but as if he was afraid, he did not dare to step forward. How is this possible? How did you do it? Blackbeard was dumbfounded. Hee, if you want to know how I did it, go back and ask Whitebeard how I stopped their cross pirates in the first place. Garp growled. The words are full of hockey, the place of Megatron. Blackbeard's forehead fell into a cold sweat, and he realized that he was still underestimating Garp. Even if his peak is gone, Garp is still strong. This is the same level as Whitebeard, and even surpasses Whitebeard. There is only one person who can be compared to Garp, and that is One Piece Roger. When Blackbeard came to his senses, he found himself trembling with fear. How can he be scared like this by an old man? You're old. Blackbeard barked in the same way. Just try it. Garp rushed forward. The next moment, the two collided. The air currents generated by the battle shook the entire desert island. Meanwhile, the world changed colors and didn't bother any Lobby's Roy. For Roy, looking at fairy beans every day is all there is to it. Finally, under Roy's patience, the top of the fairy bean vine condensed, 5 crystal clear beans. Although it now looks only the size of a sesame seed, Roy is very excited. It seems that sticking with Enies Lobby is the right choice. Only such a unique vision can make Shondo grow so smoothly. After the excitement, Roy can also carefully study the growth of the fairy bean vine. Interesting, the vines of fairy beans do not bloom. Roy found it with some emotion. Most plants need to bloom in order to reproduce. The exceptions are some algae or mosses, which are robbed plants. The vines that are more than 3 meters tall are not sporophytes in appearance or morphology. However, it can directly bear fruit, which can only prove that the fairy beans are both ordinary plants. Although the system gave Roy the method of growing fairy beans. But the secret needs to be explored and discovered by Roy himself. In this way, this knowledge can be used to the greatest extent. Ding! The mass production of Xion Bean has completed 50%. Congratulations to host for unlocking the 4th technology product Super Serum. Super Serum can enhance the user's metabolic function and all body functions, brain utilization rate 100%. Special note: you can use the genes of a strong person to create an exclusive Super Serum. Roy learned the lesson of Sendo last time, and this time carefully read the system instructions. Then I was very glad that I looked carefully enough. It is clear that although the system only provides one technology, Super Serum can make 2. The first is the popular serum, which can be taken by anyone to become stronger. But the disadvantage is that the strong themselves develop the body to the limit, so the effect is not obvious after taking it. However, for those who are weak, it is a powerful item that directly becomes stronger. And the use of strong genes, the exclusive serum, able to strengthen the disadvantages of the user, in some aspects. For example, a bulky strong man injected with serum made by the genes of an agile strongman. Then you can break through your own limits and have super speed. Even a strong person of the level of Admiral 4 Emperors has the possibility of becoming stronger after injection. It's interesting, it's really interesting, this is the technology product that really breaks the ice. Roy stared at the description of the super serum and muttered to himself. Now that 4 Emperors and Marine are in balance, they don't have the ability to completely eliminate each other. Let's say that the world government can have the power to destroy the 4 Emperors and ensure that it will continue to rule the world. That will not hesitate to wage war, even if it causes a large number of casualties. The leaders of the world government themselves are not compassionate people. If the 4 Emperors have the power to dominate everything, they will break the current world order. Ambitious people like Kaido and Ant will fulfill their wishes. Even Whitebeard and Redhead will probably rewrite the world. And the popular super serum is the best item for large-scale manufacturing of strong people. The reason why 4 Emperors become 4 Emperors is not just their personal strength. There are also many subordinates to ensure that they occupy the territory of New World. For example, Hawkeye also has the strength to not lose to the 4 Emperors, otherwise he would not have repeatedly played school with redheads. But the loner character makes Hawkeye not a sea thief in the true sense. World government can control the world, and it has its own systematic way of training soldiers. Through the 6 styles as a basis, those soldiers who have potential are promoted. Only soldiers who have mastered the 6 styles can become officers. Those with average potential and unfamiliar with the 6 styles can only become ordinary soldiers. The emergence of super serum allows those with low potential to still become stronger directly. Thinking that with the help of super serum, countless super soldiers were created. Countless people who acquire this technology will become the new hegemon of the world. In front of Roy, it was as if a new path had emerged. What's going on? Just as Roy was thinking about it, the sound of the system sounded again. Ding. Host R&D technology speed evaluation is penultimate. Special rewards open the next tech tree in advance. Congratulations to host for unlocking the 5th technology product Sentinel Robot. Sentinel Robot. A new special combat robot manufactured by Terrasco Industries, with the ability to fly, detect, copy, deform, and repair. Roy's eyes widened, not expecting that he would unlock 2 tech trees at once. It seems that his previous insistence is correct, and accelerating research technology is indeed beneficial to himself. The Sentinel Robot is a very powerful combat robot in Roy's memory. In ordinary film and television dramas, robots are basically dumbfounded. Very easy to be destroyed by humans. But Sentinel robots are different, they are not built to deal with ordinary humans. Mutants. And in the plot, both the X-Men and the mutants were devastated by the Sentinel robot. Later, Wolverine travels back in time through a time machine that prevents the development of the Sentinel robot. This changed the course of history and made the Sentinel robot cease to exist. Of course, the Sentinel robot is not an invincible existence. In essence, the Sentinel robot is still a high-level artificial intelligence machine people. It does not completely get rid of the category of machinery, and to a certain extent, it still relies on manual control and internal-only procedures. In terms of artificial intelligence, it is not comparable to Jarvis. The great thing is also in large-scale manufacturing. It's like a beast that no matter how powerful it is, it can't resist the encroachment of marching ants. However, the combat effectiveness of a single Sentinel robot should not be underestimated. A Sentinel robot can defeat some mutants who are not strong. Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but take a closer look at the various abilities of the Sentinel robot. After all, the technology given by the system will sometimes be different from the original technology product. Flight ability and detection ability, as well as great strength and speed, needless to say, are the basic abilities of sentry robots. The key is the ability to replicate. In the story, sentries can copy mutant abilities at will, and even share them with other sentinels. This technique comes from the genetic ability of the witch, which has been fully mastered by scientists. Super intelligence not only allows Sentinels to learn how to work as a team, but also to find the weaknesses of mutants to attack. The physical attacks of the Sentinel should not be underestimated, and all parts of the body can be transformed into weapons. In addition, there is a laser light on the head, which is the killing move of the Sentinel. Great, the replication energy has been systematically transformed and can adapt to this world, otherwise such a powerful function would be in vain. Roy saw this line of instructions when reading the replication ability. Replace the ability to copy mutants with Devil Fruit. Most of the Devil Fruit abilities can be copied by Sentinels. Then use it as your own ability. However, the power will be different from the top powerhouse. Because everyone has a different level of development of Devil Fruit's abilities and a unique understanding of Devil Fruit. This is something that the Sentinels cannot do. But as long as there is enough replication capacity, this gap can be bridged. As for the Devil Fruit of causality, it can't be replicated. For example, the childlike fruit or the soul fruit and the shadow fruit and the like. The childlike fruit turns the person it touches into a toy, which is not something that external forces can imitate. The soul fruit can absorb the soul of a person, and the robot certainly can't do this without a soul. In addition, the shadow fruit is to capture the shadow of the other party, which has some similarities with the soul fruit. Also beyond the capabilities of the Sentinel. Simply put, the abilities that Sentinels can imitate are basically acting on themselves. This is definitely a real heaven-defying product, much more powerful than a lightsaber or something. Roy looked at the detailed explanation of the system and was stunned for a long time before saying this sentence. This left him completely dumbfounded. These two scientific research techniques are definitely worthy of the title of heaven-defying. After the excitement, Roy quickly regained his composure. According to the past practice of system technology, such a scientific research technology, the funds required are absolutely sky-high. Jarvis, immediately calculate the cost of developing super serum and Sentinel robots. Roy entered all the conditions he needed into the screen in front of him. A few minutes later, the Jarvis system gave the result. Super serum ordinary level, 1 dose requires 5 million Bailey. If it is the exclusive version formulated by the strong gene, the cost will immediately increase by 20 times, and it will take 100 million Bailey. When he heard this answer, Roy only frowned slightly. To be honest, this super serum ordinary level, a dose of 5 million is not very expensive. Even for many people, it is not an expensive price. But 100 million Bailey's super serum, many people have to weigh it. However, it is also a very cheap price for those who are powerful. 100 million Bailey, which is already cheaper than many devil fruits. What's more, super serum has no side effects, and it can be strengthened directly after use. There is only one reason why many people don't eat devil fruit, and that is that they don't want to be a dry duck. While there are many benefits to eating devil fruit, the price is not acceptable to everyone. In contrast, super serum has no concerns about this at all. Of course, the premise is that they can obtain super serum. Sentinel robot. The R&D capital of one is terrible, and it takes 3 billion Baileys. The cost of one sentry robot is almost worth nearly 10 warships. Of course, such a high cost is exchanged for the matching combat effectiveness. Roy believes that a Sentinel robot is already more capable of surpassing the Buster Call fleet. The combat effectiveness of 3 billion Bailey funds is definitely worth it, not a penny more is spent. If the Sentinel robot is to be mass-produced, the cost can be lower, only 2.5 billion Bailey. But even so, it is still unimaginably sky-high. This figure has reached the point of exaggeration. Where did the money come from this time? Roy was distressed. You can't always rely on Marine and world government funding. This is equivalent to completely pinching your life in the hands of the world government. Roy is now Marine and approves of Marine's efforts to protect the world. However, Roy is also very dismissive of the dark side of world government. In case one day the world government will use its research on the evil side. For example, it's like destroying O'Hara before, or to mine ore, resulting in the destruction of Luo's hometown. Roy is not a soft-hearted person, but he is not an indifferent butcher. Your own scientific research products must not be used to kill indiscriminately. A few days later, the first ripening of the beans arrived. Sengoku, who received the news early, along with Akainu and Aokiji, were called warships. It's really looking forward to it. I don't know if Shiondo really has the effect of regenerating people's severed limbs. Sengoku looked at the offshore platform in front of him and sighed. Sengoku inquires about Eni's lobby almost every day. In addition to paying special attention to Roy's safety, there are also expectations for Sendo. When Immortal Beings treated Burning Mountain before, didn't we all see it with our own eyes? There can be no error. Akainu said next to him. Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head. After all, the situation is different, although the Fire Mountain is seriously injured, but the arm is not broken. There was a hint of concern in Sengoku's expression. Although, according to Roy's description, Sendo has a power zone to bring back the dead. Even severed limbs can be reborn. Even if Sengoku trusts Roy again, it is something that defies common sense. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you can't change your perception of the world. You're worried about Mr. Zephyr. Akainu immediately understood Sengoku's thoughts. To recall Zephyr from New World, Sengoku was given the condition of recovery. Once the fairy beans fail to achieve this effect, then Sengoku is equivalent to breaking trust. It's even harder to imagine what Zephyr would be like after receiving such a blow. The scariest thing is that there is hope, and then that hope is dashed. That's right, Sengoku nodded solemnly. Drive Roy's technological products have never exaggerated, but are much more conservative, and the Marshal should not worry. Akainu thought for a moment and said, "This is not a simple consolation, but a thoughtful answer." Well, you're right. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it's a bamboo dragonfly or a lightsaber, Roy is quite conservative when introducing features. Lightsabers, in particular, are now more powerful than imagined. Sengoku also specifically asked why an improved version of the lightsaber could cause so much destruction. Roy's explanation was that he didn't think of it himself. This is enough to prove that Roy's technology products have always exceeded the efficacy. Mr. Zephyr is here. Aokiji, who had never spoken, suddenly spoke. A warship came from the front, and it was Fa who was in the bow. As the ship approached, Zephyr and Ain jumped onto deck. Ha ha ha, it seems that your skills are not bad, young is good. Sengoku teased. In fact, Zephyr is now 75 years old. Sengoku is only 2 years older than Zephyr. We are both people who are about to enter the soil halfway, and we are still so unorthodox. I don't know to set an example for young people. Is this still handsome? Zephyr also smiled heartily. How can you, the person who has retreated into the background, understand the difficulties of the Marshal? When Sengoku said this, he also smiled wryly. Only in the presence of such old friends can Sengoku truly open his heart. There is no way you can choose the path yourself, then stick to the end. Zephyr knew very well that Sengoku took the position of Marshal because of his responsibility. It's not like Garp's big grinning guy who only thinks about how to get rid of the pirates. This mentality makes Zephyr now a little envious. Mr. Zephyr. Seeing this, Akainu and Aokiji also took time to say hello. However, none of them expected that they and the other party spoke at the same time. I couldn't help frowning, turned my head and didn't speak again. Zephyr was also speechless when he saw this scene. Who would have thought that Marine's 2 admirals would have such conflicting personalities? In so many years, he spoke no more than 10 times. Zephyr, it's almost time for you to unload that thing too. Sengoku looked at Zephyr's arm and reminded. Zephyr looked at his right arm. Iron Arm Crusher. This huge equipment looks very powerful. But Zephyr himself knows that this stuff is more of a liability. It will make his speed of action change and slow movement. Therefore, every time you use this weapon, you must take the drug in advance. But when Zephyr was asked to remove the equipment, he hesitated slightly. Today, Zephyr can only rely on this huge iron arm shredder. Teacher. Next to him, Ain looked concerned. Got it. Zephyr knew what Ain meant. Bang. The iron arm crusher was unloaded by Zephyr and smashed onto the deck. The impact force caused a hole to appear on the deck. After removing the prosthesis, Zephyr is noticeably much easier. You'll never need this thing again. Sengoku stepped forward and patted Zephyr on the shoulder. I hope. Zephyr nodded calmly. Before he really got back to health, Zephyr knew he couldn't expect too much. Just as the ship approached the offshore platform, the door to the laboratory opened. Everyone, welcome to my immortal bean cultivation base. Roy smiled slightly, and stepped out. Roy, you look good. Sengoku was slightly surprised. Seeing Roy again, the aura on the other party seemed to be much stronger than before. Aokiji and Akainu also felt that Roy was much stronger. They all felt a little strange, but they didn't ask. Probably the air in Eni's lobby is better, everyone is already waiting, come in quickly. Roy invites everyone in. Because of the experience of being exposed many times, there are now strict restrictions on who can step on the offshore platform. Apart from Sengoku and the two admirals, only Zephyr and Ain were able to enter with them. Originally, as Ain, he was not qualified. Now that Momoshiki hasn't returned, Ain is in charge of the distribution of supplies on the island. Zephyr is about putting all his energy into security. Watch Sengoku and the others enter the lab. The other generals who followed were all eager to see through. Inside that lab, there's Marine's latest technology today. Fairy beans. A miracle medicine that can bring the dead back to life. I also want to go in and see how the fairy beans are made. You want to go in? Dream it. I'm not even qualified. Quote. Think it's a good thing to go in. Once the intelligence is leaked, it will be reviewed. Yes, anyway, after waiting for a while, Xiando will definitely decrypt it, and then you won't know everything. All the generals talked about it and expressed their views. Of course, they are very curious about Shandu. However, with Marine's information about Roy, the level of confidentiality has increased. Let them all realize that this is a very serious matter. It is better not to inquire privately. Otherwise, no matter what level they are, how many great battle achievements they have made before, will be reviewed as soon as possible to prevent information leakage about Roy. Moreover, they all know very well that the doubts in their hearts will soon be solved. Especially seeing the back of Zephyr, who had already taken off his prosthetic leg, everyone was looking forward to it. Is the fairy bean as miraculous as the legend really can make the broken arm of the Law Reborn? As a meritorious veteran of Marine, Zephyr has always had a high prestige. Even among the generals present, many were taken care of by Zephyr. My heart is praying that the effect of fairy beans will not be discounted. This is the hospitality area, you can see the scene inside the cultivation room here, so let's do it yourself. Roy led the crowd into the lab and placed them in the reception area. Although it is said to be a reception area, it is actually a normal room next to the operation room. The room was empty, just a few stools. Not even a single sofa. But smiles appeared on the faces of Sengoku and the others. Come, ever since they entered the lab, they've been looking around. Find that there are hardly any decorations here, only the marine flag hanging from the doorway. Even the corridors are paved with the cheapest stone slabs. It's hard to believe that this is the place to research Marine's top secrets. Do not pay attention to their own enjoyment, and devote themselves to scientific research. When Ain looked at Roy, his eyes were shining. Smart without losing stability, humble and reliable. Simply a perfect person. In Ain's opinion, even his mentor Zephyr is no better than Roy in this regard. Of course, when it comes to feelings, Ain is still on the side of his mentor. Okay Roy. Sengoku smiled and nodded. He was the first to sit on a small stool, which was quite funny. Aokiji and the others did not hesitate in the slightest, and they all sat down. Compared to Sengoku, their sitting posture is more restrained. After all, they are all more than 3 meters tall. Jarvie, open the curtains. Roy said into the headset. He didn't care if Sengoku and the others were comfortable, every penny of money was important. All on the blade. As for what kind of luxury enjoyment, it does not exist at all. Roy has long understood that these are things outside the body, and they are not good for him. As Roy's voice fell, the curtain in front of him opened automatically. So Sengoku and others could see that through a layer of transparent glass, on the other side was the scene of the cultivation room. The fairy beans more than 3 meters tall are wrapped around the shelf, and the emerald green branches and leaves appear vibrant. And the top 5 plain-looking fairy beans hung on it, but they attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was amazed by this, and everyone got up again. They all came to the window and looked at the vines inside with wide eyes. That's the fairy bean vine, is that bean on it a fairy bean? Although he had already met once, Sengoku couldn't help but ask again. The impression of fairy beans in my mind has tended to be beautiful. Now when I see the fairy beans, I remember that the appearance of the immortal market is just the size of broad beans. That's right, it's all ripe. Roy nodded. Aokiji had never seen Sendo and had an incredulous expression. The last time he treated Burning Mountain, he was still dangling near the water capital. In addition, the news of Shondo later became confidential and was not allowed to circulate at all. As Aokiji, you can ask Sengoku directly. But Aokiji's personality has always been that he doesn't like to talk much, so he never asks. But I didn't expect the true face of Shondo to look so ordinary. Even if it fell to the ground, it is estimated that no one took a second look. Akainu's eyes, on the other hand, were full of fanaticism. Don't look at this vine, there are only 5 fairy beans on it. But the value that can be played is beyond imagination. Not to mention the effect of the fairy beans themselves, they can come back to life when fighting, and the Jedi can turn over. Even if you trade fairy beans, they can exert great value. With just 1 fairy bean, Sengoku believes that it can make many pirate groups fall apart. Of course, this option was taken out of Akainu's mind. In Akainu's opinion, pirates are a bunch of guys who should be killed. Aang was left with only worship. The magical plant of life and death, human flesh and bones. I am afraid that only this Roy can develop it. This is no longer ordinary technology. It's the power that only the creator can have. Jarvis, pick the fairy beans. Roy continued, so in the astonished eyes of everyone. An autonomous robot with a robotic arm more than 3 meters long drove to the vine. Seeing this high-tech product, Sengoku and others are full of benefits. It looks like a box with a robotic arm, and how can you act when you hear Roy's commands? It's also something they can understand. But the thought that this was Roy's lab was a relief. In this place, they are illiterate. For those who do not understand something, it is better not to ask. This also maintains a trace of the dignity of the Marine leadership. So as not to understand anything, let Roy laugh. Of course, Sengoku and others understand that Roy doesn't laugh at himself. This is a pure man who has devoted himself to scientific research, a pure man who has detached himself from low-grade tastes. Although the robotic arm looks large, it is unusually gentle when picking fairy beans. Gently pinch off the stems and leaves connecting the vines and place the beans in the prepared small dish. When all 5 fairy beans were picked, it took almost a minute. Sengoku and the others did not look anxious at all, but felt that this was not too fast. One by one, they showed a worried look. This is a fairy bean. What to do if you hurt the vine? No matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful. However, when they saw Roy's relaxed expression, they didn't dare to say anything. In areas that you are not familiar with, it is better to open as little as possible. The autonomous robot drove to the window and brought the plates in through the small window below. The 5 fairy beans really appeared in front of everyone. In an instant, Sengoku and the others' breathing became heavy. Zephyr and Aang, in particular, even had their eyes red. In these days at Eni's lobby, they can be said to be looking forward to Shondo. Every minute is fantasizing about the moment when Sendo appears. Now when Shondo is really in front of him, it is more unreal. But even with such expectations, no one reached out to touch the fairy beans. Even Sengoku, who is a marshal, is waiting for Roy's arrangement. After all, no one knows if there are some taboos in the fairy beans, such as just picking them and not touching them. In case of violation of the taboo, the Sendo is damaged. That sin is great, and no one can afford it. Roy smiled slightly, already seeing everyone's concerns. As long as the fairy beans are picked, they don't need to be so carefully cared for, as long as they are placed in a dry place, but they cannot be soaked in water or trampled on. Roy explained. After all, fairy beans are still plants. Even if it works wonderfully, it can still be damaged. As for whether it has any effect after stepping on it, eating it. Roy really didn't know that. In the plot of Dragon Ball, there is a scene where the fairy beans are trampled up. But that kind of crushing is completely different and completely becomes powder. It usually becomes fragments and the like, maybe it can have some effect. What about how to use it? Sengoku blurted out. In a second, Sengoku realized how stupid he looked. However, no one around felt anything wrong. Because their attention had already been all on Sendo, they hadn't heard what Sengoku was saying at all. Just eat it, and it will work on the spot. Roy's expression was like a fake drug dealer walking the streets, selling his own vigorous pills to cure all diseases. Sengoku and the others looked like they had been deceived. Of course, the difference between Roy and counterfeit drug dealers is that Shiando is really effective. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fascinated Sengoku and others so much. Mr. Zephyr, this is yours. Roy picked up a fairy bean and handed it to Zephyr. Zephyr looked at Sendo and felt his breathing begin to accelerate. For a moment, his eyes were red, and he was stunned. Master, hurry up and take it. Ain stomped his foot sharply next to him. This is not the time to be in a daze or to be humble. How valuable fairy beans are, there is no need to remind them at all. Don't miss the opportunity, don't miss it. If you don't get the fairy beans today, I don't know when the next time will be. Ooh, thank you Dr. Roy. Zephyr woke up and took Sendo with trembling hands. Sengoku and others sighed when they had seen Zephyr look so gaff. In the past, Zephyr was known for its calm and composure. But everybody can understand Zephyr's current state of mind. In other words, if they encounter this kind of change, they don't know how much it will change. Of course, Sengoku understands that it really changes Zephyr's personality. Or family members and students were killed. But that's not what Sengoku can help now. After Zephyr took the fairy beans, he looked a little overwhelmed. Seeing this, Roy could only smile bitterly. He had already introduced the use of fairy beans just now. Now it seems that Zephyr is completely unlistening, or not knowing what to do. The brain is now completely dead. Mr. Zephyr, you can take it now. Roy said. Eat it directly. Zephyr asked again. Roy nodded. Zephyr took a deep breath and put the fairy bean in his mouth and swallowed it up. I felt that after the fairy beans reached their throats, they changed into a warm current and entered the body. A green light erupted from the room, which bloomed from the Dharma body. This is the light. Sengoku's eyes widened, feeling incomparably familiar. Before, when Fire Burning Mountain was cured after eating immortal beans, his body released this light. Such abundant vitality, even bathing in it is a pleasure. That's right, that's right. Akainu is equally excited. Because this means that the cultivation of fairy beans is very successful. Mass-producing fairy beans will bring a huge boost to Marine. Aokiji was even more impressed that he was worth the trip. In order to witness the miraculous effect of Sendo, Aokiji made an exception this time. Take a boat with Akainu to Eni's lobby. The four people, including Ain, stared at Zephyr nervously. They are secretly praying that there will be no mistakes in this last moment. Then they saw Zephyr's broken arm, and the wound that had already grown suddenly opened. The white bones stretched out, and the nerves and flesh and blood followed closely behind. The whole process is a blink of an eye and almost negligible. An intact arm grows, and Zephyr himself did not have the slightest expression of pain on his face, but swept away the old demeanor of the past. The aura that erupted from his body was terrifyingly powerful. Shocked everyone, especially Sengoku. As an old comrade of Zephyr, Sengoku is very familiar with Zephyr. This is a powerful aura that Zephyr possessed at its peak. Could it be that fairy beans can not only restore the health of BGE people, but also rejuvenate them? Zephyr, you seem to have regained the strength of your youth. Sengoku couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha, I feel great now. It's just a little bit different from the peak, about 80%. Zephyr burst out laughing rarely. It seems that all the unpleasantness of the past has been temporarily forgotten by Zephyr. It has the strength of 80% at its peak. Hearing this, Sengoku was already amazed. You must know that Sengoku's current strength has shrunk significantly. Although it can still burst out super combat power for a short time. But Sengoku himself knows very well that his age makes it impossible for him to maintain it for a long time. The combat effectiveness is not as good as the average at the peak. However, Zephyr was able to recover 80%, much to Sengoku's envy. There was even an idea in Sengoku's mind, whether he should also eat a fairy bean to restore his body. However, this idea only appeared, and then Sengoku left it behind. After all, fairy beans are extremely precious and cannot be wasted on one's own body. In addition, Shiando cannot recover its youth after all, and it cannot stop the garden. It is only after treating various physical problems that it can improve combat effectiveness. Congratulations Mr. Zephyr. Aokiji et al. Expressed congratulations. Mr. Zephyr, your arm has just recovered and should take a while to get used to it. Although it was a bit annoying, Roy still spoke at this time. After losing an arm for so many years, the body has long been used to it. The arm suddenly grows, but it feels strange. Thank you, Dr. Roy. Zephyr looked at Roy with a grateful expression. Zephyr not only recovered his health after the fairy beans. Even the spirit has improved a lot, and there is no longer the state of wood when I saw Xian Do before. I believe that with Mr. Zephyr's ability, it will not take long to become familiar. Roy smiled slightly. Zephyr stroked his newly grown arm and sighed. This is smooth and fair skin like a baby, and you really have to get used to it yourself. Drive Roy, my job here is to keep Ennie's lobby and you safe, please allow me to be outside and guard first. Zephyr said with a slight bow to Roy. This gesture is already a subordinate to a superior. Zephyr doesn't have a position today, but his credentials are here. Not to mention Roy a vice admiral, even admiral is not qualified to let Zephyr lower his posture. However, none of the people present felt that there was anything wrong. Sendo healed Zephyr's body, that is, he had kindness to Zephyr. Okay, Roy nodded. Zephyr then left with Ain, who couldn't wait to adjust to his new arm. In this room, there is still a little bit of unleashedness. When Zephyr and Ain walked out of the lab and onto the platform, suddenly, a cheer sounded. Look at Mr. Zephyr's arm, it's really growing. Sendo really is. That's awesome. The rumors are true, Marine really has this technology. The Marines on board cheered. As early as before, when Zephyr ate the fairy beans, the light full of life shone outside the laboratory. Everyone was excited, and many of them witnessed the recovery of the burning mountain. I know exactly what green light means. Now that I've seen Zephyr grow an arm, the atmosphere is even higher. Marine has such strong technology, what enemy can stop us? Yes, even in the face of Whitebeard. Don't say Whitebeard, let the so-called 4 emperors go together. Justice will triumph. Seeing the Marines so excited was a momentary boost in morale. Zephyr was also excited and raised his newly recovered arm. This was accompanied by a tsunami-like cheer. The sound even reached the lab. The corners of Sengoku's mouth showed a wry smile. I was thinking about how to carry out secrecy before, but now it seems that it has been completely wasted. Such a big movement, let alone those ships at sea. I'm afraid even the garrison of Ennie's lobby knows what the situation is. The deafening sound also made Roy in the laboratory unable to speak. He plans to take advantage of Sengoku's arrival to request R&D funding. But what Roy didn't expect was that it was Sengoku who spoke first. Roy, the world government approved tens of billions of dollars, and as a cost to Marine, I set aside 5 billion for you. Sengoku said. Roy was slightly stunned. Could it be that Sengoku already knew that he had new technology to study? This can't be. Could it be that Sengoku has been secretly spying on himself? But about the super serum and the sentry robot, Roy didn't tell anyone. No matter how good Sengoku is, it's impossible to know what's going on in your head. Unless it's using some devil fruit ability that Roy doesn't know. Thinking of this, Roy immediately shook his head, he was too sensitive. But you can't blame yourself for this, after all, this is your biggest secret. Marshall, what is this money used for? Roy simply asked directly. Because of the capture of Ace, the world government estimates that Whitebeard will not give up, and this money is for the mass production of bamboo dragonflies and lightsabers, as well as fairy beans. Sengoku eyebrows. Head locked. Seeing Ace's things gave Sengoku a headache. Roy looked surprised. I didn't expect that before I knew it, I was about to participate in this big war. Although there is no news yet. It's just that I'm afraid that the world government's treatment of Ace should be exactly the same as in the plot. That is a public execution. Ace's existence must be erased, and One Piece Roger's bloodline cannot remain. This is the determination of the world government. It is also a warning to the world that the world government will not allow the emergence of a second One Piece. However, such behavior will definitely anger Whitebeard, and summit war is inevitable. Drive Roy, your mind is focused on research, and it is inevitable that you do not understand the situation in the world. Aokiji had a surprised expression when he saw Roy. I thought that Roy was unclear about the outside world, so I took the initiative to explain it to Roy. This includes the identities of Ace and Luffy, and how formidable the enemy's marine faces next. It's not just Whitebeard, but Kaido and Golden Lion. Aokiji also looked solemn. Kaido was the first to attack the New World G6 branch and was an extremely dangerous guy. Golden Lion's target should be Shiondo and Roy. Although the Redhead and Ant did not take action, they would definitely not give up in the face of such a big event. Not to mention the other pirates, I am afraid that they also intend to take a piece of this storm and pursue their own interests. Aokiji is right. Guys like Straw Hat Luffy dare to attack Enies lobby, and the world is becoming more and more chaotic. Sengoku nodded as well. So many threats. Roy looked surprised. In fact, Roy had thought about it for a long time. His own appearance affected the whole world. The advent of Golden Lion, in particular, made things a lot more complicated. Others, such as Redhead and Kaido, will probably also covet weapons such as fairy beans and lightsabers. Intelligence from the world government says that even the Revolutionary Army is ready to move. Aokiji added. The Revolutionary Army is in action. This is really a change that Roy didn't expect. The Revolutionary Army, under Long's leadership, avoided confrontation with Marine head-on. It is constantly subverting those countries that are oppressed by the aristocracy. Now the Revolutionary Army is also eyeing here. Several inventions that proved themselves have made the Revolutionary Army unable to sit still. Don't worry, Dr. Roy. It is absolutely safe here. Akainu saw Roy's expression and said immediately. Of course, I believe in the power of Marine. Roy nodded. Drive Roy, your technology can also enhance the power of Marine, and I am looking forward to Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army coming so that we can solve them once and for all. Akainu smiled fiercely. Roy believes that Akainu is already planning various strategies. Absolute justice. Akainu is able to do whatever it takes to implement this. Marine's power is still very difficult to deal with these two forces, especially Enies lobby's security level will decrease. Sengoku is not optimistic. Once war broke out, Marine had to hold Marine headquarters. To say a bad word, the island of Law can be abandoned at some time. Of course, Roy cannot be abandoned. Then I'm afraid that the laboratory here will have to be abandoned. Yes, Roy didn't feel anything. Big deal, he just abandoned here and left. I used to focus on Enies lobby because the research and development of Sendo has just begun. Now that it's successful, Roy doesn't care anymore. Anyway, after the results of these fairy beans came out, they were also handed over to the world government for distribution. Especially Five Elders is halfway there, and they don't know what they're going to do with it. But Roy, don't worry too much, I decided to transfer pacifists to guard here, they are very suitable for security. Sengoku then said. Pacifist. Roy was stunned, not expecting that the world government would send this thing over. World government is a product of the genius Vegapunk, which has been tested by many parties and can be officially used without problems in terms of reliability. Akainu explains. Roy smiled when he heard this. I'm afraid Sengoku and others don't know as much about pacifists as they do. But Marine's lack of combat effectiveness gave Roy the opportunity to ask for money. He also believed that Sengoku and the others would be very moved after hearing his words. I do have a way to directly improve the combat effectiveness of soldiers. Roy spoke. Directly improve combat effectiveness. What do you mean? Sengoku was stunned, a little unsure of what this meant. Recently, I developed a product called Super Serum, which can probably increase the combat effectiveness of ordinary soldiers by 300 to 500 Dao, and the specific value depends on the personal potential of soldiers. This is the final data that Jarvis has calculated through simulation. Roy said as he watched the crowd's reaction. He didn't say anything about the exclusive Super Serum. But even so, Sengoku and the others still had shocked expressions on their faces. 500 powers. This requires at least a few years of hard practice. Even many people cannot reach the level of 500 Dao power in their entire lives. You know, the average Marine soldier only has one head of power with a gun. How much does it cost to make a dose of Super Serum? Sengoku's first time was to ask how much money it needed. There is no question whether such a product really exists. There are still so many questions about Roy, and that is complete disrespect for Roy. 10 million a dose. Roy directly doubled his R&D expenses. 10 million. A joyful expression appeared on the faces of Sengoku and the others. This price is already low in their opinion. You must know that the experience and time spent to train a soldier with 500 powers is a huge cost. Out of hundreds of soldiers, 1 or 2 qualified is not bad. The success rate of spies like CP9, who have been trained since childhood, is even lower. Now it is equivalent to directly spending 10 million, and a superhuman can appear. It's already a great deal. 10 million a dose, is it really only 10 million? Sengoku couldn't help but reconfirm. That's right, it's 10 million. Roy nodded and bit the number deadly. Because Roy has noticed that Sengoku is not a flesh pain. Instead, there was a hint of surprise in his expression. If Sengoku shows an embarrassed expression, then Roy may be able to reduce the price by 1 or 2 million Baileys. Marshal, that's great news for us. Akainu was excited. If you can increase your combat effectiveness before the battle, you can catch the enemy by surprise. Roy, I'll allocate you another 3 billion to develop serum. With a wave of his hand, Sengoku directly added another billion Bailey's funds. Originally, this money was also used to build warships, as well as to increase weapons and other consumables. Now it can directly act on soldiers, and that is a long-term investment. Okay, I'll develop it as soon as possible. Roy nodded. Not even samples have been seen, R&D funds have arrived. It is enough to prove that he has been fully trusted here at Sengoku. That's right, how much strength can people like us inject super serum? Akainu looked curious. It's a pity that super serum only stimulates the potential of the human body. It is best for ordinary soldiers, and strong people like you who have broken the limits of the human body have no effect after injection. Roy explained. Physical limits. This is the key to becoming a top powerhouse. Of course, the exclusive super serum can directly extract the genes of the strong. These genes themselves have broken through the limit and can give the injector a great boost. So it's a bit of a pity. Akainu sighed. Roy, did you use the super serum? Aokiji asked suddenly at this time. This sentence instantly caught the attention of Sengoku and Akainu, who looked at Roy. From the first time they met Roy, they felt that Roy's strength had increased a lot. This change cannot be concealed in the face of admiral-level powerhouses. Looking back now, it's likely that Roy injected himself with super serum. Roy was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Aokiji to ask that. Link your strength rise with super serum. Seeing the gazes of Sengoku and the others, Roy understood that there was a high probability that they had already decided that this was the case. Well, I experimented with myself. Roy nodded in acknowledgement. Just take the super serum thing to explain why your strength has become stronger. It can save a lot of trouble in the future. Roy, Sengoku stepped forward and grabbed Roy's shoulder and roared sharply. The sound was so loud that both Aokiji and Akainu jumped. They had never seen Sengoku look so gaff. What's wrong? Roy is a little blindfolded. Is this touching some taboo? Sengoku's next words did not expect Roy. Do you know your worth? In case something goes wrong with you, it will be a loss for the whole world. Human experiments and the like, as long as you bring it up, whether it is a volunteer or a pirate criminal, it will be prepared for you. Sengoku's eyes were full of fear. Sengoku didn't expect Roy to use himself as a test specimen for drugs. He was well aware that such experiments were often dangerous. There can be many unexpected situations or serious side effects. Ordinary doctors and scientists use themselves as experimental objects. Sengoku will appreciate the courage of the other person. When Roy did so, Sengoku was almost scared. Volunteers and criminals. Roy frowned. Volunteers are usually attracted by high remuneration. Earn money at the expense of your health. But experimenting with criminals is a bit inhumane. Roy can't take it yet. This is something that Doflamingo's evil pirates would do. Roy, pirates and criminals are cancers in this world, and sometimes becoming experimental subjects is their only value. Akainu saw Roy's hesitation and said righteously. In fact, world government has not done less such things. For example, one of Shichibukai's bears became experimental subjects. The reason why Shang was willing to do this was because the world government blackmailed his daughter. Even Shichibukai was forced to do this, let alone the average pirate. Okay, I see. Roy didn't say anything more. Anyway, my own scientific research does not need experimental subjects. Not to mention the technology given by the system, it is a very mature technology. 0. Even if there is anything that needs to be improved, there is Jarvis's powerful computing power here, and there is no need for human testing. Akainu breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest concern was that Roy was too careful. Soft. There seems to be no such concern now. It's just that Aokiji has been frowning and looking like she wants to say nothing. It should be something that should be tested on humans, and I don't agree with it in my heart. However, with Sengoku and Akainu here, Aokiji said nothing. But this proves that super serum does work, but don't do such a dangerous thing next time. Any request can be made, any request. Sengoku was still worried. But looking at Roy's gaze, it was also more and more admiring. Dare to do this and prove that Roy is a man. Roy doesn't want to dwell on the topic. By the way, I have another research that can also be manufactured. Roy said. Another study. Sengoku couldn't help but gasp. What is this scientific research efficiency? Even if it's a dream, it's not so fast. Other scientists at Marine headquarters are good to be able to tinker with a product in a few years. And these products don't necessarily come in handy. But Roy produced so much in a matter of months. The key is that every invention is time-crossed. Throughout Marine's history, it's all among the best. In particular, almost every one of the things Roy studied was independent. Bamboo dragonflies, lightsabers, fairy beans and super serum. If you put them together, it's hard to imagine the same person's research. There are too many knowledge points that need to be involved. What is this research that can directly enhance our combat effectiveness? Akainu is looking forward to this even more. It would be even more a surprise if it could add leverage to the upcoming big war. But Akainu was calm and not carried away. Just one super serum can already play a great role. I named it Sentinel Robot. Roy smiled slightly. Sentinel Robot. Is it an artificial human similar to a pacifist? Sengoku asked suspiciously. Sengoku immediately compared the Sentinel Robot to a pacifist in his mind. I really can't tell the winner or the loser at the first time. I don't know if Vegapunk's pacifist or Sentinel Robot is powerful. However, the battle will generate this doubt. In fact, Sengoku has unknowingly biased towards Roy. After all, pacifists have been studying for years, and now the finished product has long been tested. In contrast, the Sentinel Robot that Roy said now has only one name. Almost. Roy thought for a moment and said. Essentially both are robots with intelligent systems. Although one is called artificial human, the other is called robot. It's just that the name is different, and there is no difference in essence. Pacifists, like Sentinel robots, apply biotechnology. What about the performance of the Sentinel robot? Akainu was equally curious. Two of Marine's proudest scientists. Who is better is already a hot topic in Marine. Now the scientific research projects of the two people just happened to touch together. I'm afraid this time it will be divided. Roy explained the performance of the Sentinel robot, telling Sengoku and others. Of course, he deliberately concealed the Sentinel robot, the real biggest killing move, that is, the ability to copy. It's just portrayed as an attack that can mimic many abilities. It is not unusual for Sengoku and others to think that the Sentinel robot can also breathe fire and the like. But even so, Sengoku and others were shocked beyond words. The three people showed a look of amazement and were stunned when they looked at each other. After a long while, Sengoku asked, Roy, I heard you right. The ability of the Sentinel robot to fly, detect, transform and repair, can you explain in detail plus under the transformation and repair? Aside from reconnaissance and flying capabilities, the rest of the features are beyond Sengoku's imagination. After all, Roy is the one who developed the bamboo dragonfly, and it is normal to add flying ability to the Sentinel robot. But deformation and repair, how the hell is this done? Sengoku was puzzled. It can be understood that the Sentinel robot uses a special metal, which is similar to liquid, so that the body structure of the Sentinel robot can be converted at will. Of course, Roy will not tell the secret of the Sentinel robot. In fact, the technology of the Sentinel robots is much more than that. They rely on the genes of the witch in the body to transform. Therefore, it can become any form. It is simply not comparable to liquid metals. After Sengoku and the others listened, they all put on such expressions. They had no doubts about Roy's words. As for the repair ability, like the person who awakened Zone Devil Fruit, it also has a strong ability to resist blows. As long as the body core is not directly destroyed, the damaged parts can be automatically repaired. Roy continued. Where is the core of the body? Sengoku was curious. It's a secret. Roy smiled slightly, not answering Sengoku's question. Sengoku was not angry, but happy. After all, it is a secret of the Sentinel robot, so it is better to be cautious. Roy did not even answer his own marshal, let alone tell anyone else. If it can really be produced, it will have more effect than Shichibukai. Aokiji's eyes twinkled. Aokiji is a marine opponent of the Shichibukai system. The Shichibukai system has so many drawbacks that many innocent people are persecuted for it. Many countries have been tortured by Shichibukai, and Shichibukai has long been discredited. Marine, on the other hand, could only sit on the sidelines. Although Aokiji usually has a cold personality, he is like a piece of ice. But there is also a like-minded person in Marine, and that is Smoker. The two are friends and both have the idea of abolishing Shichibukai. In the plot, when Aokiji and Akainu fight on fire and ice, he once said that he never thought what world government was doing was right. Therefore, the competition for the position of marshal is that Aokiji wants to use his power to change Marine. It's not that Aokiji has any ambitions for power. Once the Sentinel robot does appear, the balance of strength will tilt in favor of Marine, and the existence of Shichibukai will not be necessary. Aokiji is looking forward to the successful development of the Sentinel robot. Beyond Shichibukai, Akainu frowned. In Marine, Akainu belongs to the other faction, those who subscribe to the Shichibukai system. In the plot, when World Summit decides to abolish Shichibukai, Sengoku is still one of the few who opposes. However, Akainu, who hates pirates so much, can't wait to kill them all. Why did you choose to endorse the Shichibukai system? All because retaining the Shichibukai system is equivalent to an extra force in Marine's hands. This is a bargaining chip to use against other pirates. There is nothing more cost-effective than letting the pirates deal with them. As for the lives of ordinary people, it doesn't matter to Akainu. He prefers to destroy pirates. Akainu absolutely, people can be sacrificed. So even if the Sentinel robot now surpasses Shichibukai, Akainu still doesn't think this is the time to abolish the Shichibukai system. Especially now that a big war may be on the verge of breaking out. The world government needs Shichibukai's combat effectiveness, and it must not send any bad signals at this time. Otherwise, if Shichibukai turns against the water, the world government will suffer from the enemy. Don't get involved in irrelevant matters. Sengoku was displeased. Sengoku knows all too well that his two admirals have huge differences in many ways. But this disagreement cannot be exposed to Roy. Otherwise, Roy will just be disturbed to do his research. What Sengoku needs is for Roy to put 100% of his energy into research and development. Although you also need to know about some big events, you should not be bothered by these research. Aokiji and Akainu turned their heads away, neither saying anything. Roy also secretly shook his head when he saw this. Of course he knew all this. The two marine admirals will have a fierce conflict over the route in the future. Roy, how much money is needed to develop a Sentinel robot? Sengoku looked at Roy and redirected the conversation to that. 100 million Bailey. Roy held out 5 fingers. 5 billion Baileys. Sengoku was suddenly speechless. This is simply unimaginable. Although it has long been prepared, it is known what it means to get what you pay for. However, Sengoku was still frightened. The cost of a pacifist is only the cost of a warship. 5 billion Baileys, Marine has never built such expensive weapons. Seeing Sengoku's hesitation, Roy realized that he was a bit of a lion talking. The Sentinel robot that cost 3 billion yuan stunned is added to the soil by itself. Therefore, the price is a bit exaggerated. But Roy won't budge, and he has to do something for himself. This is R&D funds, and if more than 10 units are mass-produced later, the cost of one is about 4 billion. Roy explained. It costs so much. Roy, what raw materials you need, maybe I can help you get them by other means. Sengoku's idea was simple. With the influence of the world government, the price of some raw materials is lowered. This reduces the cost of the Sentinel robot. Even if one unit only needs 4 billion, it is still a very uncomfortable number for Sengoku. These raw materials are confidential. It is best to buy them from the market. If Marine intervenes, it is likely to be detected by people with intentions, and the supply of raw materials will be directly cut off. Roy found a reason. Sengoku mused, feeling that Roy had a point. Once the raw material is cut off, it means that the Sentinel robot cannot be manufactured. That's really a huge loss for Marine. Is it enough to add another 10 billion? Sengoku made up his mind and no longer hesitated. Choosing to believe in Roy's scientific research ability will surely surprise you. As for Marine's lack of funding, Sengoku will go to 5 elders. Anyway, 5 elders promised to find Roy when they didn't have enough R&D funding. Enough. Roy was equally relieved. I didn't expect Sengoku to be so generous and give billions more. It seems that it is a previous scientific research product that has played a great role in Marine. Roy, I hope you can develop it as soon as possible. We need Sentinel robots. Sengoku speaks seriously. There are conditions for spending so much money. I will definitely do my best. Roy nodded heavily. After hacking so much money, I'm sorry for Sengoku if I rub it again. Then it's time for us to leave. Sengoku gathered all the sen beans on his plate in a bag. The action is very fast. Because Sengoku was scared, Roy continued to ask for money. Drive Roy, I have a hunch that in the future you will definitely surpass Vegapunk. Akainu is even more confident in Roy. The world will change because of your invention, and you may be the one who changed the world. Aokiji also said goodbye to Roy, but there was something else in his words. Roy sent the 3 men out of the lab to the platform, followed by Sengoku's generals, and cheered again. These cheers were for Roy. Although I didn't see the treatment scene of Shiondo with my own eyes, seeing Zephyr recover his health means that this trip was not in vain. In fact, Sengoku initially came to escort him with Aokiji and Akainu, 2 admirals. It can ensure the absolute safety of Sendo. These people are all actively following, just want to witness this legendary moment. Anyway, the news of Sendo has been known all over the world, and Sengoku has brought them. It's also good to add some morale to Marine. Drive Roy, you are Marine's hope. With your research, Marine will be even stronger. Come on, Dr. Roy. The cheers are endless. Roy also waved his hand, indicating that he heard them. Seeing this scene, Sengoku and Aokiji and Akainu could only smile bitterly. Just looking at this scene, Roy's reputation surpasses that of these Marine executives. But Sengoku and the others didn't have a problem, which Roy deserved. After seeing off Sengoku and the others, Roy returns to the lab. Jarvis, make a purchase list. Roy couldn't wait and started preparing. When the 18 billion arrives, the purchase will be carried out immediately. Roy didn't expect Sengoku to be so blunt, directly committing 18 billion to the funds. Put on the body of ordinary people, it is really a lifetime of endless spending. Just being a rich man wasn't Roy's intention. He also understands that no matter where it is, strength comes first. If there is no corresponding strength to ensure their own safety, then in the eyes of others, it is just a fat sheep. In Alabasta and Dressrosa, for example, kings were very kind people. But because the strength is too weak, the country is occupied. Alabasta was lucky enough to meet Straw Hat Luffy and was saved. Dressrosa, on the other hand, fell into Mingo's 10-year reign. Although those ordinary people seem to live happily ever after, they are all in lies and deception. After a few points, the calculation of the clock, the purchase list has been listed on the screen. Roy probably glanced at it, and there were quite a few things on it. Basically some common materials. The most demanded is an ordinary ore. About the weight of one meal, it can extract 1 kilogram of material to make the Sentry robot. I am afraid that no one would have thought that this ore could be extracted to make such a powerful robot. That's the magic of system technology, so Roy doesn't have to worry about materials. Even if this ore is not used, there are several alternatives. Jarvis just calculated the most economical plan. The richest thing in the pirate world is resources, and there is no need to worry about resource depletion. After dealing with these things, Roy looked at the growth of fairy beans again. Everything was normal with the vine, and it did not become weak after picking the fairy beans. Roy knows that the vine will only wither after 3 waves of maturity. Seeing meal time, Roy returned to the lounge. Today, Roy's food is made by Jarvis. For this purpose, is a special automatic cooking machine. Whatever taste Roy wants to eat, Jarvis has it all. After eating and drinking, Roy walked to the platform for a walk. It's always daytime on Annie's lobby, but there's still time. It was probably late afternoon, not yet when Roy was sleeping. From a distance, he saw Zephyr's boat, guarding the platform. Zephyr and the students around him were on board, their expressions joyful to the naked eye. They are all cheering for Zephyr to be reborn. Roy is also interested in Zephyr's current state. I don't know how Zephyr's arm feels after a few hours have passed now. Thinking of this, Roy took out a bamboo dragonfly and installed it on his head, and flew towards Zephyr's warship. It's Dr. Roy. Drive Roy is coming. Oh my god, can I get up close and personal with Dr. Roy? Seeing Roy actually flying towards them, the soldiers on the warship cheered. Today, Roy is their idol, someone who is respected by Teacher Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, and you have worked hard. Roy landed on deck and smiled slightly. Seeing Roy so approachable, everyone in the pirate gorilla was surprised. It stands to reason that such a scientific genius, even if his temper is very arrogant and eccentric, no one cares. After all, even Marine Marshal Sengoku treated Roy with great respect. I heard that no matter what Roy asks, Sengoku will do his best to accommodate it. Chapter 81. Such treatment is very normal for other people's bodies to float. If it were them, I'm afraid one tail would have gone to the sky long ago. Roy didn't do that, but instead looked polite. Compared to the previous capture of pirates, it is not hard, but Dr. Roy, your affairs are busy. Zephyr smiled heartily. Compared to his deep appearance, Zephyr is now much more cheerful. Even if you are busy, you need to rest, Mr. Zephyr, you have been on duty for more than 10 hours. Roy noticed that since this morning, Zephyr has been on duty. Haha, now I feel infinitely energetic, and it really makes me uncomfortable to be idle. Zephyr waved his right hand, looking extremely excited. This reminded Roy of the original efficacy of fairy beans. It is to let the user not eat for 10 days and 10 nights, and keep his spirit full. The white bone raw meat in the back is just a function given by the improvement of fairy beans. How does the arm feel? Are you still used to it? Roy looked at Zephyr's waving arm. From this action alone, it seems that there is no problem. It took about an hour for me to find a familiar feeling. Now there are no problems. Zephyr stared at his right arm with a look of excitement. The body healed by Sendo is completely healed, and you can use it with confidence. Roy was also relieved to see this. Roy was worried that Zephyr might not be used to growing arms. Once there is a problem, it must be a psychological problem. Physical ailments, Sendo can be solved very simply. But when it comes to the heart, it is not something that fairy beans can cure. Fortunately, Zephyr did not have this problem. After all, it was once the man who was admiral, and he would not be easily knocked down by this setback. Sendo is such an amazing technology. Dr. Roy, your contribution to Marine is probably much greater than anyone else's. Fa sighed with emotion. In fact, with Zephyr's outstanding battle achievements across the sea, Roy cannot be matched. How can I say this? It is also the accumulation of decades. But Zephyr knew he was just right in Admiral's place. If someone else becomes Admiral, his achievements will not be worse than his. Roy is different, however. It may take hundreds or thousands of years for such a genius to appear. Everyone is for the banner of justice, and there is no difference between merit and size. Roy waved his hand and said. Hearing Roy say this, everyone present was even more excited. Dr. Roy is not only peaceful, but not even complacent. Drive Roy. Thank you for helping the teacher recover. Aine's eyes were even redder. Aine had been with Zephyr for so long, and he had never seen Zephyr look so happy today. It's just that a respected senior like Mr. Zephyr deserves the best. This is also Mr. Sengoku's arrangement. Roy is responsible for producing fairy beans. For whom, you still have to follow Sengoku's orders. Thanks to Mr. Sengoku, of course, but without Dr. Roy's skills, you would never have been able to do this. Aine knows very well who the real benefactor is. Although Marshal Sengoku is also good for teachers. But Sengoku has no way to create a technological product like fairy beans out of thin air. At most, he can only give Zephyr the best treatment and let him form a pirate guerrilla group. I also want to thank you for guarding the laboratory and my safety here, Roy said seriously. Ever since Zephyr came to replace Momoshiki, they've been doing their best. There are always warships around the platform. At any time, there is no stopping. This is for Mr. Roy, otherwise we wouldn't have performed this kind of mission for Marine. Ain's expression was a little strange. Roy was stunned. This is expressing dissatisfaction with Marine. However, when he thought of the special attributes of the pirate gorilla, Roy could understand it. After all, this force, although nominally Marine, is independent of the Marine system. People such as Ain, Bince, and Shoujiao, although they are Zephyr's left-hand men, belong to the cadres of the pirate guerrilla. But there are no ranks, they are just ordinary soldiers. Zephyr is more like a small warlord, and his soldiers are loyal to him personally. So it is natural that Ain and others do not identify with Marine. Otherwise, just relying on Ain's remarks, she will be expelled from the Marine team. Originally, it was our mission to eliminate the pirates, but for Dr. Roy, we can do anything. Shuzuo next to him also added. Even the radical Shuzuo, who hates Marine immensely, said so. Not to mention Zephyr students such as Bin's up and down. Yes, Marine has a very problematic policy right now. Especially with Shichibukai's presence, how can Marine be with pirates? That's right, that's the bottom line. Breakthroughs must not be allowed. Quote. Such a Marine is not worthy of our allegiance. Zephyr students expressed their dissatisfaction with Marine. Some of them were radical and even thought they should break away from Marine. Roy saw this scene and understood why Jonfa was able to establish Neo Marine later. Even created its own flag, an upside-down Marine pattern, and a skull representing a pirate that was pierced by a sword. Those who followed Zephyr did not agree with the banner of Marine and the justice that Marine represented. Don't win about Dr. Roy, Zephyr roared in a low voice. After Shuzuo and the others heard this, they also immediately shut up. Usually, they say these words, and they really shouldn't express them in front of Roy. In the final analysis, Shuzuo and others are just venting negative emotions. By the way, I want to find like-minded people with them. But I think Dr. Roy's research can change Marine. Ain still puffed out his mouth and said. Are you talking about changing the Shichibukai system? Roy looked at Ain a little surprised. This little girl's idea actually coincided with Marine's two admirals for the first time. That's right, if Dr. Roy can develop a more powerful weapon in the future, he can replace Shichibukai. Ain nodded heavily. The Shichibukai system is inappropriate, but this is not the darkest place for world government. Roy said lightly. Shichibukai's destructive power to the world is just a piece of cake. Not even as good as 4 emperors. After all, Shichibukai's strength and influence and silly are still far behind. And what really scares the whole world is heavenly gold. I don't know how many countries have waged wars to plunder other countries in order to gather gold in the sky. Those who cannot afford to pay the heavenly gold will lose the protection of the world government. Allowing Marine to invade was a miserable end. Ain expressed surprise that he did not expect to hear this sentence from Roy. Looking at Roy's eyes was also more enthusiastic. Seeing the gloom in the world government, Ain alone believes that there must be a noble sense of justice in Roy's heart. Drive Roy, you're right. Ain nodded heavily. Zephyr was also surprised, thinking Roy was a simple researcher. Unexpectedly, Roy also has his own view of the world. If there is any trouble in the future, Zephyr will help. Zephyr's words aren't just about thanking Roy for helping his arm grow back in. I even think that Roy should be a like-minded person with him. Roy suddenly remembered that Zephyr and Ian in front of him were not the best objects. Use their blood to craft exclusive super serum. Before that, Roy was still wondering whose genes to find to test on. He had planned to use Momoshiki. Momoshiki trusts himself unconditionally and is physically fit. It's just that Momoshiki doesn't look like he'll be able to come back for a while. Then the two people in front of him are the best choice, and Roy can't imagine that the right person is always around. Mr. Zephyr and Ain, there is one thing I may need your help with right now, Roy said with a dry cough. Just say, if there is anything I can help, I will do my best. Zephyr smiled heartily. Drive Roy, even if it is my life, you can take it as you like. Ain was even more resolute. Roy was a little embarrassed to see two people so crisp. I recently had a project that needed some strong people's blood, and I don't know if you would like me to draw some blood. Roy didn't directly mention the matter of the super serum, and he had no intention of exposing the exclusive super serum. Even if Zephyr and Aang later found out there was a super serum thing, there should also be no association in this aspect. A trifle, please smoke it casually. The old man still has more blood. Zephyr directly extended his right arm. Dare to let Roy draw blood on this newly grown arm, which is enough to prove that the *** law has fully accepted the new limb. Please smoke more mine. I have a lot of blood. Aang also stretched out his arm, and his tone was much more anxious. The other bins and others are also eager to try. They all seem to want to give their blood. However, without Roy speaking, none of them dared to step forward, so as not to be considered troublemaker. It's not that exaggerated, just one person and one tube. Roy waved his hand and said. It then motioned for the ship to dock on the platform. After the three returned to the lab, Roy drew the blood of the two. Drive Roy, is there really no need for more? Maybe it's better to leave some spare. Zephyr looked at the small tube of blood and felt a little embarrassed. Usually fighting pirates, wounded and bleeding more than this. Enough already. Roy smiled slightly. With Jarvis's analytical ability, this tube of blood does not know how many times it will be used. It is entirely possible to conduct super serum research. In that case, then we will go on a mission. Zephyr stood up to leave. Roy has discovered that Zephyr has been reluctant to stay here since the time he took the fairy beans. It seems that I don't want to know too much about the secrets here. Just do your part as a guardian, That's hard. Roy nodded as well, not continuing. After Zephyr and Aang were gone, Roy drew a tube of blood for himself. He was eager to see the difference between his own blood and a strong man like Zephyr. After careful study, there should be an answer. Grand Line, New World Ideographic Period. World government directly under the jurisdiction of the future island of Egg. This is a taboo area with a large number of modified Poseidon patrols on the seabed. Any ship that enters here without permission, will be attacked by the mechanical Poseidon beast. Even in the magical New World, this garrison force is unique. Because the people stationed here are genius scientists at Marine. With a brain that surpasses the world for 500 years, Vegapunk. In the midst of a huge castle full of sci-fi feeling. Bang, boom, with a loud explosion, the entire castle shook. This was followed by a shrill siren sound, and the robot guards inside the castle took action. Go straight to the center of the explosion, the laboratory inside the castle. When they arrived, they just saw a short-haired female net-headed face coming out of it. Behind her, billowing black smoke gushed out. Failed again. The woman held a metal stick in her hand and muttered with a grumbling face. The outside of the female has a number 2, one of the 6 doppelgangers that Vegapunk made for himself. Because Vegapunk is so busy that he can't take care of it alone. Vegapunk 2, her code name is Evil, her name is Lilith. In many myths, Lilith is the name of a demon. Originally, Lilith's job was to control the machinery to protect the safety of Future Island. At the same time, the finances of ships at sea were plundered and used as funds for scientific research. But today Lilith has a more important task, that is, to study the metal stick in her hand. This stick has been civilized all over the world, and that is Marine's subversive weapon. Lightsaber. There are no attacks here, you all leave. Lilith turned to the robot guards and said. When the robot guards heard this, they all retreated and left. After the black smoke cleared, Lilith returned to the laboratory. It's a mess. The ground is covered with all kinds of debris that has been shaken into powder, and even cracks in the walls. You must know that this laboratory is fortified, and the walls are made of special metals. But it still couldn't resist a small part of the energy explosion of the lightsaber, and almost wiped out the entire laboratory. The test bench is all burned. Lilith looked at the pitch-black test bench and frowned. The power of the lightsaber is far beyond Lilith's imagination. Lilith was even more emotional that she couldn't crack the mystery of the lightsaber at all. Not only lightsabers, but also bamboo dragonflies. After Science Island got these 2 products, I have been analyzing the science and technology in them. Bamboo dragonflies can be disassembled without exploding. But the role of each of the parts, Lilith still can't figure it out. Which is the battery and which controls gravity? What made Lilith very embarrassed was that, when she put the bamboo dragonfly back, she found that it could not be activated. Obviously, Lilith was very careful throughout the whole process and did not damage anything. The whole Lilith was about to collapse, and she didn't understand the principle at all. Originally, it was planned to replicate the bamboo dragonfly and lightsaber. Now it seems to be a distant thing. The technology behind these products is much more than that. Lilith was convinced of this. The bamboo dragonfly, for example, shows the ability to fly. With Vegapunk's level of technology, it is also possible to create equipment with flying capabilities. However, compared with bamboo dragonflies, the non-level of the two families is not at the same level at all. Just the power method taken by the bamboo dragonfly, Lilith couldn't understand. Such a small thing, how to drive flight. Not only is it fast, but it is also very flexible. Not to mention the lightsaber, which left Lilith completely confused. It was only possible to forcibly dismantle it, and the result was almost the ashes of the laboratory. Looking down at the hilt of the lightsaber, she was eager to meet the developers of these items. That new scientific genius in marine, Roy. At that time, my own technology may be able to go to another level. DDD. At this moment, a voice came from the communicator on the shoulder. Someone entered Science Island. The only one who can avoid being attacked by mechanical sea beasts is Marine. Guarding the waters outside Science Island is Lilith's duty in itself. So she immediately left the castle and came to the port. A warship is already docked here. And around the warship, there are many mechanical behemoths. There are even mechanical dragons flying in the sky. The emissaries of the world government stood on the deck, not daring to move. When Lilith saw this scene, she just secretly smiled. Although there are many guards in Science Island, these mechanical behemoths are just holographic projections. However, judging from the fear of the world government messengers, the effect has always been good. Drive Vegapunk, instructions from 5 elders, the progress of war weapons needs to be accelerated. The messenger said tremblingly. The agreement I signed with the world government is still 2 years away. Lilith frowned, very displeased. Vegapunk and the world government have always been in a partnership. There is no direct superior-subordinate attribute. The results of the research in exchange for the support of the world government in all aspects. Your project has a competitor. Dr. Roy also proposed the Artificial Human Research Project. You should know how fast he can do research. An expression of admiration appeared on the messenger's face. Roy also has an android project. Lilith was shocked. Again, this is a project that requires a lot of knowledge to be able to conduct research. That's right, the name of this project is Sentinel Robot. The messenger not only knows the famous minister of the Sentinel Robot. Even the Sentinel Robot said that the attribute was completely told to Lilith. Of course, these words are completely paraphrased from the information provided by Sengoku. The secret of the ability to copy fruits is still clear only to Roy. Such a strong artificial human. Interesting. Lilith was in shock, and felt her blood boiling again. This gave Lilith a feeling of competing with others. I finally met my opponent. On this mountain of science, I am not alone. This time different messengers reminded that Lilith also absolutely accelerated the progress of the artificial human project. In addition to the Sentinel Robot, Dr. Roy has set up another project, Super Serum. The messenger also told Lilith about the effects of the Super Serum. From the information of the Super Serum, Lilith was keenly perceived. The terrifying science and technology involved. In particular, this Super Serum can produce effects without matching biological genes. It is important to know that the blood type in each person's body is different, and the blood factor is not the same. When it comes to blood, there is no single scientific product that is universal. The only one who can do this is Devil Fruit. Whoever tested himself was the same, and had solved the secret of the blood factor. Learn more even more. Lilith felt her blood rush. Doctor. The messenger saw that Lilith had not spoken for a long time, and asked cautiously. I know everything you said. Go back and tell 5 elders, the project I have at hand will be completed faster. Lilith nodded. You worked hard. The messenger took his leave, and the warship slowly left the dock. And Lilith stayed at the dock, always looking down and thinking. How exactly is super serum done, and biological genes are perfectly matched? If you want to know the mystery, I am afraid that you can only see the finished product of the super serum. Roy, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Lilith had a smile on her lips. If Roy knew what Vegapunk was thinking, he would feel sorry for him. In this world, only geniuses can understand geniuses. Because they are of the same kind. After the arrest of Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, the world became exceptionally quiet during this time. It makes many people a little uncomfortable. After all kinds of major events before have come one after another. But everyone knows that this is only the calm before the storm. World government may be brewing, a storm sweeping the world. In this regard, everyone at sea can feel the oppression. What can you do in the face of the great storm of the century? It is to go with the flow and let your fate roll in the storm. Still standing in the storm to welcome the new world after that. Roy is no exception, and he has a deep sense of crisis. I also know that I am also in the center of the storm. The appearance of bamboo dragonflies, lightsabers and fairy beans has attracted the attention of many people. Every item makes everyone salivate. The best thing for these people, of course, is to take themselves away. This is equivalent to obtaining all the scientific research products. At the time, world government treated Vegapunk like this. When he was young, Vegapunk discovered the life design map and cracked the ancestry factor. Therefore, it is considered by the world government to be the most dangerous person. Vegapunk was arrested and his research team was disbanded. In fact, Vegapunk has been controlled by the world government ever since. Switched to working for world government. Roy knew that if he wasn't a Marine in the first place, he was a citizen scientist. The moment the bamboo dragonfly appears, it will be targeted by the world government. With his own strength, he cannot compete with the world government. To this end, Roy has been staying in the lab, working on new inventions. At the same time that Roy lit up the system technology tree, he also acquired the technology to manufacture these products. Ha ha ha! Loud laughter emanated from inside the lab, and it was none other than Roy. From the Sentinel robot, he proposed the reconnaissance technology part. Special reconnaissance instruments were created that could cover distances of several kilometers. Not only on the surface of the sea, but also in the sky and under the sea. So that Roy doesn't have to worry, Golden Lion suddenly strikes from the sky. And sneaking in from the bottom of the sea after being coated with ships. At Summit War, Whitebeard led the way. After starting, there is an additional radar display on the big screen. Not only the soldiers on the Enies lobby, but even the fish on the bottom of the sea can be displayed in the sky. For a moment, it was a dense spot of light. Simplified mode. Roy spoke. Reconnaissance instruments automatically identify and expel targets that are not threatening. In an instant, there were more than half of the light spots on the radar, and there were less than dozens left. And these points of light are all capable. Roy understands that these are soldiers on Enies lobby, as well as pirate guerrillas from Zephyr and others. The rebuilding of Enies lobby continues. After all, this is the face of the world government. Any prisoner escorted to Impel Down is the way to go. Once you see Enies lobby in ruins, you will definitely be ridiculed by criminals. Hey, what is this? Roy suddenly noticed that there were several strange things on the screen. These light points are located below the Justice Tower, about 100 meters away. That's 6 points of light. Roy counted and couldn't help frowning. Is it a member of CP9? Excluding Spandam, the remaining CP9 members are exactly 6 people. Since the Enies lobby incident, CP9 members have been scapegoated and hunted down by the world government. However, no one knows where the CP9 members are. Even how they escaped from Enies lobby in the first place remains a mystery. Now it seems that everyone has been fooled, and the CP9 members have not left. Instead, he hid inside Enies lobby. When the defense is loose, find an opportunity to leave. Smart way. Roy nodded silently. In addition to the points of light below the Tower of Justice, there are also points of light flashing at altitudes of thousands of meters. You don't have to think about who that person is, Golden Lion. However, Golden Lion should not have attacked for a while, otherwise the people would have been moved. Until there is complete certainty, Golden Lion will probably continue to wait for the moment. Especially after so many years of incarceration, Golden Lion would at least be cautious. Then leave it alone for the time being, there should be no problem. Let's go meet these people for a while. Roy looked at the spot of light on the radar and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Leaving the lab, Roy uses a bamboo dragonfly to fly to the ground of the Justice Tower. At this time, the Tower of Justice was full of broken eaves and walls. The traces left by the battle are clearly visible. There are even burnt marks in many places, all of which are the masterpieces of Fire Fist Ace. But the rubble has been cleaned up, and the next step is to completely restore the place. The rebuilt Enies lobby will definitely be even more magnificent than before. Dr. Roy, it's dangerous here. How did you leave the platform? A warship landed, and Aang jumped off the ship with an anxious look. A few arrows came to Roy's side, looking around with a very wary expression. It's just that this worry is completely overbearing, and there is no one near the Tower of Justice. Not even ordinary soldiers. In itself, this is where CP9 is stationed. Now CP9 is being rebuilt and has not yet been replaced. After all, the buildings have not been repaired. I'm not a prisoner, of course, I can go wherever I want. Roy said with a wry smile. Looking at Aang's nervous look, he thought that the criminal had escaped from prison. Aang this too, only to realize that he had said the wrong thing, quickly bowed deeply to Roy. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. She came here to take charge of security and follow Roy's orders. The questioning just now can already be regarded as an act of crossing the boundary. It's nothing, you're also for my safety, there won't be any danger in this Enies lobby. Roy patted Aang on the shoulder as a sign of encouragement. It also reminds Roy of Momoshiki. In the beginning, when Momoshiki was in front of him, he looked similar to Aang. Then please allow me, I will be by your side and responsible for your safety. Aang is still confident in his strength. In the event of any danger, Aang can sacrifice his life. That's me just out to relax, there is no need to follow me, you go to the ship to continue patrolling. Roy said with a dry cough. Okay. Aang was slightly disappointed. She adores Roy and wants to be by Roy's side. However, since this was Roy's order, Aang simply returned to the ship. Roy then walked down the stairs of the Tower of Justice towards the bottom. Although there is a ruin above, the facilities below the ground are relatively well-preserved lees. After all, there was no fighting here. Soon Roy reached the deepest part underground, where the undersea tunnel was. Through here, you can reach the Bridge of Hesitation. It should be here. Roy walked over to a stone wall and muttered. According to the detector's results, CP9 was behind the stone wall. It should be the secret room prepared by CP9 for itself in advance. The interior of the Tower of Justice is inherently complex and labyrinthine. There are many secret passages that only members of CP9 know. Iron body shattered. Roy roared lowly and slammed his punch towards the stone wall. This move is an attack with a fist that is in an iron body state all over the body. Power can shatter stones. Bang! Smoke and dust rose and walls shattered. Tempest kick. Facing them were the wind blades of two fierce wolves. Shaped like a jumping wolf. It was Jabra's attack. However, these two wind blades are not as fierce as when facing Straw Hat Crew before. At first glance, it is the wounds of the previous battle, which have not yet healed. Roy only moved his feet slightly, and easily dodged the altar. Seeing this scene, Jabra was unwilling, and transformed into a human wolf to rush out. Stupid, stop. This man must not hurt him. Lu Chi's voice came from inside the secret room, and he appeared even weaker. Jabra hesitated, but stopped. No matter how weak Lucy is, he is always their leader. Only under the leadership of Luki can they turn over. Smart man, if you hurt me, don't say it's hidden here, even if it's any corner of the world government won't let you go. Roy faintly. At this time, Roy also saw the inside of the secret room. The secret room not only has lighting facilities, but also many daily necessities and medical supplies. Roy even saw surveillance phone bugs. It is estimated that Lu Chi and others rely on this to obtain information from the outside world. In some unspoiled areas of the island, surveillance phone bugs are still effective. It's just that Lu Chi and the others are all injured, especially Lu Chi is lying on the ground. He was covered in bandages and seriously injured. In the fight with Straw Hat Luffy, both men are bruised. But Lucy's injuries were a little worse, and he was the one who was knocked down. And although Straw Hat Luffy is also seriously injured, it is more fatigue. So Luffy's recovery speed is faster than that of the road. Roy knows that in the original plot, CP9 people are still working to earn money to treat Luffy after escaping Enies lobby. As for how he became a CPO, he didn't know. But at the moment, Lucci and the others are definitely in a downfall situation. As the world line changes, it's not certain that they will be able to get out of here. After all, Zephyr is still on the Enies lobby, and his eyes will not let people go easily. With Kaku's help, Luffy slowly sat up. How did you, who are not familiar with Enies lobby, find us and give us to Marine? Although Lucci was injured, his eyes were still sharp. It is his door fruit that allows you to escape, so as not to become a scapegoat and be wiped out. Instead of answering Lucky's question, Roy pointed to Bluno. That's right, Lucy admitted very directly. Why tell him? Jabra was anxious. The door fruit is their biggest killer tool today. The only way to leave Enies lobby. Idiot, doesn't he already know? Luffy frowned. Jabra was speechless for a moment, just staring at Roy. It doesn't seem to want to let Roy get out of here. If he dares to find us alone, it means that he has not put us in his eyes, and don't forget his technology. Kaku reminded. Jabra was stunned, and then he showed a look of despair. Transformed into human form and has given up fighting. Seeing that Luffy and the others were very knowledgeable, Roy nodded. A dignified CP9 member, who would have thought that he would now be curled up in such a dark corner like a dog who lost his family. Roy blew on the air. Hearing these words, Lucci and the others' faces changed drastically. They knew that if appeared, it would definitely be hunted down by the world government and Marine. As spies for the world government, they know too much. There is a lot of news that is very bad for the world government. So living now is their first choice. As long as I survive, I can make a comeback, Lucci said slowly. In the original plot, Lucci is still on the run. I called Spandam, who is already a member of the CPO. He said that he would never let Spandam go easily. With his eyes closed, Lucci also knew that Spandam would definitely put everything wrong on them. Later, Lucy did what he said and became Spandam's boss. Very good, you can continue to recuperate here, and even leave here to live in the future, just to change your identity. Roy smiled slightly. Hope rose in the eyes of Luffy and the others, and Roy meant that he did not intend to report them. Soon, however, they became wary. What do you want us to do? Luffy asked in a deep voice. You can't do anything now, it's too weak. Roy shook his head. We're CP9, Jabra said half of the word, and the card owner. They are no longer CP9 and have all been removed. Not to mention that it was defeated by Straw Hat Crew and Ace, and there is no arrogant capital. Wait at ease, the material here should be enough for you to live for a while, and I will ensure your safety. Roy left the sentence and left, leaving the stunned CP9 crowd, not knowing what Roy wants. When Roy left, CP9 looked at each other. What the hell does this Roy mean? Kaku frowned. Whatever he wants to do. We can't believe him, that guy is dangerous. Jabra was sweating. Now Jabra realized that the breath on Roy just now was not simple. Do we choose? Pinch us to death with a human is like pinching an ant to death. Luffy smiled wryly. Silence pervaded the chamber. Roy didn't know how the CP9 crowd would react, he just confirmed their existence. Let's say that the identity of these points of light is not CP9. But someone else, that would be a huge threat. Now that the identity is determined, there is nothing to worry about. The real threat is the guy in the sky. Golden Lion. Lion fruit, I fancy your abilities. The corners of Roy's mouth turned up. Have a bold idea in the back of your heart. Why can't you solve Golden Lion and take lion fruit for yourself? Kill the ability and recycle the demonic power in the ability person's body. This is something that someone can do. Whether it is Blackbeard absorbing shock fruit, and later hunting fruit ability. Or Guy saw recycle devil fruit, and Alabasta's Patronus ability inheritance. There is also the ability to target the fruit, Van der Dyken X. Since Van der Dyken I, the target fruit has been passed on to his descendants. It proves that the power of devil fruit can be taken. Roy decided to use Guy's method. Find the form of lion fruit, and place it next to the ability with a fruit with a similar shape. After the ability dies, the demonic power will be transferred to similar fruits. Then form devil fruit. Even if you can't, it's good to take out the golden lion threat. While thinking, Roy walked to the ground. Just looking up, I could see the warship that Aang was riding on, dangling in the distance. It seems that Aang has never left, and is still protecting Roy's safety. Without saying a word, Roy also flew directly to the warship. Drive Roy. After seeing Roy appear, Aang was visibly relieved. Roy is also quite helpless. What else can he do with Enies lobby? What about Mr. Zephyr? Roy asked. The teacher is cultivating. Do you have something to do with the teacher? Aang replied. Zephyr has been training ever since his arm was restored. Come hone your fighter skills. In the years of losing his arm, FA has become accustomed to fighting with the iron arm powder machine. All Zephyr has to do now is recapture his old skills. Well, there is something to discuss, let's go together. Roy nodded, then took out a bamboo dragonfly from his pocket and handed it to Aang. This is the bamboo dragonfly. When Aang saw the bamboo dragonfly, his eyes lit up. Although bamboo dragonflies are in the army, they are no longer a rare thing. Many times you can see Marine flying around using bamboo dragonflies. But this is the first time Aang has seen this kind of cross-era equipment. I took it carefully and felt incredible in my hand. Such a small thing, but can make people fly. Like it, if you like it, it will be given to you. Roy said with a smile. Give it to me. Aren't bamboo dragonflies a rare piece of equipment that Marine sets quotas? Aang was pleasantly surprised. It's okay, someone asked and said that I gave it. Isn't it better to defend this place with this equipment? Roy has a lot of bamboo dragonflies and lightsabers in his hands. These were not reported to Marine. Thank you, Dr. Roy. Aang bowed deeply to Roy. She knew exactly what a precious favor it was. I'll teach you how to use it. Roy then gave Aang the method to use. Aang is an extremely talented person, and he has mastered it in less than a minute. With Roy he flew towards the main island of Enies lobby. This is it, Aang said, pointing to a clearing that had been opened up. Zephyr was not alone in the clearing, but also other students such as Houses and Marine. Only by grasping any time to cultivate can you ensure that you become stronger. Drive Roy. Zephyr saw Roy coming from a distance and stopped everyone. Mr. Zephyr, I have something to tell you. Roy looked serious. Okay, let's go to the room. Law nodded. Roy was taken to the makeshift office, while the rest waited outside. Aang, come in too. Roy said to Aang, if you're going to deal with Golden Lion, there's no harm in having one more fighting power. Good. Aang raised his eyebrows and followed him into the room. Bins and the others showed envious eyes. They already understood that Aang was now valued by Roy. This can be seen from the fact that Aang can use bamboo dragonflies. Shuzo's eyes were even more jealous. The original plot was after Zephyr founded Neo Marine. Shuzo also competes with Aang for Zephyr's left and right hand. The two men fought a 5-hour duel that ended with Aang winning with his fruit ability. Now that Aang is favored by Roy, Shuzo understands that he may no longer be competitive in this position. Actually, all this time above our heads, the Golden Lion guy has always existed. Roy had just sat on the couch when he pointed to the top of his head and said, What? Zephyr's eyes widened. Zephyr has long analyzed that the biggest threat to Enies lobby is Golden Lion. Only Golden Lion can carry heavy troops and quietly fall from the sky. If it's just Golden Lion alone, then things are okay. But once Golden Lion joined forces with the other 4 emperors, or the sea pirates of equal fame, things can get pretty tricky. Fortunately, Sengoku has been closely watching the 4 emperors' moves, and has not yet found information about who Golden Lion has teamed up with. But Zephyr never let his guard down. But who would have thought that the enemy was always overhead? I now have a bamboo dragonfly, I can go up and destroy the Golden Lion. Aang shouted as he clenched his fists. You destroy Golden Lion, ha ha ha. That guy was the one who cornered One Piece Roger. Zephyr laughed. Aang's face immediately turned red. She is still self-aware, and her strength has not yet reached this point. Just now, it was to repay Roy's trust in himself, so he blurted out. No, Aang is also an important combat force, the 3 of us go together to kill Golden Lion. Roy looked calm and did not take Aang's words as arrogant. Kill Golden Lion. Dr. Roy, are you serious? Zephyr touched his chin with a look of eagerness on his face. After the arm was restored, Zephyr was also eager to find a strong guy to challenge him. Of course it's serious, just before that, I want to improve the combat effectiveness of the two of you. Roy nodded. Boost your combat effectiveness. Zephyr and Ain's eyes widened suddenly. Drive Roy, are you going to equip us with technology, that subversive weapon lightsaber? Zephyr itself does not use a sword to fight. Iron Zephyr. Don't kill Admiral. This was Zephyr's nickname back then, and he relied on his fists to fight. Just like Garp the Fist. However, when it comes to lightsabers, Zephyr can't help but breathe. I was even thinking about whether I wanted to practice swordsmanship. If you need a lightsaber, I'll definitely provide it to you, but I'm talking about directly enhancing your personal strength, strengthening it genetically. Roy patted his chest and said, genetically enhanced. Aang was shocked and felt incredible. Could it be that the last time our blood was drawn was for this? And Zephyr immediately thought of it. It is worthy of the Admiral of yesteryear, and indeed his talents are top in all aspects. Yes, my new research can directly improve your strength, but you must make sure that you never reveal secrets. Roy didn't want the matter of the exclusive super serum to be exposed so quickly. So Roy didn't mention the name super serum at all. Of course, we won't reveal half a word about Dr. Roy. Zephyr nodded. If I leak the secret, I will smash the corpse into 10,000 pieces. Aang even made a poisonous oath. Roy is still very satisfied with Ain's attitude. Although this poisonous oath is a bit ruthless, Roy understands that Aang is a very sincere person. Words that go out definitely count. Unlike those who have no faith, no matter what kind of vicious words they say, they are not worth believing. Very good, come to my lab in 3 days. After Roy said this, he turned to leave. According to Jarvis's calculations, the exclusive super serum will be successfully developed in 3 days. Leaving Zephyr and Aang looking at each other, both with some excitement in their expressions. Originally, Zephyr and Aang and others were quite disdainful of the task of protecting Ennie's lobby. To think that in their capacity, protecting Roy is overkill. Continuing to beat pirates in New World is their main job. If it weren't for Zephyr's arm, he wouldn't have agreed to this at all. However, it seems that it is their honor to protect Roy. In particular, you can enjoy the latest science and technology, which is simply impossible to dream of. 3 days soon arrived. In the lab, Roy's temperament at this time was completely different from before, and the Dowley shield had been increased to 10,000. The whole person is like being reborn, and he can already enter the realm of the strong. Although the strength is still inferior to Admiral, there is also the confidence to resist after encountering. If you have to measure it by a combat strength, then Roy probably belongs to the combat power of Marco, this level. Not as good as 4 emperors, but not easily defeated. It only took 3 days for Roy to make such a big difference, of course, because of the super serum. He injected himself with super serum and became the first subject. Sengoku had previously banned Roy from experimenting with himself. Roy said yes on the surface, but he didn't think about it. After all, his techniques are very mature, and there can be no side effects. Coupled with Jarvis to assist and calculate, there will be no mistakes in the process. And during this time, except for the super serum, it has been manufactured. The tension of the Sentinel robot was also very fast, and the transformation materials had basically been refined. Once the Golden Lion threat is solved, Roy plans to go all out on it. Roy didn't inject himself with a regular super serum because he knew it was useless. Master, and Aang has entered the platform positively. Jarvis's mechanical voice rang in his ears. Bring them in. Roy nodded. The laboratory door opens automatically. Then Zephyr and Aang saw a small robot appear in front of them. Of course, it is controlled by Jarvis. Please come with me, Dr. Roy is waiting for you. After saying this, the robot turned and headed inside. Zephyr and Aang looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. The robot seems to have life. Following the robot, it took several more turns before stopping in front of a door. Zephyr and Aang were secretly amazed that they saw at least a dozen identical doors along the way. If the enemy invades hastily, it is really impossible to tell what each room is for. Mr. Zephyr, please go first. The robot stopped at the door and did not go in. I see. Zephyr nodded and pushed open the iron door. What comes with it is a breath of technology. Inside this room, there are all kinds of instruments. The most eye-catching thing is the transparent warehouse in the center of the room. As well as Roy, who was standing next to him and wearing a white coat. Mr. Zephyr, this is the equipment that will be used to help you improve your strength, are you ready? Roy patted the transparent warehouse and said. This transparent warehouse is exactly the same as the American team. It is also an indispensable device for injecting super serum now. The difference is that this transparent bin is larger and can accommodate people up to 7 meters tall. There are quite a few big guys among the pirates. For example, Kaido is 7 meters 1 and Whitebeard is 6 meters 6. It must not be manufactured according to general specifications. Haha, the old man has long been ready. Zephyr's gaze didn't have the slightest worry in it. This is trust in Roy. Then please take off your coat and come up. Roy nodded. Without saying a word, Zephyr took off his shirt. The strong muscles inside were exposed, as strong as the male life. Surprisingly, Zephyr didn't have the slightest scar on his body. It's unimaginable for a Marine who has been fighting for decades. However, Roy understands that it is Sendo who healed those battle marks. After all, even a broken hand can be treated, and scars are not a problem. Zephyr, at Roy's behest, lay down in the transparent warehouse. Relax and I'm here to go. Roy reminded. Zephyr nodded. Syllable, syllable. Several braces automatically snapped to Zephyr's limbs and abdomen, ensuring that he did not move left and right. Roy then took out a bottle of blue medicine from the test tube box next to him. This is the exclusive super serum, and only one tube needs to be injected. The whole process was done under the operation of Jarvis. Roy only needs to put the exclusive super serum on the injection table. The syringe automatically draws the agent. Everything is ready, whether to start the injection or not. Jarvis asked. Begin, Roy said. In the next second, the blue agent was pushed down the syringe into Zephyr's veins. Zephyr in the transparent warehouse suddenly showed a painful look. Roy had just injected himself and was certainly well aware of the feeling. It's like hundreds of ants eating all over the body. Even a tough guy like Zephyr is unbearable. If you change to an ordinary person, I am afraid that you have long struggled uncontrollably. The protective gear that restrained the body before played this role. Fortunately, Roy understood that this pain was only 10 seconds. Sure enough, after waiting for 10 seconds, the painful look on Zephyr's face disappeared. Surprisingly, the wrinkles on the face have been reduced a lot. The whole person looks a lot younger. Untie the restraints and open the hatch. Roy gave the order. Bang! The hatch was opened, and a white vapor soared out. Zephyr got up and went to the ground, looking shocked. Mr. Zephyr, how are you feeling? Roy was curious about a strong man like Zephyr. What happens after injecting the exclusive super serum? I felt like I was back in my prime. When I was in my 30s and 40s. Zephyr touched his head, still in disbelief. The characters of the pirate world are usually very vibrant. The peak period can be maintained for a very long time. Many people only hone their combat skills to the strongest state at the age of 30 or 40. Shanks, as well as Marine Admiral, are now in their 40s. Roy heard this and probably understood the effect of the exclusive serum on Zephyr. If he wasn't too old, he would definitely be able to further his strength. But seeing the surprised look on Zephyr's face, he knew he was satisfied. Mr. Zephyr, you can further adapt to your body first, and when it is almost ready, we will start to act. Roy reminded. Good. The next battle will surely not disappoint you, Dr. Roy. Zephyr put on his clothes and left. When Zephyr went out the door, he saw Aang looking worried. Go ahead, this is a great opportunity. Zephyr smiled, his voice magnificent and powerful. Aang nodded, but Zephyr felt like he had a strange feeling. Seems to have become a lot younger. Aang wasn't sure, she had never seen the holy law of her youth. By the time he first met his teacher, Zephyr had quit his position as Marine Admiral for more than a decade. A lot of Marine has been cultivated. Aang didn't even know how many students he was. Take off your clothes. After seeing Aang push the door in, Roy said without raising his head. He is adjusting the position of the transparent position. To know the height of Zephyr and Aang, the difference is very large. Take off your clothes. Ain's face instantly turned red. I didn't expect that just after coming in, Roy would put forward such conditions. Yes, what do we do if you don't take off your clothes? Roy said casually. Is it going to be done? I heard that in some religions, there is such a thing that men and women can improve their strength together. But Roy in front of him is a dignified scientist. The genius of Marine, the man who changed the future. Do you want to do this ritual too? Do it now. Ain had a stomach full of questions, but only said this sentence. This is the unlimited trust in Roy. Yes, wait for other things to do quickly, rest assured that I will inject it gently. Roy also thought that Ain was afraid and waited to inject the exclusive super serum. After all, it is a girl, and her mind will definitely be more delicate. Then, please be gentle, it's my first time. Ain's face turned even redder, and he lovingly took off his coat. Until only the underwear was left on his body, the movements on Ain's hands still did not stop. Roy was dumbfounded. What was this doing? Ahem, what are you doing taking off these two? Hurry up and put them on. Roy immediately turned away. But the scene just now has been completely reflected in my mind. Hey, how to do it without taking it off. Although Ain has not experienced it, he still understands some of this. I'm talking about experiments that inject super serum. Roy now understood that Ain had misunderstood himself. Wow, I'm sorry. Ain only figured out what a misunderstanding he had made. It's so humiliating to find a scene to get into. After hurriedly putting it on, he couldn't lift his head. Okay, come in, Roy said, pointing to the transparent warehouse. After Ain entered, he subconsciously covered it. Relax, it'll be fine. Roy spoke softly beside him. Ain took a deep breath and finally relaxed his body completely. Roy directs Jarvis to start the injection. The same protective gear was buckled on Ain's body, and the blue exclusive super serum was injected. Unlike Zephyr, Ain not only had a painful look on his face, but his body was also visibly changed. In just a dozen seconds, it actually grew more than 20 centimeters. The measurements have also changed and skyrocketed a lot. The originally very conservative underwear was instantly stretched up a lot, and it almost broke. Immediately changed from the original girl to a standard royal sister. In terms of the popularity of the body, compared to Nami 2 years later, it is not a downfall. Seeing this scene, Roy's nosebleed almost spewed out, and today I really felt a feast for my eyes. But on the surface, he still maintains a righteous appearance. Lest Ain feel too embarrassed when he saw it. When Ain opened his eyes, he also felt the changes in his body. No way, the underwear is about to burst, and there is no way to feel it. But Ain couldn't take care of this, and she looked at her hands with a horrified look on her face. How is it? How much do you feel your strength has improved? Roy was curious. At least twice as much, thanks Roy Bo. Taxi. Ain was very excited and bowed deeply to Roy. She didn't expect that her strength would be able to improve so much at once. It has been worth years of cultivation, and it has surpassed Shuzo and others in one fell swoop. Now Zephyr's right and left hand titles, no one can take away. Ain forgot that she was no longer the little girl she was before, and suddenly spring burst out. After reaction, he quickly found his clothes and put them on. It's just that the clothes that originally fitted, now it's just a half dress. Roy nodded, and already had a more accurate judgment of the exclusive super serum in his heart. Simply put, exclusive super serum, more targeted for the human body. The amplitude of increasing strength is also far beyond that of ordinary super serum. It is estimated that a strong person with such strength as Ain will definitely have no effect using ordinary super and clear. By the way, I promised you this thing before, Roy said as he pulled out a metal stick and handed it to Ain. What is it? Ain took the metal rod and looked confused. Lightsaber, I'll teach you how to use it. Roy stepped forward and stuck to Ain's side, teaching her how to turn on the lightsaber. Rise. The blue light of the sword body popped out from inside the metal rod, startling Ain. This is a lightsaber. Ain couldn't help but gasp, his eyes full of awe. She didn't know that the original lightsaber looked so ordinary on the outside. That's right, it's a modified version, and if you encounter an invincible opponent, there's also a hidden switch that destroys everything. Roy handed it to Ain. The blue lightsaber is an improved version developed by him. When he saw the hidden button engraved with the skull, Aang actually felt a sense of fear coming to his face. She immediately thought of the powerful beam in the previous Eni's lobby incident. Destroy the island where it landed and save Eni's lobby. The huge beam of light is still a secret. If it were not for the existence of photos, it is estimated that no one would believe that there is such a powerful weapon. Many people speculate that this may be a new weapon made by Roy. Specifically designed to defend Eni's lobby, it deters many pirates with bad intentions. However, now Aang understood that the truth of the powerful beam was actually a very small-looking lightsaber in his hand. What's wrong? Don't like this style? I have a few other types of constructs here, so I'll give you another one. Roy saw that Aang didn't speak for a long time, and thought she was right. What is the dissatisfaction with the style of the lightsaber? No, no, no. That's good. Aang gripped the lightsaber tightly, fearing that he would be taken away. Okay, change your clothes and get used to your new powers. Roy stepped forward and patted Aang on the back. But Roy forgets that Aang is not the little girl he used to be. This slap directly slapped on the fullest place. Aang's face turned red and he trotted away. She doesn't seem to mind. Roy looked at his palm, the touch still lingering on it. I can't help but sigh that growing up is a happy thing. In the courtroom, both Zephyr and Aang are doing strength acclimatization training. In order not to expose the news in advance, let the golden lion in the sky be on guard. The two of them deliberately chose to be here, and everyone could not get close. Haha, Aang, your strength has also increased a lot. Zephyr looked at his students and was very relieved. With this level of strength, you can definitely do more. Especially with Aang's dislike of pirates, he will definitely have the power to destroy more pirates in the future. It will not be like yourself, leaving countless regrets in your heart. Still not as good as the teacher. Aang smiled slightly, also full of confidence. If anyone else hears it, I'm afraid their jaws will drop. Since when has Aang been able to compare strength with Zephyr? In particular, this is not the previous method of aging with broken arms. Instead, Zephyr, which has returned to its heyday, is Admiral. It's already good to reach this level, and you will definitely surpass me in the future. Zephyr didn't have that kind of strength at Aang's age. Although it is said that Aang used technology, he suddenly grew to this point. When we first met, Zephyr almost didn't recognize it. But this is still Aang's own power, not with the help of external forces to improve. Teachers are the target of my life. Aang spoke firmly. 080, the new power has almost been mastered, and we should also act. Zephyr clasped his hands together and couldn't wait. A suitable opponent can make Zephyr feel like he is back at the top. Are we going to report to Marine headquarters? Aang hesitated, but still spoke. In fact, Aang did not feel that it was inappropriate for them to deal with the Golden Lion without permission. Just thinking that what if something goes wrong and leaves Roy injured, that's what Aang doesn't want to see. No, I can deal with that Golden Lion guy. After all, Golden Lion is also old. When Zephyr said this, his expression was also a little lonely. I think back to the pride of the Golden Lion in the past, when first went to Marine headquarters alone. Now, almost 20 years later, many things are different. Haha, Mr. Zephyr, it seems that today is the end of Golden Lion. Without waiting for Aang to answer, Roy had already entered the courtroom with a smile. Drive Roy, we're ready. When Aang saw Roy, he was excited. Not everything needs to be reported to Marine headquarters, as long as it is a righteous act. Roy said this to Zephyr. Sure enough, Zephyr nodded heavily after listening. There is a feeling that I have found a soulmate. In the original book, Zephyr broke away from Marine because Zephyr believed that Marine had turned his back on justice. Even the pirates who killed their own students were absorbed into Shichibukai. That pirate is Whitebeard too. That's why Zephyr's Neo-Marine flag was designed to be the Marine flag upside down. Now though it hasn't happened yet, Whitebeard too became a Shichibukai thing. But today's Shichibukai is also a bunch of villains, which have long dissatisfied Zephyr. Drive Roy, let's go, solve that eye-catching guy in the sky. Zephyr can't wait. Roy took out the bamboo dragonfly and handed it to Zephyr as well. The three quietly left the courtroom and flew towards the floating island in the air. Aang, remember to protect Dr. Roy, you are determined to stay the way. In the air, the law is also very serious about instructing Aang. Understood. Aang understands that this is more important than the elimination of the Golden Lion. Roy can't be left to any damage. So he just leaned next to Roy, looking around nervously, guarding for enemies that might suddenly appear. When Roy saw this scene, he had a sense of déjà vu. Before, when Momoshiki was protecting himself, it seemed to be like this. Thousands of meters in the air, floating islands. From below the Eni's lobby, 3 UFOs came up. Having been monitoring the flying headquarters below, a pirate discovered a situation. 3 UFOs, probably Marine scouts. Those guys can fly into the sky now, it's really unpleasant. The other shook his head and didn't mean much. Since the blue fly, the sky is no longer exclusive to the flying pirates. Let them, the pirates, feel a lot worse mood. In the past, they were the ones who dominated the sky, looking down on everything from the air. Now Marine can actually fly, and they still live in fear of Golden Lion. Wait, that's not your average Marine, that's not what the captain is looking for, Roy. The pirate who called the police before suddenly widened his eyes. Roy is now their #1 target, and everyone has seen Roy's photos. So even if the figure in the air is not so clear, it is recognized at the first time. The other is Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Some people recognize Zephyr, after all, as a big man in Marine. As pirates, these main targets of Marine must be recognized. Otherwise, when we meet in the future, I don't know what kind of character the other party is, and I don't know how I died. Although the remaining one does not know, it must not be an ordinary person. Notify the captain, go and inform the captain. For a moment, the ghosts in the surveillance room cried wolves. When Golden Lion heard the news of Roy's arrival, he was slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha, did I hear me wrong? That Roy actually took the initiative to come, luck was on my side. Golden Lion then burst out laughing, almost bursting into tears. Captain, and Zephyr together, don't forget how the island you took with you last time was destroyed. Next to Indigo reminded. However, Golden Lion waved his hand and didn't care, still with a smile on his face. The sky is my home turf, curled up on the Eni's lobby. I don't know how to start, but to come here is to send it to the door myself. These days, Golden Lion has been lurking and waiting, and that's actually why. He was still a little jealous in his heart, the weapon that destroyed his island last time. I was going to find some helpers to act together and attack Eni's lobby again. However, those sea pirates are basically not willing to join forces with Golden Lion. They all want to wait to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Golden Lion had no choice but to stay dry, waiting for an opportunity in the sky above Eni's lobby. But I didn't expect that now, the opportunity has taken the initiative to come. How could the weapons that destroyed the island last time be carried so easily? Now is the best opportunity. Golden Lion stood up and went straight outside. Golden Lion always believed that it must be a very large weapon. Indigo was a little helpless. What if the weapon was very small? Don't forget that the person who made that weapon was Roy. You can't use common sense to judge, otherwise they are the ones who will die. However, Indigo was well aware of Golden Lion's character, and he couldn't say anything. You can only follow the crowd. Just as Roy and the others were about to land on the island, Golden Lion arrived. Sue, Golden Lion wielded his sword at his feet and unleashed a sword glow at the 3 people. Is that the only skill? Zephyr was dismissive. Unexpectedly, he directly reached out to meet it, and with a wave of his wrist, he broke this sword radiance. Looking at Zephyr's arms, they had all turned black. Iron-fisted Zephyr. This is where the nickname Zephyr came from, based on the mighty armament hockey. No attack can hurt Zephyr. Your arm. It actually grew. The moment he saw Zephyr fight back, Golden Lion was stunned. As soon as Golden Lion was released from prison, in addition to immediately forming a group of flying pirates, he also immediately collected all the intelligence when he was imprisoned. So Golden Lion, though he hadn't seen Zephyr in 20 years, knew Zephyr had broken his arm. After the shock, Golden Lion's gaze towards Roy became fanatical. Roy, is it your fairy bean that reborn his arm? That's right, it's the power of fairy beans. Roy nodded, and Zephyr and the others had already stepped on the island under their feet. Hand over the fairy beans immediately, or you will be tortured unimaginably. You'll even die here. Golden Lion is arrogant and already thinks Roy and the others are his prey. And it's very stupid, the prey that comes to the door. It's you who died here today, Golden Lion. Roy shook his head, looking at Golden Lion's eyes also full of disdain. It has one of the most powerful fruits, as well as super strength. But in the end, it was eliminated by the times and imprisoned for such a long time. If it weren't for Lion Fruit's abilities, I'm afraid it would still be in Impel Down. The reason is that it is too arrogant, and it is this arrogance that Golden Lion. Do little ghosts like you dare to say that I let Golden Lion die here? Golden Lion's fury instantly turned hideous, revealing a ghost-like look. Being looked down upon by a young man as young as Roy was unacceptable to Golden Lion. The terrifying fluctuations spread out, and the surrounding air became fluctuating. There was even a dark cloud of black oppression overhead, and it seemed that even the sky did not want to see Golden Lion's angry appearance. Thousand Slice Valley. Deadwood and Sakura 13 famous knives, unleashing a strong continuous slash in an instant. Like a hurricane-like attack, even the heavens and the earth will change color. Before even touching the ground, the powerful coercion had already smoothed out the mountain Lin-He on the island. Indigo and other people familiar with Golden Lion couldn't stop retreating. Golden Lion in anger does not care about their lives. That's the real strength of Golden Lion. Roy couldn't help but marvel, and the expression on his face was pleasantly surprised. The last battle between Golden Lion and Kizaru was just a tentative attack. Neither showed real strength. Hide behind my back. Zephyr's expression was even more resolute, and he rushed forward with a wave of his fists. With a pair of fists, he resisted all of Golden Lion's attacks. With each collision, there is a violent explosion sound. This can't be. You're so old. Golden Lion found it unbelievable. By the time Golden Lion was a newcomer, Zephyr was already admiral. Later, by the time Golden Lion formed the Sky Pirates, Zephyr had already resigned from admiral. First ridiculed by young people and later fended off by older people, Golden Lion begins to doubt the reality of the world. It's fairy beans, it must be the power of fairy beans. Golden Lion's eyes were even more fiery, staring at Roy deadly. Just now, in anger, Golden Lion wants to kill Roy. But after seeing Zephyr's power, Golden Lion knew he had to leave Roy alive. It's not just fairy beans, I also developed a potion called Super Serum, but people's strength has instantly increased a lot, even if it is a pirate of the level of Zephyr and 4 emperors, there is still room for improvement. Roy doesn't mind telling Golden Lion about that. Anyway, in Roy's opinion, Golden Lion is already a dying man. What's more, he didn't leak the matter of exclusive super serum. Sooner or later the world will know about the matter of ordinary super serum. Before those research inventions, not a single was hidden. Roy had no expectations for Marine's ability to keep secrets. Super serum. Super serum. Golden Lion couldn't believe that such a thing really existed in the world. I can only repeat this name repeatedly, and it must be deeply engraved in my mind. These are true. Dr. Roy's presence will change the world, and you're already out of time, go to hell. Zephyr blasted away all the swords and rushed towards Golden Lion. With the presence of bamboo dragonflies, the sky is no longer exclusive to Golden Lion. Originally, Zephyr used the moonwalk to also fight in the air. But that will make the physical exertion, which is itself at a disadvantage. Moreover, moonwalk speed is not comparable to lion fruits. Eliminated by the times. You get eliminated first. Golden Lion didn't think it was his turn. Zephyr, the old guy, said this. I was once eliminated, but I'm back now. Zephyr doesn't shy away from it. But now Zephyr wants to continue what it once had not done. Just don't kill Admiral and never come back, replace it with Black Arm Zephyr. Golden Lion sees Zephyr rushing towards him and doesn't want to entangle with Zephyr. Again he raised a slash to attract Zephyr, then suddenly accelerated towards Roy. He wants to slash Roy first, and then hold the genius scientist of Marine hostage. In the nick of time, Ain stood in front of Roy. Golden Lion, with no Ain in his eyes, stabbed Ain with both knives, intending to take out Roy's bodyguard first. Ain directly ejected the lightsaber and slashed over. Bang! A crisp metallic sound sounded, and the 2 truncated swords were knocked into the distance. It was Deadwood and Sakura 12 knives, which were cut off by Ain in an instant. Frightened, Golden Lion hurriedly retreated, not daring to get any closer. Staring at the weapon in Ain's hand, he finally gritted his teeth and spit out 2 words. Lightsaber, Marine's subversive weapon. Golden Lion is only really seen today. That's right, it's a lightsaber. Seeing a lightsaber scared that even Haki can't cast it. You are already an old lion without teeth and no threat on this sea. Roy put his hands behind his back and didn't move. The eyes were full of contempt. Lion majesty. Earth coiling. Golden Lion's weapon is broken, but he still has the means to attack. After landing on the ground, he clapped his hands on the ground and directly activated Lion Fruit's ability. For a moment, the lion roared, and the flat earth surged instantly, and the wind and sand walked stones. 3 lions' heads opened their teeth and danced their claws and flew in front of the 3 people. Roy also took out his lightsaber and easily cut off the lion's head. Ain uses the regression light to bring the lion's head back to the earth. Zephyr simply smashed it with his fist and came to Golden Lion's side. Hee, your end has arrived. Zephyr smirked. Abominable. Golden Lion's face finally showed a look of horror. Seeing this scene, Indigo could not sit still. He knew very well that once Golden Lion died, they would be buried with them. Don't look at it, let's go together. Catch him. Indigo roared and shouted at Roy. The members of the Sky Pirates rushed out one after another to attack Roy. Zephyr hesitated, wondering if he should go back and fend off these pirates first. Mr. Zephyr, please concentrate on dealing with Golden Lion. Ain and I are enough. Roy saw Zephyr's hesitation and immediately shouted. Got it. Zephyr nodded heavily, without the slightest hesitation. Ain was even more moved, which represented Roy's trust in himself. 2 people back to back, facing the menacing group of flying pirates. However, there are too many people in the Sky Pirates, and after defeating a circle, a new will surround them. As if endless. However, the strength of General Pirates is a lot after all, and it is not a threat. Both Roy and Ain seem to be at ease and have no difficulty. It's just a pity that I won't Conqueror's Haki, otherwise I can stun these guys all at once. Roy felt a little sorry in his heart. Remember that in the plot, Straw Hat Luffy made 100,000 fishmen lose their combat effectiveness with one voice. At this time, a super Haki swept in. Even the entire floating Sky Island shook. The sky completely darkened, and a huge lightning bolt slashed across the sky. In an instant, the whole island was bright as day, illuminating everyone's faces. Pale faces of momentary surprise and fear abound. Not only that, but the terrifying Haki even caused panic among the pirate guerrilla soldiers thousands of meters below who were still on the Enies lobby. What is this? The end of the world. It's over. This is not an attack we can resist. Quote. What about the teacher? Where did the teacher go? At such times, the only thing the soldiers could count on was Zephyr. Panic. This is just a strong man fighting overhead. This is Haki's collision. Shuzo scolded, calming everyone down. Only then did I find that although the sky was dark, it did not fall. It's not the end of the world. Go contact the teacher. We can't let pirates set foot here. Binz also gave orders. But both of them were strange, the momentum was so huge. It stands to reason that the teacher should have appeared a long time ago, and Ain had disappeared. At this time, on the floating Sky Island, most of the members of the flying pirate group could not withstand this Haki, and they all fell and fainted. Roy and Ain's faces also changed drastically, looking at Haki's source. The person who started Haki turned out to be Golden Lion. Golden Lion has already unplugged the rudder of the Heavenly Spirit cover, choosing to make a desperate bet at this time. A steady stream of Haki emanated from Golden Lion, causing the entire floating Sky Island to vibrate. Top Conqueror's Haki, which can cause direct destruction on a physical level. I'm afraid the whole float will be shattered. You guys go first. Zephyr felt tricky. Today's Golden Lion has gone crazy, leaving no room for anything. In this case, it is very difficult to keep Roy safe. Go. Roy made a quick decision and pulled Ain directly to leave the floating Sky Island. That guy's weapons are broken, and his abilities don't work against us. Are we going to escape? Although Ain was pulled by Roy, he still didn't understand. This is the real strength of Golden Lion. He was unable to use his full strength before because of the rudder on his head, and now pulling it out is equivalent to returning to the light. Roy could only explain to Ain. Pulling it out is life-threatening, but Golden Lion is still desperate. Because Golden Lion has also discovered that this is his last resort. Aang then understood that Golden Lion was really so strong. It is worthy of being the one who almost defeated One Piece Roger. Just releasing Haki can cause such strong damage, and it also gives Aang a clearer understanding of the legendary level pirate strength. But in the next second, Aang's face turned red. She realized that her hand was still being held by Roy. In this dangerous situation, Aang actually gave birth to a trace of joy. Bang! But at this moment, there was a loud noise from behind. A tall figure crashed through the woods and rocks and fell heavily in front of the two people. It turned out to be Zephyr. Abominable, Zephyr got up, seemingly unharmed. It should have been blown down directly by Golden Lion in the air with the fruit ability. Even bamboo dragonflies can't play much role in the wind. Ha ha ha, none of you want to run. Golden Lion smirked. He floated in the air, holding two broken knives taken from his legs. There was blood left over his head, and Golden Lion was even more horrifying. Forcibly take out the rudder, you won't live long, Roy said with a squint. It's possible that in the next second, Golden Lion will be violently killed. It's enough to deal with you. After I grab the fairy beans, this injury is just a minor problem. After Golden Lion said this, he directly activated the fruit ability. It seems that he does not intend to continue to entangle, and he wants a quick victory. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. This time the power is even more incomparable to before. The entire floating sky island shook with it, and dozens of lion heads appeared. The momentum was fierce towards Roy and the others. Zephyr vented all his anger just now on the heads of these lions, punching one by one. A flash of light flashed, and it was Aang's ability to constantly urge the fruit, touching the lion's head and being poured back into the mud. However, there are too many lions' heads to surround them, leaving the two of them with no way to protect Roy. How could Golden Lion give up this opportunity and instantly come to Roy? The broken double knives slashed with a strong wind. Roy raised his lightsaber and tried to cut it off along with both swords and Golden Lion's arm. Obviously before the double swords and lightsabers touched, Roy felt that a force had been acting on him. The whole person was shot out and smashed a lot of rocks before stopping. Drive Roy. Zephyr and Aang were both pale and wanted to rush over. Aang even carried the lion's head attack, but still failed to break through the encirclement. It's okay, it's just a trick, it's Conqueror's winding. Roy had gotten up and wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. I was still careless. Legendary pirates like Golden Lion, what kind of tricks will not? It's just that with the invincibility of the lightsaber, Roy's swordsmanship can't take advantage of Golden Lion. After calculations, the state of the Golden Lion can last for 5 minutes. Next to Roy's ear, Jarvis's voice sounded. Back in the time when Golden Lion pulled out the rudder and played at its peak. Roy asked Jarvis to scan Golden Lion's physical condition through the camera on his clothes. 5 minutes. Although 5 minutes was not long, it still made Roy's face change greatly. Roy and Golden Lion are not opponents of the same level, and 5 minutes is too long. If it weren't for the scruples of Xiando, I'm afraid Golden Lion's shot just now would have been heavier. Think of a way to deal with Golden Lion. But Golden Lion didn't give Roy time to think and attacked again. The whole earth seemed to come to life, and Golden Lion constantly appeared from the ground to attack. Golden Lion is even closer to Roy, a ruthless gnu with a broken knife. Hand over the fairy beans, or we'll die together. Golden Lion's eyes were already frantic, and he knew exactly where his limits were. Roy frowned, thinking about whether to unleash the lightsaber's hidden special move. With all your energy, you can directly wipe out Golden Lion. But then Lion Fruit certainly wouldn't have thought of it. Golden Lion, your opponent is me. That's when Zephyr finally arrives at Roy's side. Aang was next to Zephyr, constantly dealing with the lions' heads around him. Don't get in the way. In the face of Zephyr, Golden Lion has little left behind. Every slash contains conquerors. Zephyr was still using his fists hard to resist the attack of the golden wrist. The top armament Haki keeps Zephyr from falling behind. Boom, boom. Every time the two sides collide, the movement can be felt by Shuzo and others below the sea. The shock wave generated by the explosion caused countless rubble and trees to fall. The soldiers on the Enies lobby, thinking that Golden Lion had attacked again, fell into panic for a while. Only the people of the pirate gorilla can remain calm at such a time. Shelling the huge trees and stones was fired to avoid causing more damage. And at this time high in the sky, both Aang and Zephyr were injured, and the lion's attack was too fierce. But they could both feel that the other was starting to weaken. Golden Lion also realized that his time was running out, so he summoned several small islands floating around him and smashed towards Aang and Zephyr. In the face of these small islands, even Zephyr could not resist hard. It's not just the Golden Lion's power, it's the gravity of the island as it falls. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Golden Lion returns to Roy's side. Dead still, hand over the fairy beans. This is Golden Lion's ultimatum. Roy was just about to answer, but there was a clanging in his head. Ordinary super serum production reaches 100%. Congratulations to host for winning the 10 consecutive draw reward of 380. Draw out. Without the slightest hesitation, Roy immediately chose to conduct the lottery. Bite, bite, bite. Congratulations to host for drawing physical strengthening. Congratulations to host for drawing Tao power strengthening. Congratulations to host for drawing random reinforcement. Congratulations to host for drawing physical strengthening. Congratulations to host for drawing Conqueror's Haki awakening. A series of voices rang out in Roy's head, and Roy had no time to check what the specific reward was. I was pleasantly surprised to find that I had awakened Conqueror's Haki. The overall strength has also increased by about 1/3. In an instant, Roy didn't even feel the feeling of getting stronger. Golden Lion was already impatient and slashed at him with 2 knives in hand. It seems that he is already planning to kill Roy. Roy subconsciously unleashed Conqueror's Haki. The power was exactly the same as the Golden Lion attack Roy just now. The sudden impact of Conquerors made the already weak Golden Lion instantly stagnate, and his brain went blank. Roy couldn't have missed this opportunity. The lightsaber flashed and pierced directly into Golden Lion's chest. I will actually die at your hands. Golden Lion only regained consciousness at this time and looked at the lightsaber in his chest in disbelief. I hardly feel any pain, am I really going to die? Bang! The 2 broken knives fell to the ground, Golden Lion's hand slowly lowered, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually disappeared. Lion Fruit's ability lost its effect at this time. The floating island lost control and gradually fell. Roy grabbed Golden Lion's body and hurried out of the island. Jarvis, and then Golden Lion's body. Roy calls out to Jarvis and drops Golden Lion's body. Ennie's lobby. Bins and the others could not find Zephyr and Roy, and they all stayed here on the offshore platform. Protecting the lab is the only thing they can do right now. At this moment, a cylindrical metal object was ejected from the laboratory. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the metal object unfolded in midair and turned into a rectangular iron box. From the outside, it looks like a coffin. It happened to catch the falling Golden Lion and then closed it as a whole. The metal box did not fall, but stayed straight in the air. After about 3 seconds, Jarvis's voice came. The power of Devil Fruit has been successfully transferred. Roy's eyes flashed with excitement and flew to the side of the metal box. The metal box opened a small opening, and inside lay a blue devil fruit. It looked strangely shaped, looking like a combination of pear and strawberry. Without the slightest hesitation, Roy picked up devil fruit and nibbled on it. A pungent stench flooded in his mouth, and the taste like snot made Roy almost vomit, and his expression was very hideous. The rumor is that devil fruit is extremely unpalatable, and it seems to be worthy of its name. But the more so, the happier Roy's heart becomes, which proves that the devil fruit in his hands is genuine. In fact, Jarvis has passed the verification, and Roy is not worried about anything. As he swallowed the first bite of the fruit, Roy felt his body structure change as well. It's like there's something more in the blood. Roy understands that this is lion fruit's demonic power. Click, click. Roy devoured the rest of devil fruit in a few strokes and swallowed it into his stomach. In fact, devil fruit gains fruit abilities as soon as they take the first bite. This also prevents the problem of having 2 people, each eating half of the devil fruit, gaining abilities. So Roy could have had to eat this garbage-like fruit. But he didn't want to leave this fruit behind for others to discover. At this moment, exclamations came from above and below. The captain has been defeated, and the floating sky island is going to fall. It's over, we're all going to turn into mashed meat. Who will save us? The pirates who were still awake in the Flying Pirates group all shouted desperately. The Marines on the Enies lobby also noticed that the sky had darkened. The floating sky island had fallen to the point where they could see. Another Golden Lion attack, contact headquarters. This time the island is several times bigger than before. It's too late to do anything, Enies lobby is really going to be destroyed. We're going to die here. For a moment, the Marine soldiers were also full of despair. This is no longer their strength to counter attacks. Nope, we're not going to die here, trust the teacher and Dr. Roy. In the pirate guerrilla army, Binz is particularly firm. Yes, I'm afraid that such a big change will occur, that is, it is related to the teacher and Dr. Roy. Shuzo nodded as well. The moment the metal box popped out of the lab, they already understood that it must have a connection with Roy. Roy in the air has understood that this is after Golden Lion dies. The floating sky island lost its ability and began to fall downwards. Jarvis, take the facility back. After Roy said this, the metal box began to fall. Roy took a deep breath and came to the floating sky island and reached out to touch it. Lion Majesty. Roy tried it for the first time, using the power of lion fruit. In the next second, the floating sky island, which was still falling rapidly, immediately stopped falling and stayed in midair. Roy is excited, and that's the magic of lion fruit's capabilities. At this time, Roy even closed the bamboo dragonfly and put it away, and found that he could completely float in the air. Soon all the floating sky island was revived by Roy using his fruit power. Just as Roy was taking control of the last floating sky island, there was a sound of breaking wind behind him. Die, Golden Lion. A figure fell from the clouds, and a black fist smashed over with the momentum of thunder. It's Zephyr. You recognize the wrong person. Roy quickly shouted. Well, is it Dr. Roy? What about Golden Lion? Zephyr quickly collected his strength, only to discover that the person under the clouds was Roy. Just now, Zephyr couldn't find the Golden Lion for half a day, so he flew to a higher place. I saw a figure below, constantly controlling the floating sky island. Mistaken for Golden Lion, he went all out. Ain also appeared next to Zephyr at this time, also looking wary. Golden Lion is dead, and now I'm the owner of Lion Fruit's abilities. Do you have any comments? Roy flew in front of the two and said with a smile. Drive Roy, you killed Golden Lion. Zephyr was shocked. The strength shown by Golden Lion just now made Zephyr retreat. But I didn't expect to die at the hands of Roy, which is such a powerful strength. Is the real identity of Roy in front of him just a scientist? Ain looked adoring, but she felt that it was nothing remarkable. This is Roy, after all. People who will change the world in the future. Well, it's luck. Roy also didn't specify how he killed Golden Lion. There are many things that there is no need to explain too clearly. Drive Roy, you are too modest. Zephyr sighed, he could feel the breath emanating from Roy. It seems to be much stronger than before, what the hell is going on? Perhaps there are other ways to build strength. But Zephyr wouldn't be stupid enough to ask, which was Roy's secret. Not to mention that Zephyr was so favored by Roy. By the way, don't tell anyone else about Lion Fruit. Roy added. Of course, I won't say anything about Dr. Roy. Ain was the first to indicate. In Ain's heart, Roy was already a godlike man. Ain is right, we will not leak anything, even if we die. Zephyr is not the kind of ungrateful person. Zephyr nodded equally heavily. For the former Admiral Zephyr to say such words is enough to prove the gratitude of the ***** law to Roy. Well, the next thing is to pack these things. Roy looked out to Sky Island. By the time Marine received the news, everything was settled. Marshal's office. Quote exclamation mark. It's just Zephyr this fool. Sengoku slapped the table, startled and furious. The astonishing Golden Lion has always been in the sky above the Enies lobby, threatening Roy anytime and anywhere. Marine didn't even notice it, and didn't even send people to search it high in the air. You must know that the current Marine has this ability, and many branches are equipped with bamboo dragonflies. This is not an oversight on the part of Sengoku, who has sent enough forces to guard the Enies lobby. Marine doesn't have the habit of patrolling the air with bamboo dragonflies. Bamboo dragonfly equipment is still very rare and precious, and it is usually not easy to use. What makes Sengoku angry is that Zephyr takes Roy on a crusade against Golden Lion. In case something happened to Roy, Sengoku wouldn't care about his friendship with Zephyr. Not only will he turn his face on the spot, but Zephyr will definitely be held accountable for his crimes. Fortunately, Roy was safe, but it just scared Sengoku for a while. Don't be so angry, maybe this is Roy's test of super serum, not necessarily Zephyr's fault. Suru Vice Admiral is still calm and helping Sengoku analyze. According to information sent by Eni's lobby, the details are very vague. Just knowing that the floating sky island controlled by Golden Lion almost fell and destroyed Eni's lobby. As for the rest, nothing is known. Zephyr simply told Sengoku that Golden Lion had been killed by them, without giving any specific information. This is where Sengoku is angry now, thinking that Zephyr is acting without permission and trying to get involved with Roy. Hearing Suru Vice Admiral's words, Aokiji and Akainu next to him also nodded silently. Drive Roy, worthy of the hope of Marine's future, dare to deal with the legendary pirate Golden Lion, courage is commendable. Akainu expressed his admiration for Roy. Akainu, who lived through that era, knows how famous the three legendary pirates are. The name Golden Lion alone can scare many people. To be able to deal with Golden Lion, it is possible that Zephyr and Ain both took the super serum, another world-changing invention. Aokiji also marveled. Roy's product certainly won't disappoint us, and I'm afraid that this situation has a first time and there will be a second time. How can Roy's safety be guaranteed? Sengoku was still angry. Although he can't dispose of Zephyr, Sengoku is already thinking about replacing Zephyr. Just letting Zephyr go to Eni's lobby is itself a helpless move to lack manpower. Now is not the time to adjust security. What has already happened, there is no need to get entangled. I believe that with Roy's means, safety should not be a problem. Now we have to deal with how to deal with the aftermath. Suru Vice Admiral looked at Sengoku. Even Golden Lion has been killed, but now he doesn't have to worry too much about Roy's safety. The news of Golden Lion's death cannot be announced for the time being, so as not to cause unnecessary chaos. Sengoku frowned. Kaido and Whitebeard, the two four emperors, have already given Sengoku a headache. If the news of Golden Lion's death spreads, it will make these pirates even more afraid of Marine's power. Maybe the four emperors will join forces, and that's the real trouble. In the worst-case scenario, Marine will be even more difficult if other forces, such as the Revolutionary Army, intervene. Suru Vice Admiral nodded slightly, agreeing with Sengoku. Aokiji is still the same old and rarely commented. Even the most radical Akainu did not raise objections this time. The announcement of Golden Lion's death would have greatly boosted Marine morale. But doing so will startle the snakes. Weighing the pros and cons, it is better to hide the news now. There is no decision yet. What to do with Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace? We should keep the status quo. Suru Vice Admiral nodded. 5 elders may have to wait until the pacifists are successfully debugged before deciding. Sengoku knows the 5 elders well, and they like to have more power in their hands. It is said that for this matter, 5 elders has sent someone to urge Vegapunk to speed up his research. By the way, just listening to me get angry just now, do you have something wrong? Sengoku looked at Akainu and Aokiji. At today's high-level meeting, Sengoku knew he was alone. There was no way around it. Sengoku was really choked by Zephyr's actions. The Whitebeard pirates are secretly assembling, the warships and eyeliners of surveillance have been taken out, and we have now lost intelligence on Whitebeard. Aokiji spoke. As expected, Whitebeard will definitely act. Sengoku didn't seem surprised. With Sengoku's knowledge of Whitebeard, the other party will not give up his family easily. We can't keep our eyes on Whitebeard, we also have to pay attention to the movements of the Revolutionary Army. Those guys have not been restless lately, and recently someone saw the traces of the Revolutionary Army cadres on the island of Sabayati. Akainu held a cigar in his hand and then spat out a hot breath into the cigar. The cigar was lit directly, and Akainu stuffed it in his mouth, and the smoke wafted through the room. Wano-kuni wasn't idle either, and the Vince Moke family was recently affected. Invite to Wano-kuni, you should be able to guess what they plan to do. This is also the New World branch that reported the news to Suru Vice Admiral. Just now, Suru Vice Admiral, never had a chance to mention it. Vince Moke, that guy and Quinn were Vegapunk's colleagues, and together they won't be able to crack the bamboo dragonfly and the lightsaber. Akainu was anxious. Bamboo dragonflies and lightsabers being plundered by Kaido are always Marine's biggest fears. Akainu even considered leading his warship to attack Wano Kuni and recapture the two technologies. Don't worry, Roy assured me that no one can hack his technology. Sengoku waved his hand, not worried. Since it is Dr. Roy's assurance, it should be fine. Akainu was also relieved. Now Marine executives have a superstitious trust in Roy. Whatever Roy says, it's certainly true. Doubting Roy would be considered a brain problem. It seems that Kaido is destined to work for nothing. Suru Vice Admiral also smiled slightly, she was also not worried about this. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to say it, but then Suru Vice Admiral's expression changed. But Kaido seems to be in contact with Cake Island. Cake Island, Auntie, I thought these two guys fell out. Sengoku frowned. Pirates are originally changeable personalities, and if they have interests, they will unite together, there is nothing strange. Zishin snorted coldly. For the complex maritime situation, Sengoku is very troubled. By the way, is that Garp back? Sengoku remembered something even more headache. That's when Garp recently volunteered to hang out over to the Holy Land. The reason is not to be thought about, it must be related to Garp's two grandchildren. Garp, who had always hated the celestial dragons, rarely traveled to the Holy Land before this. Now walking around the Holy Land looks very unreliable. Not back yet, Garp should be measured. It should be. Suru Vice Admiral couldn't even be sure for a moment. Bulu brew. Just then, the phone bug on the table rang. When Sengoku saw the phone bug, he had a strange expression on his face. With a hint of anticipation, and a little flinching. But it was only a momentary thing, and Sengoku immediately picked up the phone. Suru Vice Admiral and the others saw the phone bug turn into Roy's face and understood why Sengoku reacted this way. Is it? It's done in no time. Hard work on you. After hanging up, Sengoku raised his eyebrows. Marshal, is there any good news? Akainu is looking forward to it. That's right, the sample of the Sentinel robot is almost developed, and it will be completed at the same time as the first batch of super serum. That's the only good news Sengoku has heard in recent times. It also made the atmosphere in the office a lot easier in an instant. Grand Line Ideographic Period. The Moby Dick, which has escaped from marine surveillance, is sailing on the sea. However, these days, the atmosphere on the Moby Dick is very heavy. There is no joyous atmosphere at all. Whitebeard's mood was low, which was also the reason why there was no more happiness on board. The sons thought he was concerned about Ace's affairs, so everyone stayed away and did not dare to disturb Daddy too much. So as not to influence Whitebeard's judgment of the situation. Only Marco remained by Whitebeard's side, the ship's doctor. You are responsible for monitoring Whitebeard's health at all times, so you must be able to show up when things happen. The thing about Ace's arrest, what do you think? Inside the room, Whitebeard suddenly lifted Ace. Marco was surprised, thinking that Whitebeard blamed himself for Ace's arrest. Daddy, Ace went to look for Sendo after listening to me, it's all my fault. Marco immediately took everything to himself. However, Marco did not expect that Ace would go to Eni's lobby to rescue his brother Luffy. Originally, according to Marco's meaning, it was to let Ace secretly inquire about the news of Xian Bean, not to take risks. It turned out to be self-defeating, and I didn't expect that Shonda would actually be in Eni's lobby. There was even Admiral guarding, and Ace was unfortunately caught. Marco told Whitebeard what he guessed, as well as his responsibilities. And has done it, blamed and punished by Whitebeard. You are my sons, I will not blame you for whatever you do, and I already know these things for a long time. Whitebeard waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Marco was very impressed, but he thought it was a little strange. Why does Whitebeard seem to have a sense of seeing through everything? Coupled with the depression during this time, Marco was very worried. Remember Golden Lion? Whitebeard brought up Golden Lion. Of course I remember. Are you going to join forces with Golden Lion, Daddy? Marco felt unlikely that he would never be a man with a beard. But thinking that Whitebeard mentioned Ace just now, he should be very worried about Ace. For Ace's life, Whitebeard may agree to Golden Lion's request. No, it's just that Golden Lion is dead. Whitebeard mused, followed by a heavy sigh. As contemporaries of the pirates, Golden Lion and Roger were the first to be on a par with Whitebeard. Now that both men were dead, Whitebeard felt death rushing towards him. Therefore, it will seem a little depressed these days. Whitebeard is not afraid of death, but of the flood after his death. The entire Whitebeard pirates, as well as the territories under their patronage, suffer. Daddy, how do you know? Marco was shocked. They had only met Golden Lion before, and Golden Lion was full of confidence and still planning huge plans. Now he says that Golden Lion is dead, much to Marco's disbelief. I don't believe that anyone in this world can kill Golden Lion. Lion fruit is the most coveted of the 5 flying capabilities. It is because of its ability to fly so fast that it is difficult to track. The last time Golden Lion came, he left me a life card, which burned out 3 days ago. Whitebeard isn't sad, just a little lonely. Who the hell and how did you do it? Kizaru. The first thing that came to Marco's mind was Kizaru. Marine only has Kizaru's fruit ability, and the speed of light can catch up with Golden Lion. It's impossible, that kid Kizaru pays too much attention to fruit ability, and he can't defeat Golden Lion with fruit ability alone. I'm afraid Golden Lion is attacking Xiando. The only reason Whitebeard could think of was this. Although attractive, fairy beans are extremely dangerous and not something that is readily available. Whitebeard was aware of this, so he never set his eyes on Sendo. Even the opportunity to join forces with Golden Lion was rejected by Whitebeard. Now Golden Lion's death proves Whitebeard's judgment correct. Sendo is a hot potato that cannot be easily touched. Daddy, you mean that Roy? He had something to do with Golden Lion's death. Marco reacted. Since Roy came along, Marine is not the Marine it used to be. With the appearance of bamboo dragon mosquitoes and fairy beans, people began to fear Marine. Can the Whitebeard pirates really defend against the increasingly powerful Marine? Where is their future? Don't worry too much, we still have the means. Whitebeard smiled and reassured Marco. Means? What means? Marco didn't understand. Contact the Revolutionary Army. It's time to act together. Whitebeard said. Marco suddenly became excited, and it seemed that his father had finally made up his mind to join forces with the Revolutionary Army. Ace's younger brother Luffy, the layer of identity will make it impossible for the Revolutionary Army to refuse their proposal. The first half of the Great Shore Route, Shirata Island. Headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. On the oval-shaped conference table, a large pile of intelligence documents was placed. Long and many members of the Revolutionary Army sat around the conference table. There is only one topic today, and that is the intelligence sent back by Sabo and Clar. There is another battle at Eni's lobby, this time who is trying to take the fairy beans. The dragon held a telegram in his hand with a smile on his face. Although in the intelligence, there is no specific description of the situation. The only thing that is certain is that there was a fight at Eni's lobby. But this did not prevent the dragon from analyzing the information that was useful to them from this pitiful information. That was Roy, the genius scientist at Marine, who is still on Eni's lobby. Even though he had already suffered a devastation before, Roy did not choose to leave. The only reason, then, is that Eni's lobby is extremely important to Roy's research. Roy is unlikely to leave Eni's lobby anytime soon. Those who dare to seize the immortal beans must be big people. A member of the Revolutionary Army next to him said. There doesn't seem to be any news of the actions of the sea pirates recently. The other frowned. It's Golden Lion. The dragon suddenly uttered a name. Golden Lion. The eyes of everyone at the meeting widened in disbelief. Commander, didn't Golden Lion fail last time? Want to make a comeback? The subordinates were in disbelief. Golden Lion's ability is characterized by surprise. With Eni's lobby already on guard, Golden Lion dares to attack again. It's just casual, you don't have to take it seriously. Dragon put the telegram on the table. Say it casually. These are the words that come out of the dragon's mouth. The expressions of the crowd were very serious, thinking about this possibility. But no matter how you think about it, it feels incredible. Golden Lion is not such a stupid guy. Otherwise, it would not have been possible back then, and it was called one of the 3 legends. Commander, a call from the Whitebeard pirates. The other party is Marco, the first captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and wants to talk to you on the phone. At this moment, a revolutionary soldier ran in with a telephone worm. Whitebeard's pirate's phone. The people present stood up one after another, and Tien Fen's surprise. The caller in particular was Marco, the number 2 after Whitebeard. It's almost certain that that's what Whitebeard means. Bring it. The dragon was still sitting in his seat, still BGED, very calm. Bang. The phone worm was placed on the table, and the atmosphere in the conference room was very tense. I'm a dragon, what's the matter? The dragon's tone was very calm, and he was not surprised in the slightest. Juyong Daimyo, I am Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates, and our dad wants to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Marco went straight to the point and directly showed his intentions. Cooperate. Whitebeard wants to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Interesting. What about the reason for the cooperation? Dragon asked. Do you still need to say that? We all have very important people who fall into Marine's hands. Marco didn't name it directly. But the dragon already understands that this refers to Luffy. Within the Revolutionary Army, those who knew Luffy was the son of the dragon were very few. At least none of the people present knew about Luffy's relationship with the dragon. All they know about the dragon is that the dragon is from East Blue. So the cadres of the Revolutionary Army all understood the wrong meaning of Marco, and thought that the people Marco was talking about were Ivankov and others imprisoned in Impel Down. So what? The goal of our Revolutionary Army is to liberate those oppressed countries, and saving people is not our priority, let alone worth wasting troops. The dragon's tone was icy and sounded cold and emotionless. In the face of his detained companions, there was not the slightest mercy. What was even more surprising was that none of the members of the Revolutionary Army present objected. Those who are oppressed are more important than their own lives and deaths. Every member who joins the Revolutionary Army has this awareness. So after Marine captures, they don't pray for someone to save them. So it is, the Revolutionary Army really lives up to its name, it is a group of amazing guys. Marco was amazed. Compared to pirates who seek freedom, revolutionary troops who fight for others are more respected. When you call, you don't just want to join forces with a single word. Long said lightly. Golden Lion died at Enies lobby 3 days ago, you should understand what that means. Marco voiced the information. Suddenly, the people in the conference room all looked at the dragon with a shocked expression. Sure enough, Long Long's words just now were not just casual words. It's the dragon's accurate hunch. It's just that they have no way to comprehend it, and the two sides are not on the same level at all. So it is, where is the place of cooperation? Dragon nodded and asked. In order to show sincerity, of course, the location is your choice, and I will come instead of Daddy. Marco said. Whitebeard not coming, what is this called sincerity? What about Whitebeard, let him come. Yes, you want to see our commander too. Don't qualify for this yet. Quote. If that's the case, then there doesn't seem to be much point in talking about it. The members of the Revolutionary Army said dissatisfied. This is a misunderstanding. Daddy is now Marine's focus and you don't want Marine to find out about our cooperation. Marco had expected this a long time ago, so his answer was reasonable. It's a shame that the meeting point is on Sabayati Island, and someone will contact you. Long is a little regretful. Originally, Dragon still wanted to meet Whitebeard, but now he can only change it to Sabo and Marco to meet. No problem, look forward to our cooperation. Marco agreed to the condition. After hanging up the phone, Long also immediately contacted Sabo. Let Sabo wait for Marco on the island of Sabayati. The dragon is not worried either, and Sabo cannot find Marco. With Sabo's intelligence capabilities, when Marco appears on the island of Sabayati, he will be discovered by Sabo. Commander, why did you agree to join forces with Whitebeard? Some of his subordinates felt puzzled. Quite simply, Marine can easily kill Golden Lion, proving that their abilities have improved again. Long explained cheerfully. Golden Lion is not so easy to solve, and understands this. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army can no longer stand idly by. Marine will soon become stronger, and it will be too late to join forces first. Everyone now understood, and they admired the dragon more and more. Only Dragon has such strong penultimate leadership. 3 days later, Enies lobby. Inside Roy's lab, Super Serum and 3 Sentinel robots have been completed. Looking at the 3 Sentinel robots, Roy was very emotional. This is currently his strongest means of attack. Although the lightsaber is powerful, it has too many limitations. It's not like a Sentinel robot, it's simply a natural combat machine. Jarvis, put this Sentinel robot in the basement. Roy left behind a Sentinel droid with only the intention of giving 2 to Marine. Because the Sentinel is a sample, not counting the mass production quantity of 10, the lottery is not triggered. Not long after, a huge shipping container was pushed out of the laboratory. So choose a container to carry can prevent intentional people from prying into the items inside. Outside, Zephyr and the others were already waiting in line, and there were elite soldiers equipped with bamboo dragonflies patrolling the air. Their task is to ensure absolute safety when loading the ship. Teacher, what exactly is this? There will be such a big formation. Looking at those elite things in the sky, Binz was surprised. There are at least hundreds of bamboo dragonflies, and there will not be so many branches in general, only the elite of Marine headquarters. Binz even thought that if they showed the intention of wanting to snatch, these elites would not hesitate to attack them. Of course, the pirate guerrillas were also ordered to attack everyone who tried to seize the container. On Eni's lobby, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Zephyr uncharacteristically did not answer the students' questions. Instead, his expression was very solemn, and Zephyr judged that it should be super serum and injection chamber. I wouldn't have thought that there would be a Sentinel robot inside. Okay, Binz was a little lost, especially when he looked at Aang. I feel that curiosity is like an ant, constantly scratching itself. After Aang landed on the ground that day, no one in the pirate guerrillas recognized her identity. Even now, it's hard to believe that this tall and plump royal sister is really Aang's little girl. What the hell happened to Aang? However, both Aang and Zephyr are tight-lipped about it. The only thing that Binz and the others could know was that Aang's strength had grown by leaps and bounds, and it had suddenly reached an incredible level. It's already far ahead of them. 3 warships were waiting in formation, and soon the containers were loaded onto the middle ship. Roy also boarded the deck of the warship, which then left straight. Teacher, is Dr. Roy leaving here? Shall we follow up and protect? Aang's expression suddenly became nervous. All Aang now has in mind is to protect Roy. Without waiting for Zephyr to answer, Binz said first. Don't you see that on the warship, Akainu and Aokiji are both admiral? Isn't it enough for them to keep Roy safe? Our task is to hold the laboratories of offshore platforms. Binz didn't notice the disappointed expression on Aang's face at all, and continued to sigh. Even celestial dragons don't have this level of treatment. At most, when in danger, an admiral will be dispatched to solve the crisis. Only Zephyr sighed. Zephyr was well informed, how could he not understand Aang's careful thinking? I'm afraid that this apprentice of my own already likes Dr. Roy. So Roy's every move will make Aang extra nervous. However, as 2 people, I am afraid that there is no way to come together. This unrequited love of Aang is destined to not be married. Zephyr doesn't have a good solution to this situation. Love is as fierce as a storm, and who can stop it? No, let's follow, Zephyr said suddenly. Teacher, that's not appropriate, what about Eni's lobby? Binz was flabbergasted. Drive Roy is key, we have to keep Roy safe. Aang said first. When Binz heard this, he looked a little helpless. As I just said, Marine is such a powerful force to escort, we don't need it. Anyway, there is no order for us to be stationed here, let's go and see the liveliness. Zephyr smiled. Under Zephyr's command, the pirate guerrillas immediately followed. And Roy on the warship is even more unlikely to know Aang's current mood. It's really hard work to trouble the 2 of you to personally escort. Roy is greeting the dog and Aokiji. Wherever, you can't protect Dr. Roy too much, and besides, there is new equipment this time. Akainu's expression was excited, he had been looking forward to the Sentinel robot and super serum for a long time. This is what should be done. Aokiji also responded to Roy. But we are sailing inside the Gate of Justice, so we don't need such exaggerated guards. Roy felt a bit of a waste of troops, but couldn't say it directly. As Roy spoke, the door of justice in front slowly opened a small gap. Just this small gap is enough for several warships to pass through. It is said that the door of justice was never fully opened. The current driven by this gap alone had already made the warship shake back and forth, and it took half a day to stabilize. You can't be too careful, Dr. Roy, you don't have to be embarrassed. Akainu thought Roy was exaggerating. Even Akainu didn't say anything against seeing the pirate guerrillas following behind. Without Roy, Enies Lobby doesn't need such a fishy garrison area. By the way, this time it's going through Impel Down. Roy remembered the last time he was in front of Enies Lobby, and he wanted to see Impel Down. This is the world's first prison for serious criminals. That's right, as long as you take the right current, you will definitely pass Impel Down, but unfortunately Dr. Roy, you are too important, otherwise if you are interested in Impel Down, I can take you inside to visit. Akainu took out his cigar and lit it, and asked Roy if he needed it. Roy waved his hand and refused. Our ace, the Fire Fist who attacked Enies Lobby last time, and Luffy the Straw Hat, imprisoned inside. Roy was curious. These are classified intelligence. Akainu frowned. Then I didn't ask. Roy was just curious. Now that the world is changing, it is not surprising that nothing is happening. But since Dr. Roy asked, Straw Hat, Luffy and Ace are now being held in Impel Down. Akainu didn't go into too much detail either. It's actually the same as in the plot. Ace is imprisoned in IMG. And Straw Hat Luffy was originally imprisoned in LV6 with his bounty and strength. LV6 Eternal Hell itself is a floor that will not be made public, and Akainu will not say it. So that's the case, this is probably the end of the pirates. Roy sighed. How Luffy was caught, Roy still hasn't figured out. In the vortex current, warships sail at a fast speed. Another gate of justice appeared in front of everyone, and on the other side of the gate of justice was Impel Down. Roy, is a pity that through the door of justice himself this time, there is no way to see Impel Down. Part of Impel Down is out of the water, but that's only a small part of Impel Down, and the real prisons are under the water. Perhaps because he didn't have a chance to see it, Akainu began to introduce Roy to him. In fact, Roy knew the structure of Impel Down very well, but he also pretended to hear it for the first time and nodded his head one after another. From time to time, he also showed a surprised expression to cooperate with Akainu's explanation. It's really a majestic place, especially with the characteristics of each floor. Finally, Roy sighed. That's right, that's the only way to deter those criminals. But I would have to say that they should all be executed. Akainu pouted and spat out a smoke ring, quite dissatisfied. Criminals who qualify for Impel Down will be held for the rest of their lives, forever. Or can't carry Impel Down, harsh environment and die. This is already where people talk about it. Akainu, however, felt that it was not enough, and had to execute all the prisoners. Roy didn't expect Akainu to hate pirates so much. Dvertisement. Once you do this, I'm afraid that all the pirates will be outlaws. Roy shook his head and said. To be caught is to die, then you must resist to the end. Haha, I'm just saying that sooner or later Marine will one day be able to wipe out all the pirates. Akainu waved his hand, not knowing if he really thought so. After another while, the warship finally reached Marineford. After coming to the pier through the Gate of Justice, Sengoku and other Marine executives have been waiting here for a long time. Roy, although he hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days, Sengoku acted as enthusiastic as if he had met an old friend for many years. After taking the Marine upper floor to the deck, he kept tapping Roy on the shoulder. Marshal. Roy was very calm. Not only did he say hello to Sengoku, but he didn't forget the Crane Vice Admiral and the Squirrel Vice Admiral. It's really hard for you, it must be hard to be in Enies Lobby for so long. Sengoku asked. There is no night on Enies Lobby, and after a long time, people's biological clocks will be reversed, and they often do not sleep well or have no energy. I'm also part of Marine, and this little thing doesn't affect me. Roy responded with a slight smile. By the way, how is the ripening progress of the fairy beans? Sengoku lowered his voice. There is still half a month to go, and the second batch of fruits will ripen. Roy couldn't help but sigh that Enies Lobby is really a good place. If it were another location, the growth of fairy beans would definitely not be so smooth. Roy also reported on the progress of the lightsaber and bamboo dragonfly produced last time. All of Jarvis had been manufactured, all in the Marineford Calendar factory. All you need is Sengoku to send someone over and accept it. Hearing Roy's report, Sengoku, Akainu and others were very excited and respected Roy even more. What kind of person is this, who can conduct so much research at the same time? And there was no delay in everything, all completed on time. Even took time in the middle to solve the threat in the sky, Golden Lion. However, in the admiration of the crowd, a discordant voice appeared. Roy Vice Admiral, for control of the Marineford arsenal, you should consider handing it over to someone else and focus on other research, bamboo dragonflies and lightsabers as mature products, which do not require you to continue to be responsible. Quote. It was a man in a white suit wearing a top hat. The brim of his hat was pressed so low that only half of his face could be seen. But even if it is only half-faced, it is still full of arrogance. And what is really unpleasant is that the man in the suit directly uses a commanding tone. I didn't even have the slightest respect for Roy, and directly called Roy's rank. You know, even Sengoku and others call Roy Drive. If you call Vice Admiral, it always feels like Roy is much more ordinary. The atmosphere on the deck sank, and Sengoku and Akainu, as well as Aokiji and others, looked ugly. But no one stopped or interrupted the man in the suit. Roy was also curious to see who it was. Everyone was silent as soon as he spoke. He is a member of the Aegis Agency. Suru Vice Admiral's unsalty introduction. The Segis Agency, Roy suddenly realized. For half a day was the CPO, the minions of the world government, the direct troops of the Celestial Dragons. Known as the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragons, and the strongest cipher pole in the world. No wonder it was so arrogant that even Sengoku and others did not put it in their eyes. In addition to protecting the Celestial Dragons, they also carry out covert activities such as investigations and assassinations, and even arms deals. In addition, the CPO absolutely obeys the orders of the Five Elders, even if the Five Elders let them commit suicide. And the privilege that CPOs have is to kill licenses. Whether it is Colonel Marine or the princes and nobles, they can be killed at will. There is no way to hand over the control of the factory. Roy looked at the man in the suit and said, "Are you refusing?" The man in the suit frowned, quite displeased. Of course not, because the Marineford plant is fully automated. As long as there are enough materials the plant can run on its own, there is no human control at all, and of course there is no control. Roy said with a spread of his hands. Fully automated, no human needs to control. You're cheating on me. The man in the suit was angry. I am afraid that only a fool would believe this. It must be that Roy doesn't want to hand over control, that's my reason. Of course not, with your IQ, it is difficult for me to explain it to you clearly. I can only tell you that even I do not have control over the factory. Roy shook his head and sighed, looking rather helpless. In fact, Roy is not a cheating suit man, he does not have control of the factory. The arsenal is running in Jarvis, and he basically doesn't care. What, you doubt my intelligence? Do you take me for a fool? The man in the suit stepped forward, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. As a member of the CPO, Wylong Ren Heavy Library Unit. The man in the suit has always considered himself the elite of the elite, but he was ridiculed by Roy as a fool. I explained it twice and you still don't understand. What can I do? People must be self-aware. In the face of the threat of the man in the suit, Roy is still unmoved. The man in the suit stopped talking nonsense, and slammed his feet on the ground. It turned out to be to launch one of the 6 shaves to do something to Roy. Syllable. A big hand slapped on the suit man's shoulder and abruptly pressed the suit man in place. It's Sengoku. In fact, not only Sengoku, Akainu and others also reacted at the first time to stop the suit man's move. And Zephyr and Ain directly blocked in front of Roy. Even if the other party is a CPO, they will not hesitate to protect Zero Yi. Pay attention to the occasion, this is Marine Headquarters. Sengoku's voice was low and terrifying, and he was really angry this time. Roy is Marine's key protection object, how can he come to Marine Headquarters? But he was heard by the man in the suit. Cut. The man in the suit snorted coldly and took a few steps back. After giving Roy a vicious look, he jumped on Moonwalk and jumped onto another warship. He stopped spending time with the Marines, but didn't leave. Instead, the gaze keeps looking here, which makes people shudder. It's so arrogant. I didn't put this marshal of mine in his eyes at all. Sengoku is still indignant. If the man in the suit wasn't a CPO, Sengoku would teach him what Buddha's wrath is. Whose order is this and why is it aimed at Dr. Roy? Akainu was equally puzzled. Although Aokiji didn't say anything, his brows were furrowed, and he had already made his attitude clear. In fact, the senior management present has a good understanding of the composition of CPO. Those are the people who can drive CPOs. Celestial dragons are unlikely to be involved, only 5 elders. Could it be that in the hearts of 5 elders, they have begun to warn of Roy's power? Drive Roy is a scientist at Marine, not a servant of the celestial dragons. Zephyr uttered something that was disrespectful. Once this word reaches the ears of the celestial dragons, it will cause Zephyr huge trouble. But many of the people present nodded one after another, feeling that Zephyr's words were fine. Roy, don't worry, Marine is your strong backing and will not let you get hurt. Sengoku assured Roy. I know, this thing must have never happened. Roy smiled seemingly indifferently. In fact, in Roy's heart, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did not completely hand everything over to the world government, otherwise he would have no chance to turn over. If you can ask yourself for control of the arsenal today, tomorrow it will be the super serum formula. And then what he needs later, Roy can't imagine. After squeezing out the last vestiges of his value, Roy can imagine his fate. The atmosphere that was originally high on the pier became a lot more depressed because of the appearance of the man in the suit. Sengoku directly ordered the warship to go to the Holy Land. Why go to the Holy Land? Roy felt strange. Previously, it was not always at Marine headquarters, and the lightsaber inspection was completed. The 5 elders are going to test it themselves in the Holy Land. Sengoku explains. So it is. Roy nodded. After all, Super Serum and Sentinel robots contain unimaginable technology. It makes sense that 5 elders want to be the first to see it. What's more, today's research funds for Roy are actually supported by 5 stars. Soon the warship sailed to the Holy Land. The crowd and the containers were transported to a very large training ground. It is about 5 square kilometers in size and is surrounded by tall walls. There were soldiers patrolling and guarding outside the walls. Oh, it seems that the Holy Land did not have this training ground before. It seems that the old men attach great importance to this technology. Kizaru looked left and right after coming in, and couldn't help but sigh. This level of security should be done, and I hope that at least this time the intelligence will not leak too quickly. Akainu also grumbled. The accidental exposure of Sendo caused unexpected trouble. It even attracted the prying eyes of legendary pirates like Golden Lion. This time, there are still soldiers carrying bamboo dragonflies on guard in the sky, and it should not be known to the world so soon. Kizaru pointed to the top of his head. I hope. Akainu wasn't at ease. This time, Marine's huge delivery container may have already been discovered by people with intentions. Drive Roy, that man in the suit didn't scare you just now. On the other side, Ain had already come to Roy's side, looking very nervous. How is this possible? The strength of that suit man is also a general level. Roy was a little crying and laughing. The members of the CPO are generally not very strong. Because they spend more of their time and energy on reconnaissance and assassination techniques. But this is not a good sign. The teacher said that the world government may be eyeing you, you must be careful. Ain leaned over to Roy's side and said in a very small voice. Thank you, I'll pay attention. Roy was surprised that Ain had come to deliver Zephyr's advice. I will also be by your side, and I will fight with my life to protect you. Ain had already made up his mind. I have the means to protect myself, you don't have to worry, besides, this is a holy place. Roy touched Ain's head. But then there was some embarrassment to put it down, and then I remembered that Ain was no longer a little girl, but a tall woman standing tall. Ain blushed and quietly stood behind. Roy is right, this is a holy place. The people around are the elite and top of the Marine, and there is no safer place in this world. Ain made up his mind to protect Ropoop after leaving the Holy Land. That's what Zephyr means. At this time, there was a commotion at the entrance to the training ground, and it was the 5 elders who entered under the protection of many soldiers. And 5 elders also came straight to Roy and others. It's a scientist that makes our world government proud, producing samples so quickly. The bald old man smiled, and he still had a lightsaber pinned to his waist. Already not the original version, but a later improved version. The crest is more slender and in line with the habits of the user. It's just that it's still a red lightsaber, and it can't release all the power in the lightsaber at once. These are all supported by gentlemen, otherwise it would not have gone so smoothly. Roy knew what to say at this time. Whoever pays for his own research is his boss. Very nice. This kind of achievement can be achieved at a young age, and the future is limitless. Old man Lu Liang also sighed with emotion. 5 elders, even though they already knew that Roy was a young man, were surprised to see it with their own eyes. It is difficult to link the great scientific achievements with Roy's young image. Everything is safe for the sea. When Roy said this, he didn't believe it. He's just trying to speed up his own development. The 5 elders also looked at each other, expressionless and not knowing what they were thinking. Roy, your time is precious, so let's introduce us to this technology product first. Old Scar said to Roy. What about the super serum first, or the sentinel robot? Roy asked. Super serum. The Scar old man did not hesitate at all, and chose the super serum. This is also the opinion of other 5 elders. This made Roy a little strange, and he thought 5 elders would want to get the sentinel robot first. Sentinel robots should be the most attractive, not to mention the role in combat. Marine spent $5 billion on research and development to produce a sample, and this number alone is extremely exciting. Maybe 5 elders wanted to leave the best behind, and Roy didn't think much of it. Then Roy gave an order, and the container was split in half. Opening one of the sections reveals a small test chamber with a glass facade and 2 more injection chambers inside. It is exactly the same as the injection chamber used by Aang before. Sengoku, you should already be ready, soldiers. The scarred old man looked at Sengoku next to him. Of course, they have been prepared in advance, and they are all soldiers with great potential. Sengoku ordered. There were dozens of elite soldiers next to them, all with very immature faces. Although his expression was a little apprehensive, there was a trace of firmness in his eyes. All were people who volunteered for the trial, and they didn't know the name of the super serum. The top simply told them that these qualified people had a study that they needed to join, and that it could be dangerous. The vast majority of people did not hesitate and chose to join them. However, it is inevitable that there will be some fear of the unknown in the heart. Oh, it's all newcomers. Kizaru smiled, recalling when he first joined Marine and the soldiers were just as young. You were the same back then, and it's not changed much now. Zephyr appeared next to Kizaru. There had been no chance just now, and now Zephyr came to catch up with his favorite student. Teacher, congratulations on your recovery, and your strength seems to be back at its peak. Kizaru looked shocked. I don't know how Zephyr does it, but it can resist aging. Could it be the effect of fairy beans? But I haven't heard that fairy beans have the effect of making people young again. Haha, now you are no longer my opponent. Zephyr is confident. Not necessarily. Kizaru is now also admiral, and he can't admit that he is weak even in the face of his teacher. That would affect Marine Admiral's prestige. It seems that you still haven't remembered my advice, you rely too much on the fruit ability. Sigh. Now seeing Kizaru again, Zephyr can see from Kizaru's body that Kizaru still has not strengthened his physical skills. Kizaru was silent and didn't say anything more. These soldiers' Dao power test is no more than 100, and it should be greatly improved after injecting the super serum. Sengoku is also making presentations for 5 elders. Good, let's get started. The bald old man nodded. Hearing this, Roy led the 2 soldiers standing at the front into the test module. Because it is a glass exterior, people outside can see the whole process. Don't be nervous, there will be no problem, Roy said to the 2 soldiers. From the appearance, these 2 soldiers were much younger than their own age, they should have just been 16 years old. This is the minimum age for Marine to recruit soldiers, which is relatively late in this sea. Many children born on pirate ships have been pirates since birth. The 2 soldiers were so close to Roy that they were both excited. This is also the scientist who changed the world, and Roy is their idol. Under Roy's guidance, 2 soldiers entered the injection chamber at the same time, and the protective gear was buckled. Jarvis, start the injection. Roy's words fell, and the light blue super serum passed through the syringe and pierced into the bodies of the 2 people. A look of pain appeared on the faces of both people, and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily. After all, these are 2 young soldiers, and the quality strength in all aspects of the body is not strong enough. The crowd outside was already starting to get nervous. What's going on? There won't be any problems. Aokiji couldn't help but say, looking at the injection chamber with nervous eyes. Don't worry, this is Roy's research, those 2 soldiers will be fine. Sengoku wasn't worried at all, he trusted Roy unconditionally. Even if something happens, it is they who dedicate themselves to the just cause. Akainu's voice was cold. Aokiji glanced at Akainu and said nothing. But the disgust in the color has not been concealed in the slightest. Sengoku could only shake his head silently. It seemed that these 2 people were destined to have unsuitable personalities, and their understanding of justice was even different. 5 elders looked at the injection chamber with a blank face, and the life and death pain of ordinary soldiers had nothing to do with them. What they care about is the effect of super serum. Didn't let 5 elders wait a long time, and after 10 seconds, the injection chamber will open automatically. When the 2 soldiers appeared in front of everyone, everyone was stunned. Are these the 2 immature soldiers just now? Completely changed. Not only are all the muscles on his body very swollen, but his height has also become a strong man of more than 2 meters. I feel so strong now. Is this really me? Even the 2 soldiers themselves felt incredible about the changes in their bodies. Take the Tao Force test. Sengoku couldn't wait to detect the changes in the 2 soldiers. Daoli is a very fuzzy data, and there is no special detection equipment. However, is to master the hand sum in the enhanced 6 style move, and you can judge the opponent's Tao power value by feeling the opponent's strike strength. Fukuro in CP9 is usually responsible for testing the Tao power of his companions with this trick. In Marine, there are countless masters and masters. A rear admiral, who was appointed by Sengoku to conduct the Tao Force test, stepped forward. He is also an officer responsible for training these soldiers and has great authority among the soldiers. You 2, come and attack me. Rear Admiral clasped his hands to his chest and yelled at the 2 soldiers. Yes, the 2 soldiers heard the commander's order without the slightest hesitation. One after the other, they smashed their fists at Rear Admiral. After receiving these 2 punches, Rear Admiral slid back several steps. It's about 500 Tao forces and 600 Tao forces. Rear Admiral let out a long breath. In fact, it doesn't take Rear Admiral, the Marine executives present have already seen it. They don't need to use their hands to sense the approximate strength of 2 soldiers. Amazing surprise. This is at least the result of 2 years of their training. The scarred old man praised. It may also be that they can only reach the level in a lifetime, and not all people can constantly improve their strength after cultivation. The bald old man even brightened his eyes. In the 800-year history of world government, no one has ever been able to do this. The curly-haired old man muttered in a low voice. I'm sure Roy has surpassed Vegapunk. The bearded old man asserted even more. Hearing 5 elders' comments, Sengoku was overjoyed. This is a testament to Roy's work. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.